Okay, good morning, everybody. It's January, it's Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. That can only mean one thing. It's time for the British Rental Kart Championship. And this 2020 event is going to be the 10th anniversary one. It's going to be a spectacular event because what have we got in store? A fantastic lineup of drivers, including double world champion Ruben Boutens. He's the 6-time and defending champion of this particular event, and he's going to be challenged this year by Michael Schottler, no less. He's the world champion. He took the world title in 2019, last summer, and it's going to be spectacular to see them tackling each other. The first heat's going to be getting underway. I can see it down there. They're getting into the karts as we speak, getting the weights sorted out. Going to be explaining the way that the format is for our international viewers. A little bit different to what some people may be used to, particularly in their own indoor karting. It's going to be a very special event. Now, what have we got in store? Well, we'll have a look at the format now, and hopefully that will be coming up soon. And I'll explain it. It's a little bit different to what most people see. So what we have is
for the British Rental Kart Championship,
a lineup of 100 drivers in total. They're going to be racing over 10 heat races each year. They're racing in 10 heat races on per round. And here we are. So this is how the format is. We have 100 drivers. They compete in 4 rounds. Heat round 1, heat round 2, heat round 3, heat round 4. Each driver has 1 heat in each of those rounds. Now, the top 30 drivers on points at the end of that go through to one of the semi-finals. And that's their right to continue scoring. And the top 10 from that go to the Super Pole shootout, which sets the qualifying order for the grand final and the positions there. And the overall winner, the winner of that event, is the BRKC 2020 champion, including the £1,000 first prize, gigantic trophy, and free entry to the World Championship for 2020. World Championship, of course, this year in Portugal. British Rental Kart Championship is just one of a number of national titles that take place over the year. The British one, just like the others, is a one-weekend shootout event. Indoor karting is supposed to be a very, very easy to do and not very expensive form of motorsport. Now, if you were racing in a 10-round series, that's obviously a great big commitment in time and money over the year. Of course, when it's all on one weekend, it makes it a lot more doable and accessible. And the guys racing for that £1,000 first prize, that's probably the most profitable form of motorsport you can be doing in the UK at the moment. So, looking ahead, we've got the first heat races due to go out, and we've got a pretty much an all-star entry in this one, headed, for my money, by the Belgian Johan Medart. He's the reigning Belgian national champion, and he's actually looks like he's going to be one of the early ones out to qualify. We'll be looking at them as they take to the track. Also is Guillermo van Pamelen, and he's a former world champion, Guillermo van Pamelen. He, of course, was the world champion in the junior level. Now he's a sort of senior driver, and we'll see what he can do. But he is expected to be competitive and potentially a challenger for overall victory come the grand final if he can. Interestingly as well, British hopes in this one, we have Ed White. Ed White, of course, one of the highest rated of the British drivers. He's going to be out there. We also have Dante Dillon, who's another expert at this track and potentially one of the fastest. Look to him to throw a real star turn. Also a very light driver. Now that brings me on to another point. The karts are all weighted up equally to 90 kilos. So anybody who's less than 90 kilos will have to be adding weight. The top drivers all use their own sort of seat insert, which brings them up as close as possible to that 90 kilos. And over the course of the weekend, I'll be explaining that. I do appreciate we have a bunch of international viewers now who may not be entirely up to speed with the format. We'll keep you updated on what it is. But Dante Dillon, he is one of the lightest drivers and is actually using over 30 kilos of ballast. And you'll see them lifting out this ballasted seat insert as they get in and out of the cart. So I'm just looking out of the commentary window here. It looks like the drivers are all down there ready to go. Looking at the 2 rows, not sure which one's going to go out first, but one of Britain's top hopes, Ed White, he is going to be one of the first out to qualify. He's over on the right-hand lane as I see out of the window here. So he's going to be one to watch, but pretty much, as I say, all-star entry throughout this race, throughout the whole championship. Actually, there are over 40 foreign drivers, regulars who routinely go around Europe, particularly also around the world, chasing these national titles, and of course the Kart World Championship, the holy grail for all of these people. Now, the key thing to remember in this is because of its accessibility with the karting, the the fact is that nobody is looking to go beyond this to Formula One. This is the top of the tree for these guys. This is where it's at for them, and we will certainly be seeing how this means everything to each of these drivers here. And of course, that free entry to the World Championship, vitally important, does save them some money, and certainly they'll be shooting for that as well. The top three do receive a free entry into the World Championship. Again, a lot of these competitors will be taking part in the World Championship. They know each other quite well. They know what to expect from each other. So as they head on out onto the track, leaving the pit lane, the first thing they cross is the start line. Scott McIntyre is one of the new rookie British drivers in this. He's actually won the championship for the Junior Saloon Car Championship in the UK in cars this year, but he's relatively inexperienced at indoor karting. We'll see how it's going to be for him. It's going to be very difficult for him, because although he's a champion in cars, this is such a tightly contested event, and the people in it are among the world's best. So Scott McIntyre, Cedric Wouters, he's the one leading the way. So Cedric Wouters, now they're onto their qualifying lap now. It's a warm-up lap and a qualifying lap. This will set the starting grid. It's going to be a single file start. That means the karts stay more competitive for longer. There's no opening lap melee usually, although it can happen. But Cedric Wouters was the first one out to qualify. Alex Van Gien, perennial BRKC driver. Alex Van Gien is currently kissed from Cedric Wouters. But where's Johan Medart? Medart is fourth. Van Gien is still first. It's incredible. Dante Dillon won the pre-favourites, is fifth. And where is Ed White? Ed White is down in seventh place. It's going to be Van Gien, surely. There's some more drivers to come through. Will we see a change for the first place? Yes, we do. It's Cedric Wouters. Cedric Wouters now is top of the table. Alex Van Gien is back up in front. These are the finish now of the qualifying laps. So Alex Van Gien is still currently fastest. That's incredible for the veteran British driver. He's been in nearly every single BRKC race there's been. Guillermo Van Pamelen second. Ed White goes up first. Dante Dillon takes the provisional pole position. It's Dante Dillon fastest. Johan Medart comes through fourth. Hey Dillon. Greg Smith in there in eighth. And Nicole Egner moves up to eighth place. That pushes Smith and Nicky Dolan down. So we've got Dante Dillon qualifying on pole for the first BRKC race of 2020. He's followed by Ed White, Alex Van Gien and Johan Medart, Guillermo Van Pamelen, Cedric Wouters, Scott McIntyre down there in seventh, Nicole Egner's eighth, and Greg Smith ninth, with Nicky Dolan rounding them out in 10th place. Now this is incredible. Dante Dillon has been fast here. He is very much a highly rated local driver, but to give some perspective, back in 2018, Dante Dillon was 28th in the championship, 21st in 2019, and he's opening his 2020 campaign with pole position in this race. He's going to be pleased and possibly a little surprised, given he's got the reigning Belgian champion down in fourth behind him. Johan Medart, Guillermo Van Pamelen, former junior world champion, is there in fifth place. Ed White, British, highly rated British driver, one of Britain's top hopes to achieve in this. He was his highest rankings being third in the championship before, and Ed White certainly is looking to, sorry, he's been second. He was second in 2019 last year. He's also been fourth as well. That was the year before in 2018. He's obviously going to try and be first, but he's got to get past Dante Dillon if he's going to win this race. Alex Van Gien, that's potentially Van Gien's greatest ever qualifying performance in the format of the indoor format that the BRKC has taken since 2014. So Alex Van Gien, an incredible third place on the grid there. So the organisers getting them lined up there. They form a line on the back part, and the marshals there on the back straight, they will guide them into their correct position for the start. Now, looking up at the front there, that is, of course, we're looking straight at Ed White. Ed White there in the blue and orange helmet. In front of him is Dante Dillon, and then behind him is Alex Van Gien. There's Alex Van Gien in the blue overalls, blue and white overalls with the blue and white helmet. Very recognisable there. And Alex Van Gien will be starting third. There's Johan Medart coming through in fourth. So we're anticipating the start. It's a rolling start. The marshals just slowing them down, backing them all up, so it's a very tight run to the line. And Dante Dillon pulls the pin. He crosses the line and leads the way on the opening race of BRKC 2020. So Dante Dillon leads the way, a very lightweight driver, but remember, he is weighted to 90 kilos, just like all the rest with that seat insert I was talking about. It's been a clean start, but it does look like it is Dante Dillon and Ed White already pulling away a little bit. Johan Medart is running in third. He's got ahead of Alex Van Gien, who's been pushed forward. So Johan Medart making moves already. Van Gien fighting a bit of a rearguard action there to Guillermo Van Pamelen. And here comes Ed White in the lead. Ed White has taken the lead from Dante Dillon. Ed White, unsighted there, has taken the lead as they cross the line. There's the finish line. See painted on the ground there, that black and white strip there. So Ed White leads the way in the opening race, BRKC 2020. This is what Ed White needs. He needs to pull a bit of a gap now on Dante Dillon. Another exciting part of this format for the indoor championships that the rest of the world use. And point during this race, they will all have to make a pit stop. They effectively stop twice in one pit visit. And you can see the entrance there for the pit lane to the right there on the camera view. Ed White is leading the way. They can't stop in the opening lap. It's going to be an interesting variety of strategies. Will people pit early? Will people pit later? Obviously, a later pit stop allows you to really decide during the race if you need to pit or to get away from somebody. If you feel that you're being held up by someone, although the standard in this event is so high, it's very unlikely anyone's going to be getting held up as such. But Ed White is leading the way. He's got Dante Dillon. It's unlikely they're going to be stopping early. I think Ed White and Dante Dillon and certainly Johan Medart may go for the long haul in terms of waiting for a late pit stop. Although with Johan Medart closing quite handily on the leaders now, he's really gapped himself from 4th place Alex Van Gien. Johan Medart may choose for an early pit stop if he feels this can be the best way of getting past the two leaders. If he feels he's got the pace, he may well come into the pits and try and make up ground without anyone in front of him, and he's free to run his own pace. And then, of course, when the two leaders, Ed White and Dante Dillon, come in, they will theoretically, from his point of view, tuck in behind Medart. So will Medart come in? No, he's not. He's staying out. He's staying out there in 3rd place. He's all over the back of Dante Dillon as they start another lap. There he is on screen. So Johan Medart is the one in 3rd place. So there goes Ed White into the snail section, as it's known here at Formula Fast and Milton Keynes. There's Ed White, and he's got Dante Dillon behind him with Johan Medart right on the tail of Dante Dillon. There they are. That's Dillon. That's Medart. They're coming around the big sweeping bend onto the backstretch now. Medart, will he go to the inside? No, Dante Dillon's covered it. Dante Dillon's covered it. With someone in the pits? No, that's the pit lane itself. But as they come through, will we see Medart duck into the pits? No, Medart is staying out. Medart is staying out. He feels he can maybe challenge Dante Dillon on track. He's really close behind the young driver there. Dante Dillon quite experienced now, and he knows what to do to hold off the likes of Johan Medart, the Belgian national champion there, Medart. And we'll be seeing some of the people he had to beat later on in the championship, including double world champion Ruben Boutens and reigning British champion, and of course the new world champion Michael Schulte will be in action. There's Ed White, a close-up as he gets towards the final corner. Ed White is opening a bigger lead now, and there's the 2nd place. It's Dillon from Medart. Dante Dillon crossed in line to put in another lap in 2nd place ahead of Johan Medart, the Belgian national champion, as Medart really is he's staying with Dillon, and theoretically you'd think he'd want to be going past. It's going to be difficult for him to try and make a move. Dante Dillon does seem to have all the bases covered. Down the backstretch, here comes Ed White now. Dillon moves to the inside to cover it. Johan Medart getting pretty racy now, but Dante Dillon's got the measure of him. This so-called sort of 6th sense that a decent indoor karter has. Of course, there are no mirrors. He can't actually see Medart. He just has to kind of know he's there. He knows that Medart is close, and he knows a challenge is going to be coming, particularly into that corner at the end of the back straight. So let's have a little recap. Ed White is continuing round. He's put 7 laps into the books now. He's opening a bigger lead from that titanic battle for 2nd place. It's Dante Dillon and Johan Medart. Now, Johan Medart had better watch out here. He's making a move to the inside, but Dante Dillon has blocked him out. I think it's time for Medart to pit myself, because Ed White is starting to pull away. So will we see Medart come in this time? Medart could pit himself around the problem, but he's not taking it. Medart has not taken the option to pit stop. In fact, he's been close in by Guillermo van Pamelen. Guillermo van Pamelen is seriously on the move now. I'm going to have a look at the fastest laps. They're not quite coming up yet, but certainly let me have a look and see. Is Van Pamelen quickest on track? Yes, he is. Van Pamelen is the fastest on the track at the moment, and Van Pamelen is in 4th place. He's making all those moves to get up into 3rd place to challenge Johan Medart, possibly even take 2nd. There's Van Pamelen right there. You can see it on screen. So Dante Dillon at the head of that little group there. Medart 2nd, and Van Pamelen's made a huge gain on the battle for 2nd place. Van Pamelen fastest on track and is closing them down. He's now joined that battle as they work through the snail section and out towards the backstretch. Now, will there be a huge run? Dante Dillon's going to be defending from Medart, but he's also going to be defending from Van Pamelen in 4th place as well as they come down the back straight. Medart one side and the other, but Van Pamelen's having a watching brief there. coming to the final part. There's Ed White, he goes through now. Will Medart pit? Will Medart pit? No, he doesn't, nor does Van Pamelen. And Van Pamelen has very quickly caught that second place battle. Maybe Van Pamelen's going to take an inspired pit stop. A move on the inside there by Johan Medart didn't come off. It's still Dante Dillon in that second place. Dante Dillon putting in the performance of a lifetime to hold on to that second place in this opening race. And into the pits, we've got the 13. The 13, that's Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan pits from last place, and double pit stop. Each driver has to come to a halt twice, once at the beginning of the pit lane, once at the end. It's a mandatory stop for all competitors. Into the pits is Van Pamelen. There he is from 4th place. This is an inspired move by Van Pamelen. He's going to use this opportunity to try and get away from Medart and from Dante Dillon. He feels he's going to be faster on his own, but he's come out right behind another driver. That's Greg Smith. Greg Smith is ahead of Guillermo Van Pamelen. Now there is Johan Medart. Johan Medart has been freed from the challenge of Guillermo Van Pamelen as he's still working on Dante Dillon now. Will he follow Van Pamelen's idea of coming to the pits? No, Medart is staying out. Medart is staying out as they cross the line again. Another lap in the books. 12 laps completed so far. So into the pits, we've got another pit visitor. Have a look at that. Is that Scott McIntyre? It's the 21. Yes, it is. It's Scott McIntyre. And also in the pits is Greg Smith. Now that releases Guillermo Van Pamelen. If you remember, when Van Pamelen came out, he came out right behind Greg Smith. So this is really playing into his hands. Guillermo Van Pamelen is now free to set whatever lap times he thinks he can. And into... No, we've got a pass for position. It's unseen by me. Johan Medart has actually taken that second place now, and he's starting to pull away a little bit. The 8 Kart is in. That's Cedric Wouters. Cedric Wouters into the pits, and Cedric won the early qualifiers. The Belgian driver there, Cedric Wouters. He is, he's been a world champion himself. The Traxxas karting in 2018, and Cedric Wouters, very highly rated driver from Belgium. We've seen him before. Talking of highly rated though, it's still Ed White who's just crossed the line to put another lap in there, and this is the area of the snail section we're looking on screen. Now Ed White's going to arrive any second. There he is. There's Ed White coming through. He's just gone through. Now what's the gap? There's the gap. That's Medart visible there. It's quite a bit of a chunk. Ed White is making his way around. He's been waved through there by I think Nicky Dolan, and that puts Ed White a lap ahead. Obviously Ed does have to make a pit stop. Dolan has made his stop, and Ed White is going to be closing in towards Greg Smith there. Greg Smith, of course, has been in the pits. Ed White has not. Now, was that Medart? Yes, it was Medart. Medart is in the pits. Johan Medart, the Belgian national champion, pits from 2nd place. Now, this is very important from Ed White's point of view, because Ed White needs Medart to not really be able to make inroads on his lead. Ed White has got to be fast at this stage. Medart will be trying to consider where he's going to come out in front of him or behind him when he, as in Ed White, actually makes his pit stop. So it's still the order of the race being Ed White from Dante Dillon. Guillermo Van Pamelen has come up to 3rd place now, and Guillermo Van Pamelen has made his pit stop. We look at maybe just under 10 seconds. Around 10 seconds is a good benchmark for pit stops, and Guillermo Van Pamelen would at the moment come out of this cycle of pit stops ahead of Dante Dillon, but behind Ed White, should things stay as they are at the moment. But we'll see what happens. But Dante Dillon's pit stop is going to have to be very, very good indeed. Now, it's still Ed White in the lead. It's still Dante Dillon. It's really all eyes on Dante Dillon there in 2nd place as to when he makes his pit stop and how that's going to work out. Guillermo Van Pamelen, who is now 3rd on the road, and Johan Medart, who is 4th on the road, both having made their stops. So Cedric Wouters. Pretty much everybody's been in the pits now, except, crucially, those 2 leaders. We're looking at Alex Van Gien there, perennial BRKC regular, and he has up and down the years, it has to be said. He has actually won a BRKC Heat race before. It's not going to be this one, but he's showing well there in the midfield, and that's him running around there with Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre making his debut in the BRKC in 2020. So, still Ed White in the lead, but there's Alex Van Gien, there's Scott McIntyre as they make their way around, and Alex Van Gien into that corner at the end of the back straight. Very obvious place for overtaking now. Very tight close up there as they cross the line there. So Scott McIntyre is now closed in a bit on Alex Van Gien, and this is actually a battle for position. They're very close indeed. Scott McIntyre has really got the bit between his teeth. He's in the opening race on his debut at the British Rental Kart Championship. This is the highest level you can get for a rental kart championship Championships. It's the British Championships, a one-event shootout, glittering international entry here. This is the backstretch, and there's Van Geen trying to defend now. Greg Smith has been passed there by the race leader, Ed White. Greg Smith with 19 laps in has yet to make that pit stop, though. He didn't need to make a pit stop to get around Greg Smith. Greg obviously saw him coming, realised it was the race leader, waved him through. And there's Ed White, followed by Greg Smith. Putting another lap in. It's going to be 20 laps there for Ed White. Ed White now 20 laps in. And there, well, that's Ed White we're looking at coming out of the snail section. Very tight, difficult section there for the snail area, we call it. And around and down that long backstretch. He's making up a little bit of time there over Greg Smith. Ed White is running fast. He's not the fastest on the track. That is now Johan Medart. Johan Medart appears to be the quickest on the track. Johan Medart is in 4th place. Of course, he has lost time to Guillermo van Pamelen, maybe a little bit late with the pit stop. Van Pamelen made the earlier pit stop, and it seems to work for him. Now there's Dante Dillon in the pits. This is crucial, and Dillon loses 2nd. He loses 3rd, and he's coming out 4th. Dante Dillon's going to come out 4th. He's going to maintain that gap over Cedric Wouters, though. Does he? Yes, he does. He's on the snail section. There's Ed White. There's Greg Smith, who we know is a lap down. What's happening behind? There's Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon coming out of the snail section. He's held on to 4th place. Yes, he's lost a place to Guillermo van Pamelen. Yes, he's lost a place to Johan Medart, but he is 4th. He stayed ahead of Cedric Wouters and Alex Van Geen. Crucially, though, I think the one he had to be worried about was Wouters. The way Medart was catching, the way Van Pamelen was catching with their earlier pit stops, it was probably fairly obvious they were going to leapfrog him when they were able to run in clean air, particularly Van Pamelen, it has to be said, who has now moved in 2nd. But crucially, from Dillon's point of view, he can get a lot of points there for that 4th place. Remember, it's a points-based system. Each driver runs 1 heat race in each of those 4 rounds, so Dante Dillon does have another 3 races this weekend after that in order to score enough points to make it to the semi-final. It's going to be very, very tough this year. We say it every year, but this year, with an incredible all-star cast, many world champions, but we have last year's world champion and the year before that's world champion. 2 more years of world champions as well around there, which I'll be talking about as we go on. There's Alex Van Geen and Scott McIntyre. This is quite a race here. Scott McIntyre, the debutant junior saloon car champion from last year, as we've already said, but he's all over the back of BRKC regular Alex Van Geen. Now Alex Van Geen is really showing well. He's in the midfield there. We've seen him in this sort of thing. We've seen him at the front, we've seen him at the back, we've seen him in the middle. But Scott McIntyre is really showing good form. If he's able to stay with regulars like Alex Van Geen, that really is a good sign. It's so easy to feel that, well, you know, it's an indoor car race. I should be able to do this because, you know, I've won the Junior Saloon Car Championship on all the big circuits like Brands Hatch, Silverstone, Snetson. But this really is the top level in its own right. These guys are racing each year for various national championships, big money championships like this one here in Milton Keynes at Formula Fast. And quite frankly, it's the top of the tree for them. They're not looking to take this any higher. It's the most affordable and profitable racing they can do, and they will sit in this for the rest of their racing careers. So Scott McIntyre running 7th place is really quite a good showing there from the debutant in his opening race. And Alex Van Geen, and it looks like they're being closed in, and that's Nicole Egner, the German girl. Nicole Egner is closing in on Scott McIntyre and Alex Van Geen. This can be a 3-way fight for 6th place between Alex Van Geen, Scott McIntyre and Nicole Egner. And Nicole Egner, the German girl, is making her debut here in the BRKC, obviously a regular in the German Championships and the World Championships, another one of the visiting foreign drivers there. And there's Alex Van Geen, and there is Scott McIntyre. They've been closing by Nicole Egner there, who's just coming into view just behind. She's actually sort of gradually creeping up on them. She was 2nd place in the German Indoor Kart Championship last year, and in the Team Kart Cup. And so Nicole Egner, there's Ed White, the race leader in the pits. Here he is. So this is the 2nd part of the pit stop, and Ed White comes out. He's he's lost some position, but there are people who are a lap down. Ed White stays in the lead, does he? Yes, he does. Ed White has come out just in front of Guillermo van Pamelen. Ed White has done enough. So when we see on the screen there, we'll be looking for Ed White. There's Dante Dillon, with Cedric Wouters has caught him as well. Gosh, this is really tightening up to the final stages of this race. Now, down the back straight, where is Ed White? There is Ed White on your screen now. That's Ed White. There's Guillermo van Pamelen. There is Johan Medard. It's really close, first, second, third, and there in fourth place was Dante Dillon and Cedric Wouters battling away. So really, the length of that backstretch is pretty much covering the top 5, which is half the race. 10 karts in the race, of course, in every race. Now there's Ed White, the race leader. That's exiting the Snell section, and a long winding curve as they head towards the backstretch. There's Ed White, and this look like Guillermo van Pamelen just going out of view in the picture on the far side of the screen. So Ed White continues in the lead. He's done enough. He's got a 2-second lead, and he's just going to cross the line now. We're going to have a look at the gap there. So Ed White crosses the line. Oh, there's a battle there. That is Cedric Wouters all over the back of Dante Dillon. Now Dante Dillon is fighting like crazy to hold on to fourth place. Ed White 29 laps in. There's Ed White coming off the Snell section here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. Britain's top indoor kart championship is hosted here at Formula Fast, a very worthy venue, and top championship in potentially the top circuit in the UK. They certainly know how to put on a race, and that's what we're getting here. So Ed White continues on in the lead. Guillermo van Pamelen, but Van Pamelen's closed it down. Ed White's had to pass somebody. It looks like it was Nicky Dolan he had to pass. Yes, he's between Nicky Dolan and Greg Smith, so Ed White maybe's lost some time, but the race not long to go now. We've got 30 laps in the books, and in fact there is Ed White taking Greg Smith, and in fact Greg Smith coming under attack from Nicky Dolan. That's the position behind him, but Greg Smith holds on. He holds on. So there's Ed White on screen in the lead, the race leader, Ed White. And there's 2 back markers, and then it's Guillermo van Pamelen, and then it's Johan Medard. So there's White, the 2 back markers in Smith and Dolan, and then Guillermo van Pamelen. Guillermo van Pamelen really cursing the fact he's got 2 back markers in front of him. He's already all over the back of Nicky Dolan, but Johan Medard's going with him. So let's have a look. It's Ed White. Oh, the backstretch is going to be epic. We're going to see an enormous move down the back there from Guillermo van Pamelen, surely. There's Ed White with a bit of a gap. Guillermo van Pamelen's got the first one. He's got Dolan. Now he's after Smith. He hasn't got enough space, but now Guillermo van Pamelen has got a kart, which is Nicky Dolan, between him and Guillermo van Pamelen. Sorry, Johan Medard it was, has just passed the 2 back markers, Dolan and Smith, in one move there. A little bit of a wave from the Belgian champion, and Dolan has taken Smith as well. It's all kicking off down the back end there as we watch Ed White. Now look at this, Ed White coming onto the backstretch. What is the visual gap? Because there is Ed White. He seems to have it pretty clear at the moment. There's Guillermo van Pamelen. Guillermo van Pamelen, 2 seconds. He's lost time behind Greg Smith and Nicky Dolan, which is exactly what Ed White wanted. So across the line, there is Ed White. Here is Van Pamelen. Ed White, one of Britain's top hopes, highly rated for many years. He was second in the championship last year. There's Guillermo van Pamelen there, former world champion himself in the junior rankings. And the race, it's got a bit of a collision at the back there. It was Alex Van Gien, and that was Nicole Egner, and who was it? Scott McIntyre, I believe, came into contact. All 3 of them almost came to a stop. Just looking at the screen. But here is Ed White. Ed White continues on. 34 laps in. Guillermo van Pamelen is right behind him. It's less than 2 seconds now. It's less than 2 seconds. Guillermo van Pamelen is closing in on the race leader. Has he got enough time? We're not sure yet. There's still a little bit of time to go. A few minutes left, but not very many. So we'll keep an eye on where that second place is. So Ed White, it's visual. It's less than 2. There's Guillermo van Pamelen behind, and there's Johan Medard coming into the picture. The gap seems to be visually about equal between the top 3. Across the line again, it's Ed White, it's Guillermo van Pamelen, and Johan Medard, and then in 4th place. Here it is. It's the battle crossing the line. Dante Dillon, Cedric Wouters. So looking out, Johan Medard. There's the finish line. We're getting ready with the checkered flag in the not too distant. 35 laps in the book. There's Ed White. Ed White running down that backstretch. There's Guillermo van Pamelen, and there is Johan Medard. So you could see the leaders there. Surely it's getting closer. Yes, it is on time. Guillermo van Pamelen is listed at 1.7 seconds behind on the last lap through, but they're crossing the line again. Has he closed in? The checkered flag is out. Ed White has won, and Guillermo van Pamelen is second, and Johan Medard is in third. Van Pamelen did close in. Dante Dillon, will he hold on? Yes, he does. Dante Dillon into 4th place. Cedric Wouters into 5th place. Alex Van Gien, yes, he's going to be 6th. But Nicole Egner has passed Scott McIntyre for 7th. That puts McIntyre in 7th. There they are crossing the line now. Very much a last lap move there. And then Nicky Dolan has finished ahead of Greg Smith, who's been pushed back to 10th. Those final two a lap down. What a race to open up the 2020 championship with. And we'll be moving to race 2 soon enough. But an incredible opening win there by Ed White. And Ed White managed to get that to race 1. Guillermo van Pamelen came through to second place. A great run up the order from him. Started pretty much in the mid-pack. Johan Medart, he set the fastest lap, 32.2, but he is in 3rd place. Fighting 3rd place, though, it must be said. But what about Dante Dillon, Cedric Wouters? Epic battle there. So they've come in the pits now. Have a look at this. You'll see the seat inserts I was talking about. We've got a golden view there, number 15, which is Dante Dillon, with probably the heaviest weights added in this particular race. In the red suit there was Nicole Egner, the German. And so they're going to be pulling those seats out. They've got to go through a weight check now. Everybody has to be up to that 90 kilos, and Dante Dillon's going to be the one that's struggling most. He's got to lift that. In fact, he's got a little trolley for it. I'm looking out the window here in the pit lane. There's Dante Dillon in the pit lane with the trolley, with his seat on. It's that heavy that he's got to be throwing it around at least 4 times, maybe 6 times this weekend if he makes the final. And so he's conversing with Lewis Manley, who we're going to be talking about quite a lot. Lewis Manley, track champion here at Formula Fast. He knows his way around here. Been a consistent challenger. Overall 4 victory in the British Rental Kart Championship over the years. Lewis Manley, we're going to see in action in this next heat race. So a great start for the Brits. It looks like we're going over to Kyle Powell maybe for an interview.
Thanks, James. I'm just here with race winner Ed White. Ed, what a great way to open up your account. You made a decisive move on Dante at the end of the first lap. Was that premeditated?
Yeah, really good way to start the event. Qualifying lap I hit the barrier on the Snell section, so I didn't get a perfect lap. Dante put in a really good lap, so starting second, I knew I had to get past him as soon as possible. I knew Johan was in 4th, he'd get past Alex, and I need to get away from him really. But made the move on the first lap and managed to just get a gap. Guys behind were quick all race, they were catching, but luckily I had the gap to take the win.
Okay, nice one. Did you not feel like you needed to pit as soon as you come up with the back markers? You started to close on back markers, but you kept your head and you decided to pass them rather than jump into the pits. Yeah,
the blue flags around here are pretty good. Didn't lose too much time behind them. Thought I'd try and get the biggest gap possible, and then when they started closing in I thought I'd have to pit just to cover them off. But it was a good race,
Well, for your efforts, I have a rather snazzy medal for you.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Congratulations. Great drive, Ed. I'm just going to try to grab Alex Van Gien as well, who was involved in in quite a brutal midfield tussle. I'll just grab him now.
Oh yeah, teammate preference, of course.
So 6th place, Alex Van Gien. That looked pretty tricky there.
That was. I hadn't qualified myself. I don't quite know how that came out, so well happy with that. But the race, listen, I was never going to keep Johan behind me. I didn't fight him too hard. I knew he'd have a go. Van Pamelen's move was a bit aggressive. He forced me wide, but okay, if that's what we're allowing. But I was happy with my pace. I never really got a chance to open it up, though. I seem to always be defending, and so I was 6th, kept him off, but it's all good. Happy first race. It's where I expected to come.
Okay, well done, mate. Back to you, James.
Nice one, Kyle. Kyle, your opinions on that race? It was quite an epic performance, wasn't it? Particularly by Alex Van Gien, but most of all, Ed White took the win. Incredible.
Yeah, I thought it was an extremely good recovery from Johan Medart. He had a bad qualifying, and he kept his cool. He made some good moves, and also from Van Pamelen as well. He pitted early and managed to jump several people in the pit stop. So a nice tactical race and a very strong opening accounts of the drivers would expect to be at the front.
Absolutely, Carl, and obviously we've seen you in action over the years here at Formula Fast. How's it feel to be stood there watching it? It's a bit harder, no?
It's a bit strange being on this side of it, but I'm here with a second place finisher, William Van Pamelen. How did it go? It looked like you made a very good decision to pit quite early and then managed to jump a few people in the pit stops.
Yeah, I was thinking because I was faster than the person behind me. It was Johan and the other guy who are defending. So they lose a lot of time, and I was just like, let's take a gamble. So
it looked like it got a little bit tense with some of the back markers out there. Were you feeling under pressure from Johan behind?
Yeah, a little bit. It was like it takes a couple of corners when they wave the blue flag. So I was losing a lot of time in the front of Ed White, and maybe Johan was also stuck. I didn't see, but.
And also, you started to close in on Ed a little bit at the end. Did you think you had a chance at maybe a sneaky move if you got close enough?
It would be good, but I saw in the time it was like 5 minutes to go, and I was 2 times faster than him per lap. So it wasn't going to work, because he was in the first couple of laps. He just get a gap of 4 seconds, and it was too big.
Okay, brilliant. Well, have a nice medal for your efforts. Congratulations, and a great way to open your account.
Thank you.
Back to you, James. Qualifying for this next race just about to start.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that, Carl. Some great interviews there. Of course, Guillermo van Pamelen is a brilliant as ever, and he has taken second place. A huge score for him in that. Very important. We're moving now to the second heat race, and obviously a completely different set of drivers. Again, some very interesting ones to watch. Now, let's have a look at this. We've got Michael Weddle, who we've seen many times down from Scotland. He was actually the newcomer champion in Scotland in the minis there. He came second in class in the British 24-hour before, and his best result in the BRKC was in 2012 when he was actually third overall when it was a multi-round format. Michael Weddle, very well known to everybody, and one of the great personalities here. Carl Stevens, we've seen him many times. He was actually 87th last year in the standings overall, and obviously looking to improve on that. But he was the D-Max Heavies champion in 2019. So again, another driver with something to say for himself. And then we come on to Wojciech Zerb. And Wojciech Zerb, well, gosh, what can we say? He was 13th place overall last year on his debut. Just missed out on a place in that final. Absolutely incredible. One of the 2 racing Zerb brothers from Poland, who excel at world level. He was actually the Polish gearbox karting champion in 2017, so he really is someone with quite a pedigree. Kevin Geli-Ruffat is actually, would you believe it, the iRacing Formula Mazda world champion from 2014. He's coming over from France, from Saint-Malins there. And Sebastian Raikkonen, now we've seen Sebastian Raikkonen here a lot over the years. He tends to run mid-pack towards the tail, but a great driver there. Now the times are coming in. We're going to have a look. It's Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays, who's provisionally on the pole position. So Tyler Mays has taken the provisional pole from Dwayne Stoddart. Dwayne Stoddart's been pushed down. Tyler Mays has been pushed down by Lewis Manley, who is a track champion. He's been beaten by Wojciech Zerb. Wojciech Zerb is taking the provision pole. So from Lewis Manley, Adrian Suzuki, Michael Weddle comes into third. Matt Box, another one making a debut. Now Matt Box is someone we've not seen here before at all, and he's a regular at Team Sport in Bristol, so he knows his way around an indoor track, but not Formula Fast here at Milton Keynes. It's an incredible performance at 5th to push Tyler Mays all the way down to 6th place. Incredible there. Tyler Mays, one of the top British drivers normally. He's been pushed down 6th, so really from his point of view, he's got a lot of work to do in this race. Carl Stevens is down there in 7th place. Dwayne Stoddart, he's been here a number of years now. He's in 8th place there. Sebastian Raikkonen is one further back from him in 9th place. Sebastian, of course, he's another one who races in the various international championships. He was out in the Polish championships, for instance, last year. And then Kevin Geli-Ruffat there in 10th place, the Frenchman down in 10th place, making his BRKC debut. So this is going to be quite exciting. We've got Wojciech Zerb. Now, Zerb, really, he's well, got to be one of the favourites to win this, but he's going to have to fend off Lewis Manley and inspire Michael Weddle there in 3rd place. Michael Weddle, of course, great friend and usually teammate with Alex Van Gien, but not this time around. Now, they're going to take the start. It's Zerb, the Polish champion, who's taking the lead there, and Lewis Manley, the track champion, is in 2nd place behind him. So they're going to take the green flag. They do. The green is on, and it's a good start there. It's Wojciech Zerb. He's leading the way. Lewis Manley trying to attack, trying to defend at the same time, because he has Michael Weddle. He knows Michael Weddle is the sort of driver who's going to try and make up places straight away as they leave the snail area now, and they're heading towards the backstretch. Now, what will it be coming down the backstretch? Will we see some almighty lunges? We do see some crazy lunges down here. No, they're all in line astern. They're all pacing themselves nicely through that. Sebastian Raikkonen, they're bringing up the rear. He's one of the Scruffy Bear team drivers, and they complete that opening lap with Wojciech Zerb. Wojciech Zerb, the first of the two racing brothers we're going to see so much of this weekend. They've come over from Poland. They actually came over a couple of weeks ago purely to do some practice, then flew back to Poland again. That's how very seriously they take their karting generally, and this event in particular. So, Wojciech Zerb, he's in the white helmet and the black suit, and there's Lewis Manley behind him. Lewis Manley, has to be said, one of the British hopes in this event. He's come close to winning before. He's won heat races, he's won semi-finals. He's been right up there. He's been dogged by illness in the past, but now he's fully fit. He's fully fit and back and meaning business. He's following Zerb as Zerb tries to break away from the field. They've gapped Michael Weddle, but Michael Weddle has got Adrian Ziejewski, the pole, Matt Box and Tyler Mays behind him. And talking of Tyler Mays, what's happening with Tyler Mays there? He's going to have to make some moves pretty early on. This is running 6. He's on the back of Matt Box. Will that start down here? No, it doesn't. There's Weddle. There's Ziejewski and Box behind, followed by Mays. So there's the leader, Zerb. There's the second place, Manley. Zerb across the line, Manley. Now that's the gap to third place, fourth, fifth, sixth. And sixth, of course, is Tyler Mays, usually one of the British hopes. There's Dwayne Stoddart just going through. Dwayne Stoddart, we've seen him so many times over the years. He's usually round near the tail, but he's looking to make inroads in that. In fact, there's Sebastian Raikkonen just in the corner of the screen there, seemed to make a move there on the French driver, Kevin Kelly-Rafat there. So, continuing in the same positions, Wojciech Zerb is doing his absolute formidable best to pull away. He's crossing the line now. Lewis Manley is in pursuit, less than a second behind, and then there's a second and a half really until you get to Michael Weddle and Adrian Ziejewski, Matt Box, Tyler Mays, that gaggle behind, and that really is where the race is at the moment. So there's Zerb, there's Manley, now here's Weddle, and then Ziejewski, Box. So at the end of the straight, there's Zerb turning in, and a great view of the tail of the cars. There's Stoddart, we're looking at the back of Stoddart there, Dwayne Stoddart, and there's Sebastian Raikkonen. Sebastian Raikkonen in 9th place, just going down the back stretch with Kevin Kelly-Rafat, the Frenchman, behind him. So there's the back stretch, no one in the pits yet, so we can see there, very empty pit lane. Now here's Wojciech Zerb, now he's coming off the snail section. There's Lewis Manley, keeping him in sight, and there's Michael Weddle with a little bit of a gap to Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, one of the best around the Formula Fast here, a multiple champion, 3 times champion, I believe, of Formula Fast, but I will double check on that. He has won so often around here, it's hard to tell. There's Tyler Mays, the 13 driver there. Tyler Mays, one of Britain's hopes. He's all over the back there of Matt Box. Matt Box, a debutant here in the British Rental Championship. He's finding his feet. This is his opening heat race for him. And each driver, of course, competes in 1 heat race per round. So, onto the backstretch section, and then it'll be onto the backstretch. There's Raikkonen in the blue suit, and he's making a bit of a gap over 10th place there, Kevin Kelly-Rafat. So, down the backstretch, Zerb, Manley, Weddle, Ziejewski, Box, Mays, and then of course it's Carl Stevens, followed by Dwayne Stoddart. We're looking at Tyler Mays. Now Tyler Mays has Carl Stevens behind him, but some way back by look at it. So there's Mays, a gap, there's Stevens. So Tyler Mays has no one really challenging him, so he's free, if you like, to work on Matt Box without the pressure of, if it doesn't work, he's going to lose a place himself. So, no pit visitors yet. Everyone's going for the bit of a long run here by the looks of it. Zerb certainly has no reason to pit. He'll be more concerned about where he comes out. He would like to make a big enough gap so he can come out without being in the middle of a back of the field battle, especially this one here. He would not want to be in the middle of this. So Zerb theoretically is going to stay out a long time. I'm sure Lewis Manley now has the racing brain to follow suit really there with Zerb. He knows that Zerb is good. He knows that Zerb knows exactly what he's doing. It has to be said though, Lewis Manley is another who knows what he's doing. So watching both their strategies will be important. Now it does seem that there's a bit of a gap broken out there behind Adrian Ziejewski. And that will mean Matt Box and Tyler Mays are fighting away, but there's a couple of karts now between them and the Polish driver Ziejewski. So, no, they've closed back in, It seemed that there'd been a gap opening up, but it's closed back again. It's still definitely a breakaway with the two leaders, although Lewis Manley himself is being dropped by Wojciech Zerb. Wojciech Zerb doing exactly what he needs to do to get maximum points in this heat race. He's got some serious competition coming up and needs all the points he can get now. There's Zerb. There is Manley in the red suit. There he is, Lewis Manley. one of Britain's top hopes, crossing the line again in his pursuit of Sherb. It's going to be very interesting to see what they decide to do in terms of pits. Will Lewis Manley actually be settling for second already? It sounds a crazy thing, but he may well already think, well, look, I'm going to get a lot of points for this. My main priority here is to stay ahead of Vettel, Chitowski, Box and Mays, and not really worry too much about Sherb. However, Lewis Manley, he always wants to win. Now, Sherb is staying out, so is Lewis Manley. No pit visitors yet. It's going to be a long way into this race before we get the first of the pit visitors. But yes, we've got one in now as I speak, and it's Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays clearly feels that he's actually quicker, and he would like to stay out, the others to stay out a little bit longer and him try and make inroads. He's come out just ahead of Sebastian Raikkonen. Is Raikkonen going to challenge him? He's not. He's going to stay behind Mays. Now, this could be good for Sebastian Raikkonen because with the best will in the world, it has to be said, Tyler Mays would have to be assumed to be faster than Sebastian Raikkonen. And so he will actually be wise to follow Mays and let Mays pull him along. Mays will pull him along to a higher position, maybe that he might have got himself when the pit stops cycle out. So I'm expecting Sebastian Raikkonen to stay out for quite some time now. As long as he's got sort of Tyler Mays pretty much in sight pulling him along, that'll be to his benefit. So, a recap with 12 laps in the books on this race. It's Wojciech Sherb, the Polish driver, one of the top drivers from Poland, one of the two Sherb brothers. He's been followed there by Lewis Manley by a second and a half. Lewis Manley has now dropped to a second half. Now there's Tyler Mays on screen. There's Sebastian Raikkonen just trying to keep him in sight. So Sebastian Raikkonen, it wouldn't be a surprise if he starts setting his quickest laps. He's a little bit slower on that one, but he had to obviously check up a little bit after Tyler Mays came through. So yes, it's already a very good lap there by Sebastian Raikkonen. He's really going fast behind Mays. Mays pulling him along, but Wojciech Sherb continues in the lead. He's actually extending his lead over Lewis Manley. And so Wojciech Sherb there, and that's the tail ender there in the form of Kelly Rufat from France. So Raikkonen now losing a bit more time, so it probably won't be too long before he's in the pits. There's Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays, it's a bit strange to see him sort of further down the order. He's running 8th, yes, but he's yet to make a pit stop. Others have made stops in front of him. He's certainly been a multiple champion in karting, Tyler Mays. The list is very long when it comes to results and stats on Tyler Mays, but suffice to say he is one of the top-rated Brits indeed. So Sherb, a new record for Sherb. Sherb is fast in this race with a new personal best lap. Lewis Manley, on that previous lap, he was 10th of a second slower than Sherb. In fact, you can see that gap is really opening up now. It's 2 seconds. There's Sherb. Sherb, the Polish driver, Wojciech Sherb in this case. We have Michael Sherb later on. There's Lewis Manley in the red. And then, of course, Michael Weddle. Now, Michael Weddle has sort of maintained the 2 second gap. So Lewis Manley has actually now found himself in the situation where he's halfway in between the first and third positions, so it's a fairly even gap now as we watch Sherb onto the backstretch. So there's Sherb, he's got the entire length of the straight. There's Manley, should be the entire length of the straight, and there is Weddle. And then sort of a little bit closer, but almost the entire length straight, is the 4th place Chitowski there. So this really is quite cat and mouse now. It's going to be down on the pit stops and potentially the back markers. The back markers, of course, being Kevin Gelly Rufat and Sebastian Raikkonen. I'm expecting Tyler Mays to sort of pull away from that. He is out of position, albeit that 8th place. That would, you can therefore consider him the next on the list, but he will be moving forward. He'll be running a similar pace to Sherb. In fact, I'm going to check on that. Yes, he is. He's only 3/10 off Sherb on the last lap there, so it's very, very close indeed in terms of time on those, albeit distance on the track is huge because Tyler Mays has pitted and Sherb has not. A new record there. New record lap for this race by Wojciech Sherb. Really is trying to extend that lead up. Now, in an ideal situation, he would be making a pit stop at around the 10-second mark, maybe slightly faster. Now, if he can put 10 seconds to Lewis Manley, crazy though that sounds, he has managed to make an incredible 2.5 seconds already. So if he can pull anything like a 10 seconds, that would put him really clear. He'd be in and out of the pits without even dropping the lead. However, as it stands, if he was to come into the pits, he would come out right behind Carl Stevens, which is for 6th place, so it probably wouldn't be in his interest to do that right now. He's certainly going to see that. He'll be looking across the track, seeing where he is relative. He'll know, well, it takes me 10 seconds to get from this point to that point, so if he looks at that point, if you like, he'll be able to see where he will come out, and he can see exactly what is there at the time. So right now would not be a good time for the Sherb to pit, so it's very unlikely we will see the Polish champion into the pits anytime soon. However, as he continues to go faster, he will create a gap in that area where he's going to come out, and that might be what he goes for, knowing that he'll come out in some nice clean air. And there is Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays there, a huge lunge on Dwayne Stoddart. Tyler Mays making up a position into 7th place there. So there's Tyler Mays in the predominantly green suit, followed by Dwayne Stoddart there. And you can see Tyler Mays is really fast. Let's have a look at those times. Tyler Mays, well, a 32.5, of course, it will have cost him a little bit of time making that move. We can expect him, he is very fast, he's one of the fastest in the place, so we can expect him to start pulling away from Dwayne Stoddart. He's already made up a couple of kart lengths over Stoddart on that backstretch. As we're looking again at Tyler Mays. Now in the pits, that's the 17, that's Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens, now this is very important from Wojciech Szczerb's point of view, because Carl Stevens was one that he was going to come out around if he was to pit now. So he will see that, he'll be looking across the track, he'll now see he's got a bit of a clearer area there, he'll know that Stevens has been in the pits. Now, Sherb, 22 laps in, we're looking at Tyler Mays. That's Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley from 2nd place. Lewis Manley is in the pits. That's the second pit stop, the second stop in the same pit stop he has to make. So Lewis Manley is out and back on the track. And Lewis Manley resumes in 5th place. Now, he's 13 seconds behind the race leader now, as we speak. The start line, of course, being right after the pit exit. So, Lewis Manley is in 5th on the road. In front of him is Matt Box, who's about 4 seconds literally on the road in front. So that's going to be crucial, because Matt Box, we know, has not pitted. Lewis Manley has. Manley won't really want to have to fight his way past Box. He is running faster than Matt Box, but he won't want to have to fight his way past the debutant. He knows he's a couple of seconds ahead before he made his pit stops on Wedel and Suzuki, but he won't want to lose any time behind anybody. He does not want the others making up time as he's sort of coming away from his stop. Those in front of him have yet to pit, of course. That will be including race leader Wojciech Szczerb. Now, Wojciech Szczerb, he may well choose to go for the very, very late pit stop here. Creating a big lead has given him options on that pit stop. He probably will come in, given the lead he has made, he's likely to come in when he starts catching the back mark. He just doesn't want to lose any time at all. Pretty much in the bag as far as you can say. Lewis Manley, of course, will be giving it his formidable best, but Wojciech Szczerb is the fastest on the track. He will know that at 32.0 in the pits. There's Dwayne Stoddart. Now, Dwayne Stoddart is coming in from 8th place. He's dropped to 9th. Sebastian Raikkonen has moved ahead. But Kevin Kelly-Ruffat is closing in. He's crossing the line now, but that's not enough to catch Dwayne Stoddart. Dwayne Stoddart has just about held that position over the course of his pit stop. He is a lap down, as we know, and obviously his main concern is what's going to happen with Sebastian Raikkonen, because he will want to pass Raikkonen when Raikkonen himself is in the pits. He doesn't want to have to fight his way through. He's going to want to have to, he's going to want to be able to take the easy option of passing in the pits. I think that may occur there for Dwayne Stoddart. Now in the pits, that's Raikkonen as we speak. Now, Stoddart has passed him. So is Kelly-Ruffat as well. So actually, Kelly-Ruffat has taken the place. Sebastian Raikkonen is down back. 21 in the pits is Michael Wedel. Wedel pitting out of 2nd place, has pushed himself down to 4th. Now he's down to 5th. Manley has passed him. Manley has passed Michael Wedel. Michael Wedel is in 5th. The Scotsman in 5th place now on the road. There are some ahead who've yet to pit, including the man we're looking at. It's race leader Szczerb. Wojciech Szczerb there is crossing the line. He is yet to come in the pits. He doesn't on this lap either. Wojciech Szczerb, a good opportunity to make up a lot of points. He can't waste this. Into the pits, it's the 10, and that is the Frenchman, Kevin Kelly-Ruffat. Kevin Kelly-Ruffat is in the pits. He drops to 10th. Sebastian Raikkonen has managed to get ahead, and there's Vettel going through, and Kelly-Ruffat continues on his way. Now he's ahead of Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays probably wouldn't have wanted to see this, because Tyler Mays is in pursuit of Michael Wedel, but he's now got the Frenchman, Kevin Kelly-Ruffat, albeit a lap down, in between him. And so Tyler Mays will be on a bit of a mission there to try and get past the Frenchman and make up time on the Scotsman, Wedel. Tyler Mays down in 6th place. That's not normally what I'm seeing. Into the pits, it's the race leader. It's the race lead. No, it's sorry. It's not. It's Matt Box. And Matt Box, he is the day. He's shaking his head. You can see he's shaking his head. He's not happy with the pit stop. He's lost a place to Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays has done exactly what he needed. He needed a bit of a problem pit stop there. Matt Box, the shake of his head suggests he wasn't happy with it. It gets very slippery slidey, but it is Sherb this time. It is Sherb, the race leader in the pits there. Very similar helmet to Matt Box, but this time it is Sherb, and Sherb comes out, surely still in the lead. It's Suzuki. Suzuki's all over the back of him. Suzuki is going to take the lead. No, he stays behind Sherb. Another Polish driver. It's the Poles 1 and 2, but there is Wojciech Sherb just staying ahead of Adrian Suzuki there. As into the pits then. Oh, Matt Box. Another pit stop. It must have been a penalty on that stop. He's been given the flag. If he overshoots the markers there, he has to make 2 physical stops during that 1 visit to the pits. If he there's a little box area and you've got to stop within it. It's very easy to come in too fast and slide through it, or even stop too early if you're a bit heavy on the brakes. So Matt Box clearly has had a bit of a pit lane infringement. We saw him shaking his head. That must be what it was all about. He knew it. He's been flagged back in. This is going to hurt his result big time. It really is. It's to Tyler May's advantage, of course, and Tyler May's ahead of Carl Stevens and Matt Box. Matt Box is still listed as 7th, but we'll see what happens when he crosses the line again. There is Wojciech Sherb. A superlative performance in this, the 2nd race of the BRKC 2020. Wojciech Sherb there. Adrian Suzuki is in 2nd place, but he's really close. Sherb is pulling away visibly, but it's Suzuki who's there in the predominantly yellow suit behind. So the bright yellow suit. Now, they're coming up to lap Dwayne Solar. Suzuki could close in here. There's Lewis Manley in 3rd place. Here he is now in the red suit on screen. There he is, Lewis Manley. And then that's Sebastian Rankin lap down. But there's Weddle. Weddle is in 4th. Michael Weddle is in 4th. And then it's Tyler Mays. Now, can Tyler Mays make inroads on Weddle? It's going to be a Titanic scrap if he does. There's Weddle just turning in, but it's a huge gap there to Mays. I don't think he can do it in the time remaining, but we will see. In the pits though, it's Suzuki. Suzuki pits from 2nd place. There he is in the little inset there, and he comes out behind Weddle. Surely it looked like he's behind Weddle. Yes, he is. He's behind Michael Weddle. Michael Weddle moves up to 3rd place. The Scottish driver there is back up into 3rd place. Very good move by him. And we look at Lewis Manley, who's 2nd. There's Lewis Manley. He has made his pit stops. He's all alone. There he is. But look what's happening behind. Well, there's Michael Weddle in 3rd. Michael Weddle surely is not able to close in on Manley. He's got 3 seconds to make up the gap if he can. He will be trying. And there's his friend in the background, Alex Van Gien. Alex Van Gien not in the same team as Michael Weddle this year, but because there is a team prize. But Michael Weddle certainly very much a fan favourite here at Milton Keynes, and a good friend of the aforementioned Alex Van Gien. So here's Lewis Manley. He's all alone on the backstretch. We can see that. But there's Michael Weddle. Now, can Michael Weddle make some time up? Let's have a look at the times. Michael Weddle is a little bit slower on that last lap. Oh, into the 31 second. That's the fastest lap we've seen so far today by the race leader, Wojciech Sherb. Wojciech Sherb is setting record laps in order to cement his place in 1st place. He needs the points, maximum points from this race if he can. Wojciech Sherb doing what he can. However, Michael Weddle is trying to close in on Lewis Manley, but Manley is managing to hold him off with a string of personal bests. There's Suzuki there putting a lap down on the Sebastian Raikkonen, who is running 9th himself. So Dwayne Stoddart across the line. And a bit of a gap there behind Stoddart. There's Manley, who is a lap ahead, of course. Wojciech Sherb coming away from this now section there. There's Dwayne Stoddart, who knows a lap down. Now here's Lewis Manley in 2nd place. Wojciech Sherb onto the backstretch. We're looking at Wojciech Sherb, the Polish gearbox kart champion, shifter karts as they're known in the business. Wojciech Sherb, obviously no gears on this one. It's just one drive. Wojciech Sherb doesn't need gears for this, but he's doing absolutely fantastic. And there's Lewis Manley. And then, of course, Michael Weddle. But I don't think Michael Weddle can actually close down Manley. Yes, he's ever so slightly faster this time, but it's only by 100th of a second. So Weddle clearly is trying. Lewis Manley is having to pull out all the stops, setting personal bests all the time to try and close in on him. Certainly in 4th place is not really able to make inroads, which means nor is Tyler Mays, who's 5th. Tyler Mays seemed a little bit down there for what we usually see. Here is Michael Weddle. He has been around a long time as Michael Weddle. and the checker flag is out. Wojciech Szczerb takes the win then. Lewis Manley second. Michael Weddle does get third, and Adrian Suzuki is fourth, and Tyler May's in fifth place. So the conclusion there does give the predicted result, it has to be said, to Wojciech Szczerb from Lewis Manley and Michael Weddle. Michael Weddle will be pleased with that third place, and he's switching between karts and cars. This is usually his only kart event of the year, and he'll be very pleased to open up with a third place there. Now, Kyle Power down in the pits. Kyle, have you any opinions on that race? I mean, how did it look from where you were? We saw a pit lane infringement there for Matt Box. Did you see what went on?
Yes, I think he just got a yellow light on the first pit box, so he had to come in and do it again. He was not happy with himself. That was a bit more of a spread out race. Commanding victory from Wojciech Szczerb. But he has declined an interview, I'm afraid. He doesn't speak English. So
how is your Polish?
Appalling, if not non-existent.
It might be interesting if you get a chance to speak to Matt Box, because we do see pit infringements. They've been practicing all week, but you know, it does happen in the heat of the moment. Did you see what actually went wrong there?
I think he got a yellow light on the first pit box.
Yeah, did he overshoot it, did he?
I think he went a tiny bit early.
Right,
From what
yes.
I saw. I'm just going to try and grab Michael Weddle, who finished in third, and also Lewis Manley, who finished in second. I just need to find them out from the crowd.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get on with that, and if you can, the chat with Box would be good, although he's probably going to be pretty grim. But yeah, if you've got him now, so if you've got one of them now, there is Michael Weddle down there with Kyle Power.
Yep. I'm just letting him get his helmet off. So, hey, I'm just here with Michael Weddle, a very strong third place to open your account. How did that look from where you were sitting? Looked a bit serene and dull from where I was sat.
Yeah, my first laps were a bit scrappy and a bit useless. Let Lewis get a gap, but once I kind of got in the groove of it, it was quite uneventful, really. It was kind of in no man's land for the whole race, just by myself, but I'd rather have races like that than have pressure behind, so I'll take third place.
Indeed. Are you liking the new Formula Fast lap timers on your steering wheel now? Is that something to keep you amused during the race when you're trundling around on your own?
I mean, it's really good, especially for qualifying, because you can see, well, I'll never see purple, but if you see purple, you're obviously got the fastest. But, I mean, yeah, no, it's really helpful when you're going around. You can just see you're still going quicker and quicker as the race goes on, so it's really quite helpful.
Oh, brilliant. Well done. Congratulations. I've got a medal for your efforts. I've also got Lewis Manley, who finished a strong second place in that race. Yeah, brilliant. So, Lewis, that looked like a tough race. You pitted slightly earlier to try and gain some time on Szczerb. Didn't look like it worked out for you. What do you think? What have you got to say about that?
Felt a bit of a quiet race, really. Just had no answer to Vortex, so credit to him. He pulled away from the start, so second was always going to be the max I could do. Tried to keep up with him, but he just had the raw pace on me, so as he pulled away, so I just had to consolidate my second, so make sure my pit stop was all right, so make sure it was both greens, and that's what it was. So second is not too bad for me, so happy with it. So hopefully I can go one better in the next one.
Are you confident you're going to make the final? That's a strong way to open your account.
Of course, that's always my target, because my target is to win this thing, because I've been trying so hard since I started here, so I've just got to hope to get a win so I can be higher up in the rankings.
Okay, congratulations, Lewis. I've got a medal for you here. Cool. Okay, well, back up to you, James. The drivers are getting ready to go out for the qualifying laps for this next race. It looks like it could be a cracker.
Fantastic there, Carl. Well, very interesting that through the interviews, Michael Weddle obviously didn't realise quite the race he was in. That can often happen when a driver is sort of a bit out of screen. Right, so looking now at the third heat race. Well, we've got an interesting one here. Again, an all-star entry on this one. We've got Mariusz Nowicki, and Mariusz Nowicki there is certainly one of the Mariusz Nowicki is certainly one of the favourites. He has been a regular in the Polish Championship. He has been one who's shown well here in the past. Matthew Clark there. Matthew Clark is another debutant. He was a Covkart Sport regular. very on the quiet driver, I think, is Clark there, because he's certainly going to be showing us something, I think, this weekend. From when I was talking to him yesterday in the practice, he was pretty confident. Yes, he knows he's making his debut. Yes, he knows it's going to be very hard, but well, you never know. We'll see what Clark can pull through. He was actually the Kart Sport O plate winner last year, so sorry, in 2017. So really, he has something to put his name to. Patrick Neroda. What can we say about Patrick Neroda? Well, Neroda, there's gosh, he was 8th last year in the BRKC. Another visiting driver, another Polish driver, and he's going to be one of the favourites to race. Slavik Piskors, we've seen him many times, we've seen him win. Former Speedway driver, but since the last 5 or 6 years now, been turning his hand to karting, switching to that, and he has been a semi-finalist in the BRKC. So the times are in now, and Patrick Neroda is on the pole position. Second place is Dennis Hurler. Dennis Hurler, the second in the World Championship last year. Stephen King, that's an amazing performance there by Stephen King. Yes, we know he's good. He was third in the BRKC O plate in 2018, and also has been a regular in the Club 100, so he knows his way around the car. But third place is particularly spectacular there. Mariusz Nowitzki there. And Marcel Hollink, a regular, we've seen many times. Tobias Lauber, we've not really seen Lauber before. He's another German driver, and he was 7th in the world last year. So Tobias Lauber is really one of the fancied runners. He's there in 6th place. Slavik Piskors is 7th. Matt West there is in 8th. Matt Clark, I was talking about, there is in 9th. And Tim Dawson there rounds them out in 10th place. So Patrick Neroda will lead the way from the second in the World Championship, Dennis Hurler, and the very spectacular there, Stephen King. So they're bringing it round to the start. What's going to happen in this race? There is Patrick Neroda. We've seen him many times. He knows exactly what to do. Coming around there with Dennis Hurler in second place. They're taking the start. The start is good. So across the line there, they've been given the go effectively. So it is Neroda with the lead there from Dennis Hurler, and there's been a change. It looks like, well, quite a lot of change. Somebody's lost a whole chunk of place and continues to lose as they come off the snail section now. We'll identify that driver. It's the white helmet. It could be Stephen King. I fear it's Stephen King, but we'll see what happens, what the numbers are when we come down. There's certainly a bit of a gap there because of that sort of problem, if you like, but we'll see what's happening. The 9 is in, no, it is Stephen King who maintains third place. That's great news for him. So Stephen King maintains third place. They cross the line. It's Nowitzki. Mariusz Nowitzki has dropped all the way down to last place. He's come in the pits. He's been in he's not allowed to stop on the opening lap, and he obviously was in a bit of a dust up there. He did lose a lot of places. Obviously freaked him a little bit. He's decided to pit himself away from the problem, but he's come in too early. We'll see if the organisers give him a penalty for that, but it's not looking good there for Mariusz Nowitzki. We'll stay on top of the situation and let you know what happens. So very, very early pit stop there. So Patrick Neroda continues to lead. In the pits there, Slavik Piskors. Another early pit stop, and at least he's able to do it. Slavik Piskors coming in. He's jumping up and down in the car there, trying to get some traction. He comes out just behind Nowitzki. Nowitzki has come out in front of him, but that may change if a penalty is awarded to Nowitzki. So Patrick Neroda leading the way. One of the finest drivers in Poland at the moment, but he's been chased down by Dennis Hurler, the gem. Now in the pits, the 14, that is who we got. That's Tobias Lauber. Tobias Lauber, the German, he's a star in the World Championship last year, visiting UK. 21 is in the pits. That's Tim Dawson. Tim Dawson is in the pits, making his debut this year as well. Tim Dawson resumes. Tim Dawson down into last place, but Lauber, by the looks of it, has got ahead of Piskors. Yes, Piskors is behind Lauber there, so Tobias Lauber has managed to come out of the pits ahead of Piskors there. We'll see if Lauber can put the lap times together. We've not seen before. There's another one in the pits. I'll try and identify it. It is the 15. The 15, of course, is Matt Clark. Matt Clark, I was talking about him. We'll see what he can do. He's in the same team as Greg Smith. So Greg Smith, who we saw in the first heat race of the day, will be sort of cheering him on. He'll be keen to see a clean stop there from the BRKC debutant. So Patrick Neroda in the lead, followed by Dennis Hurler, second in the World Championship last year. World Championship, of course, for those who aren't maybe not aware, follows a similar format to this. All the major indoor championships follow a similar one-event format. Of course, though, the World Championship, being a bit bigger, has 200 drivers in it instead of the 100, say, we have here. So it takes a week to work through the various heat races and into the semi-finals and final on the weekend. Having raced in the World Championship twice myself, I can attest the fact it is a very, very difficult event. But with the same drivers competing generally in the national championships as well as the world, it's all the same people you're going to be up against. So this is of the same standard, the British Championship here, as will the Dutch and the Belgian and the Polish and the German Championships. They'll all have the same regulars, one of which is Patrick Neroda, another of which is Dennis Hurler, who we're seeing run first and second as we speak. Patrick Neroda being shadowed there by Dennis Hurler. Patrick Neroda, we know him well. Dennis Hurler, we know him not so well, but he is a very strong competitor, second in the world, as I said, and he's taken the fight to the Polish driver. Now, Dennis Hurler is going to be getting into the idea soon of maybe that early pit stop, or maybe stay with Neroda and try and pull that gap from the amazing Stephen King. Now, Stephen King is really staying with him. He's got the length of the backstretch. He can just about see Dennis Hurler if he looks far enough ahead. Patrick Neroda, Dennis Hurler is what we're looking at now. So, the Polish driver, the German driver, and then in third place, they cross the line. Over the line there, there's Stephen King, he's in third. The top Brit in this race with Marcel Holling. Marcel Holling is behind him, and Holling, of course, is the Dutch driver there for entry. We've got a Polish driver in first, from a German in second, a Brit third, and a Dutchman in fourth. So down the backstretch, there's Patrick Neroda. Patrick Neroda, many times race winner over the various events he contests. He's another one who contests a variety of the national championships. Big prize money on offer there. And Patrick Neroda, one of those with the potential to scoop it all up. Huge potential there in second place, though, with Dennis Hurler. And there's Stephen King in third. He's showing great potential too. He's still got Hurler in his sights. As they come down the backstretch, this is the best chance he gets to have a look at Hurler. There he is. You could just see the top of Stephen King's helmet coming into view there. Patrick Neroda leading the way from Poland, from the German, Dennis Hurler, then Stephen King, and then Holling. Now that's a really good perspective there. You can see the actual gaps. In terms of lap times, well, it's got to be said, it looks like, first to the moment, could well be Nowitzki, who we saw with a very, very early pit stop. He's down the order, but he's looking very fast indeed. We'll have to keep tabs on him. Now, there's Stephen King. We're looking at Stephen King, the top Brit. He runs a little bit wide there, but he seems to have maintained speed and maintained pace, and more importantly, maintained the gap. So, 2.0, he has lost 2/3 of a second. Maybe that was all lost at that corner at the end of the straight, because he managed to keep a bit of a watching eye there on the battle for the lead. If he can keep third, that'll be great. If he can actually try and make inroads on those two leaders, that'll be even better. So, they're the two leaders now. Patrick Neroda from Dennis Hurler. Neroda. Really perfect driving. Same from Hurler. At this level, you have to be perfect. It's not enough to be fast. You've got to be perfect. Every lap has to be an absolute spot on lap. The least little error from Patrick Neroda, the least little slide, the least little loss of momentum and power from Neroda, the leader, is going to see Dennis Hurler all over him. And Dennis Hurler will mean to take the lead any moment he can. He's going to be looking for any little opportunity. Yes, there's a couple of karts between them now, but don't be fooled into thinking that Hurler is not thinking of taking the lead. The least little error from Patrick Neroda there, the race leader, will be punished by the German behind him. So he's right on his tail into the snail section. This is an overtaking opportunity. You see Hurler closing in a little bit. He's not able to pass there, not able to be quite close up. He's not even really looking possibly to make a move, unless of course there was an error by Neroda, which those who've watched Neroda over the years will know there won't be an error. There will not be an error from that pole in the lead. Hurler, a little bit of a glance over his shoulder. That was a good opportunity there to look back and see Stephen King, who's in third place. Maybe Hurler considering what sort of gap he might have and what sort of race he's going to be dealing with if he were to start pitting soon. He's not able to pass Neroda by the looks of things. Neroda's sort of got him covered. They're in the back markers now. They're passing, making a pass on there on looks like Tim Dawson. Yes, they are. Hurler, a little wave there of thanks. He knows that Tim Dawson was well aware that the battle for the lead was coming through, wasn't going to get in their way, and certainly didn't cost him, Hurler, any time at all. So, as we look at this race, down in the pits there, if we go to Kyle Power, Kyle, down in the pits, how are you reading this? We've the front runners have not been in at all yet. Dennis Hurler is starting to drop a little bit back. Do you expect to see him in your experience?
If I was Dennis Hurler, I'd be looking to pit soon. He's dropped a tiny bit back away from Neroda, so hopefully Neroda doesn't notice that he pits. That would be the name of the game, so he can try and nail his outlap, bang in a couple of quick laps and then jump him. Apart from that, Stephen King is still keeping him fairly honest. He's only a couple of seconds down in third. He's a local guy, so he's been here quite a lot, but Neroda is just waiting for Holler to pit, and then he'll just react the next lap. So we're just waiting for the first of them to pull the pin, really.
Yes, it's been an incredible performance by Stephen King, hasn't it, down there, Carl? I mean, he's looking good from up here. Down there, trackside, you must even have a better view of how well he's doing. He's certainly keeping just about a watching brief on those leaders, just.
Yes, he's keeping just thing. He's looking particularly good through this last section here. He's obviously done many laps around here, so he's very calm. I lose sight of him as they go into the snail section, but he's definitely not dropping back at the rate that maybe you'd expect from some of the other locals here. Like, he's doing an absolutely stellar job, and he's pulling away from fourth place as well, so he's pretty comfortable. So I guess what he's going to do is just see what the leaders do and react to them. He's far enough behind that he could follow one of them into the pits and not be held up. So that's what I'd do if I was him.
Yeah, it's probably the fair thing to say at the moment, that third place is what he's going to be after in this race, realistically. And so he's got to have to actually use the leaders, maybe looking at the end of straight. They're probably just about in view if he was looking that far ahead on the end of straight. Yes, he can look across the track, but the leaders will be what keeps him, following those leaders and trying to keep pace with them, will be what keeps him away from fourth place Marcel Hollink. We know Hollink's very good. You've raced against him yourself in the BRKC car. He's always tough.
It's very tough. It's very hard to overtake. I had an extremely tough battle with him a couple of years ago, and yeah, he is almost, I found it almost impossible to overtake him. He was just hugging the barriers everywhere. So Stephen does not want to relinquish that place, but the leaders are dragging them on. Another thing to note is Slavek Piskor's. He pitted on lap 3, I believe, very early. He was being held up, and he's been circulating quite fast on his own. So there haven't been too many pitters so far. So when the midfield starts to pit, it's going to be interesting to see where Slavek comes out in it all. I think he's going to jump a couple of them. His pace is looking strong.
Yeah, that's right there, Carl, because we have, of course, seen Slavek Piskor's win BRKC heat races, so we know he's tough enough, he's fast enough, he's competitive enough to win. He could well be a little bit of a dark horse and may actually leapfrog people who, in their own battle, although everyone's trying to look across and see what's what, he may actually go pretty much unnoticed until those final laps, especially if a lot of the top half of the race, so that would be Neroda, Huller, King, down to Holling and Matt West, actually leave it really late to make a pit stop. They may find when they come out of the pits, Slavek Piskor's is right there.
Indeed, they could be in with a bit of a nasty surprise. Slavek has gone full stealth mode. We have another pitter, that is number 8. That is number 18 or number 8? I think.
Yeah, Matt West.
Matt West. Matt West is in, he comes out, and he's going to come out just ahead of Slavek. So Slavek's mission has not succeeded in jumping Matt West. So that's been a very strong middle part of the race for Matt West there to battle off Slavek. He's been
absolutely, but in the snail section, unseen by you, Carl, Slavek has made a huge move on Matt West. In fact, he's got him. He's got him. He's on the inside. He's on the inside as they enter the long corner towards the back stretch, and he's done it. Slavek Piskor's has done it. There he is in the purple-coloured overalls with the yellow helmet. He's fighting off Matt West, but Slavek Piskor's has done it. So, incredibly, although it didn't look that way coming out the pits, Slavek's strategy has worked, and he is the thorn in the side, as we predicted, Carl. And he's crossed the line now. He'll have come past you ahead of Matt West there. Carl, that's incredible by Slavek Piskor's. Just as you actually mentioned him earlier, he's doing exactly that.
Superb, right on cue. He never lets us down to Slavek. But yeah, he had to seize the opportunity. Matt West has come out of the pits. He might not be aware how close Slavek is, and Slavek's just pouncing him. But now going down into the hairpin, Matt West is all over him like a cheap suit. So Slavek's got his work cut out now to try to hold him back. Matt West is looking racy.
are racy indeed, and they were side by side down that back stretch there, and Matt West has definitely not given up on this. He's really ready to try and turn the particular round. They're entering this now section. This is a tight part, good overtaking move, but Slavic's got it covered. Slavic Piskor's there on screen in the predominantly purple overalls with Matt West in the red. And as you can see, it is very tight between these two. They are battling now for 7th place, but that's going to get higher possibly. Again, side by side down the backstretch. Slavic Piskor's, he's using that 6th sense of the indoor karter to, he knows that Matt West is there, and he knows he's going to have to keep that inside covered. Both of these drivers, of course, have made a pit stop, so it's going to be this to the finish. Now, Kyle, of course, just bringing you back in, this is bad news for anyone in front of them who's may make a pit stop, because if they come out anywhere near these two, they're going to have 2 serious ones, and they're in the pits.
And we have Stephen King in the pits. It was a good first stop. He's going for his second stop. It goes off nice and smooth. Green light. Yes, he's out. So he's going to come out just ahead of number 14, which is Tobias Laub. No, Laub jumps in. Laub was jumped in. I'm not sure Laub was pitted yet, though. So just going back to the Slavic Piskor's and Matt West battle, Slavic's now having to go defensive, so that's actually going to hurt his lap time. So this might actually halt his progress up the field.
Absolutely, and Tobias Laub, that was going to be fairly critical, because Tobias Laub is in 7th in the world last year. You know, he's up to 5th place now, but he was 7th in the World Championship final last year. So incredible performance there by the German, and he's showing us, he's not someone we've seen here before, but he's showing us why he was 7th in the world. Sterling performance there. Now, his next target is, of course, Mariusz Nowicki, but
we have number 17. It's Dennis Holler, 2nd place. Dennis Holler is pitted, so they were just involved with some back markers. He's tried to pull the pin. Expect to see Patrick Nioda in this lap.
Well, that could be very interesting, because we're getting near towards the end of the race.
Oh no, we've got a disaster in the pits. That is Marcel Hollink. The kart stalled in the pits, and that has really hurt him. So that's unfortunate. I think he can still come out in 4th, though.
An absolute disaster there for Marcel Hollink. The kart stalled momentarily. We have actually seen, I think it was Johan Medart start his own kart, but in the race leader in the pits. Kyle, talk us through it.
Yep, it was a good first stop. He's just doing his second stop. He comes out. This is going to be, it's not going to be close. He's got a clear lead. He's actually extended his lead. What a fast pit stop. So he is now cruising on for a victory in his first race here in 2020.
Absolutely, I was saying earlier on that perfection is the order of the day, and perfection is what we've got from Patrick Nioda there. Patrick Nioda, the Polish driver, he has done what he needs to make a safety gap, if you like, over 2nd in the world, Dennis Hurler. Dennis Hurler currently rated 2nd in the world at indoor karting, and meanwhile, look at this on-screen battle here. It is Slavic Piskor's against, who was it? Yes, of course, Matt West. Tobias Laub, a big beneficiary there. In the pits.
We have Norris Nowicki in the pits. Oh, he's gone very deep into that 2nd box, and he's got a yellow light. Oh no, he'll have to come in again. That's very unfortunate for him. He was a bit too throttle happy there going into the 2nd pit box.
Nowicki, yes, and again, we say this time again, all they have to do is come in the pits, stop twice for as long as the lights are holding them. It's technically not a hard concept. However, here we are, 3 races in, and in 2 of those 3 races we've had a pit lane infringement by people who are well aware of the system and are used to racing that system. There he is, it's on screen. He's got a drive-through penalty, Mariusz Nowicki, and again side by side down the backstretch, and a bit of a rough stop
in for his pit stop. He got the first one better than he did the second, and he's got it right this time. He's much more cautious. But as you know, James, there's so much pressure as you come into the pits. It's a cauldron of pressure, so it's so easy to make a silly mistake of overrunning your pit stop.
Absolutely, and when it's the likes of Mariusz Nowicki, you know that's huge pressure, because Nowicki is not somebody we would associate pit lane infringements with, but he's just trying to cut it tight. He has to cut it tight because everyone else is cutting it tight, including race leader Patrick Nioda and Slavic Piskor's, who an excellent early inspired pit stop is what's put him in position that he's in. He is, of course, gone now ahead of Nowicki. He's taken Matt West with him. That puts the Piskor's West battle into 6th place. Marcel Hollink had a bit of a rough stop, but somehow has managed to stay ahead of Piskor's. It's not me by that much. Well, it is. There's Hollink just going down the backstretch. And here comes Piskor's just sort of off screen. So there's Hollink we're looking at now, the 18th. Marcel Hollink. He had a stalled engine in the pit stop. It was fired up again. He has managed to continue in 5th place, which is pretty much where he's at. The interesting one at the moment is Tobias Laub. He's come into third place. He's behind his compatriot, Dennis Hurler. Oh, and leaving the pits, it looks like Tim Dawson there, and has now gone a lap down. I think it was that Stephen King? No, Patrick. No, not Patrick Neroda. Let's have a look at Neroda. We're looking at Neroda on screen anyway, and he's in the snail section. Okay, so not many laps to go now. Kyle, down to you again. I'm thinking that's probably everyone who's been in the pits.
Yes, I think that is everyone, and we just had looked like a good move for position. It was Marius Nowicki just managed to get Matthew West there, and now he's closing in fast on Slavik Piskor's. So he's obviously seeing red now after his mistake, and he's trying to make up for it. But it looked like a very good move he put on him in the hairpin.
Absolutely, Nowicki is on an absolute mission. There he is, just going out of view there. They're going to be on the backstretch now. Slavik Piskor's will be very surprised when he's attacked by Nowicki. He's expecting Matt West, but he's got Marius Nowicki, and Nowicki is all over the back of Piskor's in ways that West was, but Nowicki is actually looking at taking the position here. He's absolutely pushing him across the line. Look at this, they're entering the snail section. There's Piskor's on screen, there's Nowicki, and West has been bundled back a little bit. Nowicki, he can't make a move on the inside because Piskor's has it covered. Slavik Piskor's is expecting to be defending from West. He'll be feeling that bump for a little bit on the tail of his kart, and I think if Nowicki makes a bit of an appearance, that'll catch Piskor's by surprise. He's expecting Matt West, but he's getting Marius Nowicki.
Slavik almost had a double take when he saw him. He was like, what are you doing there? He was expecting to see Matthew West, and saw Nowicki is crept up on him completely. I think Slavik's heartbeat's probably gone up a few beats per minute.
Absolutely, Slavik's heart has definitely gone up a few beats, and certainly is the pace there has actually slowed down a fraction by about half a second for those guys there. They're of course racing. We're talking about the battle 6, 7, 8. We're looking at it on screen. There's Nowicki trying to work on the purple suited Slavik Piskor's, and now West is back in view. Look at this, Kyle, as they come past you, they're nose to tail.
Absolute nose to tail. Nowicki is pushing Piskor's along, and Matthew West
check
is a train.
The check is coming out for the race winner. In the race winners, Patrick Neroda. Patrick Neroda takes it from Dennis Hurler. Tobias Lauber has come steaming through into third place. There he is crossing the line. Fourth place, Stephen King, still a great result there. Marcel Holling from that stalled engine has salvaged fifth place. He's crossing the line now. But look at this, it's the battle we've been watching for the most of the race here. It's still Slavik Piskor's. It's still Slavik Piskor's, the former Speedway rider and BRKC heat winner. He's going to take sixth place ahead of Marius Nowicki and Matt West, with Clark, and then Tim Dawson already a lap down has completed it. Kyle, an incredible race there over sixth place, an epic result by Patrick Neroda. Ran that one to perfection.
That was absolutely perfection. He was just waiting for Holler behind him just to pull the pin, and then he just reacted. So that was a perfectly executed race win there. I'm just going to try to intercept them. I'll let them get weighed first. In fact, I'm going to intercept them before they get weighed.
Yes, they're all still coming into the pits. We're looking on screen there as Kyle Power will go down to you now, and obviously they're getting weighed. Do your stuff.
Yep, I'm just going to let them get weighed.
Yeah, can you get Slavik as well, Carl?
Yep. Where is he? He's bright. Oh, there he is. He's bright pink. How can I miss him?
So we're going down to Kyle Power in the pits in a moment, and he's going to have some very interesting interviews for us, I'm sure.
Hi, so... Yep. Hi, so I'm down here in the pits with Slavik Piskor's. So Slavik, that looked like you pitted very early to try to go into stealth mode, to try to jump some people. It looked like it worked out, and then involved in a very, very hard battle at the end with Matthew West and then Marius Nowicki.
Well, my team told me to pit, so I trust them completely. So, and I've seen on the first lap Marius was pitting, which is illegal. So I knew he's gonna be pitted again, or even disqualified or something like that. But yeah, and I was really inconsistent. And when I saw that Matthew coming in front of me from the pits, I was so furious on myself. And yeah, but I managed to overtake him, and I had to defend. Yeah, it was hard work, actually. Yeah. And Marius caught us on the end, but yeah. Woo! In the beginning looks like an easy race. I'm alone on the track, but yeah, at the end of this was hard work. Well, but yeah, I like it. I qualified really bad, so from 7 to 6, I like it. Yeah.
Well done, Slavik. Well, mate.
Thanks.
So I'm here with the race winner, Patrick Nuoda. Very good controlled race there. Were you just waiting for Holler to pit behind you before you then reacted?
Yeah, I know that if Dennis came here, I have to came one lap before him, and I know that he got very fast kart, so I have to make very fast pit stop.
Very nice controlled win. Did you feel under pressure at all during that race, or were you very calm and had it under control?
I have to be very calm, but Dennis is vice champion of world, so there was a little bit stressed.
I bet. Very well done to yourself. I have a medal for you here for your effort. Well done, mate. Brilliant. Well done. Cool. So that looks very good. The drivers are in the karts now. I see we have our resident flying frog, self-proclaimed. Arno Tinay is out in this one. And a few other drivers. Oh, I think we've got Russell Endine as well, possibly. This is looking at, and a Ruben Boutons, of course. How could I forget him? So this is looking like a very strong heat.
Well, thank you there, Kyle. Yes, a very strong hint indeed, because, of course, it is the first time we see this year in the BRKC the 6 times BRKC 6 British champion Ruben Boutons. Yes, he's a Dutchman, but he turns up every year and somehow, against sort of a different fight for the win, ends up taking the British champion. He, of course, is a double world champion. Of course, Michael Schottler won the World Championship last year, and obviously that means he is the world champion, the current world champion. Ruben Boutons, though, still regarded as potentially the greatest indoor kart racer in the world at the moment. We're seeing him in action now. He's out on his warm-up lap. We've also got in this, oh gosh, it's an epic cast. Matt Barsh, who's 5th place in the British Championship in 2018. He's another regular on the world scene, very competitive driver, race wins at world level. Bjorn Vermeulen, Russell Endine, Robert Schechel, Mats de Jong, and Bartosz Grozek, Arno Tinay, as Carl said, everybody's favourite Frenchman. Selena Balnega. Now, Selena is making her debut here, the Dutch lady. She's making her debut here. She's 5 times ladies world champion. So Selena Balnega, and the times are coming in now. We'll see how it is. It's Bjorn Vermeulen who's currently fastest from Matt Barsh. So Bjorn Vermeulen currently fastest. Ruben Boutons, he goes fast. Ruben Boutons and Mats de Jong. Mats de Jong comes into first place. Matt Barsh is now taken second, but Balnega, Selena Balnega, the 5 times ladies world champion, is into second place overall. And Matt Barsh has been pushed down. Ruben Boutons pushed down to 4th place. Unbelievably. Bartosz Grozek. Now let's see. Boutons is going to be taking the start in 4th place. That's probably the lowest qualifying position we've ever seen him in. Bartosz Grozek is 5th place. Bjorn Vermeulen 6th. Russell Endine has won at BRKC level, one of the top drivers as well of the past. Russell Endine is in 7th place. Robert Schreiber and Adriano Medeiros, Brazilian Adriano Medeiros. He lives in the UK here, a regular in car racing, not really known as a karter, but Adriano Medeiros, gringo, as he's known here in the UK. From Brazil, from Sao Paulo in Brazil originally. He is in 9th place, and Arno Tinay, the Frenchman, he's in 10th. So quite a strong heat race, really, that's about to take place. And as they come around, it's Mats de Jong who will probably be a little bit surprised. No real surprise, he's very good. He's been at the highest levels of world championships for years now. But Mats de Jong is going to take the start from Selena Balnega. And there is Matt Barsh in 3rd place. It's a very good start. Ruben Boutons, though, twice world champion, is in 4th. Balnega's making a move on 2nd place. She's alongside, but it's not working. Ruben Boutons is going to be the beneficiary here. Ruben Boutons takes 3rd place. Selena Balnega is going to be held out to dry. She's trying to cut back in, but loses 4th and could well lose 5th. It's all onto the back stretch here. As they come down into the back stretch, it's still Mats de Jong. And, well, look at that behind. It's all going on. Action galore, karts left, right and centre, and Adriano Medeiros is making a move there, Gringo, but he's been pushed back to 10th and last. As they come into the Snell section, it's still the flying Mats de Jong. Mats de Jong, the Belgian driver, and has been as high as 4th in the world before. In 2010 he was 4th in the World Championship, and he's leading the way. Here he is onto the back stretch there. So on the back stretch from Selena Balnega there is, yes, it is Selena, who I thought she'd been elbowed out, but that was somebody else. We'll regroup on the exact position. I think it was Matt Barsh. It was Matt Barsh who got elbowed out on the opening lap kerfuffle, and into the pits. We've got someone already. It is Barsh. Kyle, Matt Barsh into the pits by the looks of it.
Scrappy, so he's pitted himself out of that. He knows deep down he's one of the quickest, so he just wants to get into. He's come out behind Arne, and he's got quite a big gap, so that's very early for one of the top guys to pit, but I don't really think he had much choice.
Yeah, I think he's probably got to kind of resettle his brain pit stop as well. He did lose out big time. He went for that second place. It didn't come off, and he found himself being elbowed back. And when you're losing time in the Snell section, you just keep losing time and places, and that's exactly what happened. Meantime, Mats de Jong, we champion, lost the lead. Balnega goes through to the lead. It's 3 wide, but Selena Balnega takes the lead here, and she's going to now lead across the line there. So Selena Balnega, the Dutch lady, is leading the way from Mats de Jong, and Ruben Boutens, the former double world champion, is in 3rd place. Now, Boutens is going to be looking to try and follow Balnega past de Jong. He will not want anyone pulling out a lead, because there's no doubt about it, Ruben Boutens will be intending to win this race. He knows he started 4th. In fact, look at Selena go. She's building up a little bit of a gap already. Mats de Jong is now fighting off Ruben Boutens. This is all to Balnega's benefit here. If the two behind are fighting away, she's going to build an even bigger lead. That takes the pressure off her pit stop to be perfect. We've seen 3 races, 2 penalties already for pit stop infringement. So forcing things in the pits is obviously not a good idea. And Selena Balnega on screen there, she's continuing to lead the way around the exit of the Snail area there, heading for that long sweeping bend. This is it now, onto the backstretch, a bigger lead now for Selena Balnega, but behind is Mats de Jong. Ruben Boutens making a move. Ruben Boutens makes a move, and he does it. He does it. He's taken 2nd place from Mats de Jong. Now, this is it. Ruben Boutens is really going to have to pull the pin here. He's got to bridge that gap to Selena Balnega. There was no time to lose. I'm sure that Ruben Boutens was probably even contemplating a pit stop, because he cannot let the lead get away. Ruben Boutens races to win every single time. Kyle Power, we're seeing Ruben Boutens take 2nd place there. I don't think we're going to see a pit stop from any of these leaders now, anytime soon.
No, not now. I was just about to cut in and say maybe this is the first time we're going to see Boutens have to pit early, but he put he was quite far back as well. That was a great move on de Jong there. And now let's get to see what pace he's got, because Selena's gone, and we have a pitter that is number 13, which is Bjorn Vermeulen. Bjorn Vermeulen is in. He was in quite a tight midfield battle, and to say the likes of Bjorn Vermeulen is in a midfield battle just goes to show the strength of this heat.
Yeah, it's very tough, but you know what? I actually think this could be a bit of an error by Bjorn Vermeulen. Obviously, far be it from me to impart racing advice to the likes of Bjorn Vermeulen, but what I would say is that Bjorn Vermeulen, probably his best hope right now is if he can hook up with Matt Barsh, who must be close. There's another pitter, Carl. Let's go over to you.
Yep, that is number 8, which I don't have the number down here, I'm afraid. Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, it's Robert Seagal. Yep, he's come out, he's made a nice clean stop. He's going to come out behind Barsh, and very tight with Vermeulen, but he comes out just behind and just in front of Arne Tinne.
Now, that's what I was worried about with Vermeulen. I think Vermeulen's best hope is going to be to try and hook up with Barsh, run with Barsh, and the pair of them move towards the front there. They've got Adriano Medeiros in front of them, and Russell Ending and Groschek, all 3 of them very fast drivers in their own right, albeit it would have to be said without quite the experience and maybe level of Vermeulen and Barsh. But here's Adriano in the pits.
Yep, Australian Medeiros in the pits. It was a good first stop. It's a good second stop. He's going to feed in behind Arne Tinne in last place. But I believe Arne hasn't pitted yet. Arne was very gentlemanly with Matt Barsh. I believe he didn't put up too much of a fight, so he's going to let the leaders get on with it.
Absolutely, and that was the first pit stop for Adriano Medeiros, the Brazilian driver, making his BRKC debut here. He's actually a full-time professional motorsport instructor. He knows what to do. In the pits again, it's Groschek.
Yep, it's Groschek. Good first stop, another good second stop. He's going to feed in behind Barsh, and he's going to be very close to Vermeulen. Vermeulen just gets him, and he feeds in just ahead of Schiegel.
And this is exactly what I was worried about with Vermeulen. Vermeulen having to be absolutely on it, because every time someone pits in front of him, he's trying to make up the places. It's exactly how he's got it planned working out, but gosh, he's cutting it fine, because they are actually leaving the pits in front of him, and it's purely on momentum over the line that he's actually getting people, Vermeulen. So it's about as fine as you could ever hope for, Carl. I mean, you've been in this situation yourself in the BRKC. For Vermeulen, his eyes are going to be wide open every time he passes that pit exit, right?
Yeah, they are, because of course pitting late is actually an advantage, because you come out on the inside line. So if you're trying to jump somebody by staying by pitting earlier, when they pit, you're invariably going to be on the outside. So you can't leave yourself a risk. And Vermeulen has just scraped those last two positions by the skin of his teeth. He's just managed to cut in front in time. But yeah, you always leave yourself slightly exposed by pitting early.
Absolutely. Vermeulen, of course, feels he obviously didn't have a choice, but he's managing to stay with Bosch. Now, that's a great pace indicator. There's no way he's going to be able to sort of fall asleep, if you like, not that he's going to. Meanwhile, when got on screen, though, the battle for up at the front, it's a kind of it's not really a battle as such, but it is a very tight run for the lead. We've got Selena Balnega there. She can't really settle down, because she, she's got the double world champion, Ruben Boutens, 6 times British champion. Gosh, the absolute hero of this track, Ruben Boutens, behind her. Ruben Boutens, like Selena, they'll know each other well, travel around racing in the various international events, almost like the old motorcycle continental circus, if you like. All of these people are well known to each other, although the individual events don't count for an overall championship. There's no world championship based on the British, the Dutch, the German championship, for example. They are all contested by the same people running at the front, and this is what we're looking at now. So they will know each other very well. They'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and Ruben Boutens is strengths all the way. Selena Balnega, though, she's making her debut here at the BRKC, so this is her first time here at Formula Fast. I was talking to her yesterday. She's feeling pretty confident, as you would expect, so she's a 5 times ladies world champion. However, Ruben Boutens is starting to make inroads on Selena Balnega. Now, what will Boutens do if he does catch the Flying Dutch Girl? Because she's going so quick that actually trying to make a move on her is going to be pretty tough. It's going to be very easy for Ruben Boutens to overdo such a move and lose a place to the following Mats de Jong, because Mats de Jong is just waiting for this to kick off in front of him. Yes, he's a few karts back, I know, but it's not going to take much to change this. Now, will Ruben Boutens come in the pits? Kyle, how do you read this? Going to go over to you. They're neither of them pitted, nor is Mats de Jong. But Ruben Boutens is notably closer to the Dutch girl in front of him now, who's leading the race.
I was just about to say, I think her confidence will be starting to wane slightly now. Rubens has closed in on her fairly fast, but as we've seen traditionally, Ruben Boutens doesn't tend to do the tactical overtakes in the pit stops. He likes to get it done on track, so I'm predicting that he will make a move on track. He's proven time and time again he can do it, but this might be his toughest challenge he's met yet.
Absolutely. Ruben Boutens, one of the finest racing brains in the world at the moment for the indoor karting, because it is quite strategic as well. He knows what to do now. It's very interesting the point you picked up on there, Carl, because Ruben Boutens, we say about his racing brain, we know he gets the strategy right, it's one of his great strengths, but he's also pretty fiery on track when you look at it. It's very overlooked at actually quite how combative the world champion, the former world champion is, and he's making a move. He's done it. He's but Celine's come back at him. The scissor pass. Ruben Boutens came from a bit far back, maybe took a huge lunge. Selena, with the sixth sense of the indoor karter, saw it coming. Ruben Boutens overshot, and what an incredible thing, because we don't see Ruben Boutens get past often at all, and especially by overshooting his own manoeuvre. Now, that really is quite something by Selena Balnega. You won't have seen it, Carl, but I tell you what, in the week it's going to be worth going back on YouTube and looking at this one, mate. I guarantee you.
I saw it. I saw Ruben fly up the inside, and he just went a little bit too deep, and Selena just goes straight back. This is brilliant. This is like outdoor kart racing that we're seeing, with people swapping positions, and it's obviously at such a high level here at Formula Fast for British Rental Kart Championship. It's not unusual to see moves, but it's rare to see such sort of top level drivers swapping positions so frequently like this. This is fantastic. I'm fully expecting him to make another move.
Yeah, well, Ruben Boutens, that might be an interesting thing, because he knows he's going to have to make a cleaner pass on Balnega. He really is going to have to go for the block pass. He will know this, and gosh, he's a double world champion, and he will know this, but to actually have the speed he needed to carry into the corner to actually get up the inside meant that it took him, he carried him wide. It's not like Booten to really leave that kind of gap, deep into the corner there. He's going to have to keep it tight. He's going to have to really go for the block pass. He had space, but he knew full well that if he wasn't clear coming out of that hairpin, Selena would take the position by being on the inside for the next very long right-hander. So far, he's not made any repeat performance. Of course, the one watching this with the best view is going to be Mats de Jong in third place. He'll be thinking, oh yes, please, next time collide and slow yourselves down, and I'll be coming through. That'll be his view from third, but Kyle, Ruben Booten's closed back up on the lead route view. He's actually trying to make a little bit of movement in the snail. Yep. It's not coming off. Will we see a huge lunge at the end of the backstretch? Selena was going to be expecting this. She knows he's coming. They're heading towards the backstretch now. Side by side.
She's wise to it now, though, so this is now where probably Ruben should pit. If I was him, I'm never going to give him advice, but if I was him, this is Ruben should pit now, because she's going to be wise to him, and right on cue, and then he pits. Here he comes, he hits the barrier on the way in. Just a little love tap, though, it was fine. Nice and steady. He's got one green light, he's got two green lights, it's a good stop. He's coming round, and Russell Endine is going to come out just ahead of him. That is not what he is going to want to see. So Russell Endine hasn't pitted, but he's had very strong pace, so he's come out just ahead of Ruben Booten's, and Ruben's now expects some lunges.
Absolutely. Now, Ruben Booten's being tested like we've rarely seen before. Ruben Booten's really is going to, well, every move he makes now is going to have to be an overtaking move. He's made his pit stop. He can't rely on pure speed and pit stopping his way around people, if you like. Selena Balnega continues in the lead there. She's now been relieved of that pressure from Ruben Booten. She knows he'll have come into the pits, and Mats de Jong, he's really got to try and bridge that gap. Even if he can't see Ruben Booten, because Booten's pit himself away, he knows that he needs to make up time to put pressure on the Dutchman when he makes his own pit stop. That's Mats de Jong in now second place, who was third. And in fact, if we look at, there's Balnega across the line, there is Mats de Jong, so the gap is not very big at all. There's a huge space behind Mats de Jong, and then it's Russell Endine and Ruben Booten's now. So Endine in the pits.
Endine pits, that releases Ruben Booten, so Endine's in, he's got a green light on the first one, very tidy indeed. He's coming out for the second one. He's going to feed into a nice bit of clean air. It's a nice stop, but I'm extremely surprised that Selena Balnega hasn't pitted there and hasn't reacted to Ruben Booten. She's now leaving herself exposed to be undercut even. We also have Arno Tinne, number 17, in. His stop. He's got a clean first one. He's got a clean second stop, and he's going to come out just ahead of Booten's. But it's a lap down. Arno has a score. It's a very experienced racer. He moves straight over and doesn't get in the way.
Well, that's a very, very generous move there from Ruben Booten. Now, we say luck of the Irish, but we're looking at luck of the Dutch at the moment. Now, Ruben Booten's, of course, fantastic performances as we expect. But Selena is in the pits.
Yep, race leads in the pits. This is going to be so close. She stayed out 2 extra laps, but Rubens was caught up behind Endine. Oh no, it looks like she's stalled, but no, it's not. She's got out in the lead. It looks like she's extended her advantage. This is incredible. Well, they think we have seen this before.
Absolutely. Selena felt that, that engine must have really gone low on revs. She was anticipating it was going to stall, but it didn't. She's come out just ahead of Ruben Booten. Now, Ruben Booten's had 2 strokes of luck there, really, because Russell Endine pitted in front of him like the lap ahead. Any little time lost would have been crucial there. And of course, Arno Tinne waving him through. So Ruben Booten is now back in contention for the lead. Both of these drivers we're looking at now, Selena Balnega and Ruben Booten, both of them from Holland. Now wave there from Ruben Booten. Was that to his team, or was that even forward to Selena? If you saw a look over his shoulder, he might have, been saying something. Look, just we'll continue a pace and pull ahead of Mats de Jong. There is a little signal that often gets given in indoor karting where people are saying, look, let's work together for a couple of laps, so sort of finger and thumb wave, and it can be used to say, look, let's just pull away, let's just focus on lap times right now, and then we'll fight it later on.
James,
Ruben Booten,
just interject.
Yeah.
This is now leaving the door open for Matt de Jong to actually jump them, because if they start battling, Selena's going to go defensive. It's going to slow both her and Ruben Booten's down, and it's going to leave the door wide open for Matt de Jong, which has actually stayed out. He was right behind Selena when she came in, so this is actually, we could have a surprise winner here.
maybe it was the work together signal then from Ruben Boutens, because he will be
it was.
aware of that. He's got the racing brain to know these things and the experience. That's why he's a double world champion, 6 times British champion. He may actually decide not to challenge Selena, not for Selena's benefit, but so that they don't end up in a three-way fight with Mats de Jong, because Mats de Jong, one of the finest drivers in the world also, and you give him the least little bit and he's going to take even more. Meantime, the two leaders continue on. So really, Mats de Jong we've got in first place, yes, but Selena Balnega and Ruben Boutens listed second and third at the moment. They have made their pit stops, Mats de Jong hasn't. Let's have a look at the lap times. Mats de Jong is very, very fast, but the ones behind, they're just sort of cancelling each other out in speed. Ruben Boutens at the moment is the fastest on track and the fastest on that last lap, but it's just so close between them. The interesting thing is we've got Matt Barsh, who's now pulled up into fourth, bringing Bjorn Vermeulen up into fifth. I don't think, though, looking at it, Carl, that they can actually make inroads on the three leaders, but I think Mats de Jong is the one who we've got to watch out for, particularly when it comes to lap times. He's going to be in the thick of this after his pit stop.
Indeed, and we have Matt de Jong in. Matt de Jong's is in. He was coming up on the back marker. He's going to come out of the pits. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be very tight. I think he's done it. Oh,
De Jong! Mats de Jong has got between them. He's ahead of the double world champion Ruben Boutens. He's all over the back of Selena Balnega. Mats de Jong somehow has made up a huge amount of time. He's put himself in the middle of the lead battle, and Ruben Boutens has been challenged by like never before. Selena Balnega and Mats de Jong both have answers for the epic Dutch driver, and Ruben Boutens looking to become a 7-time consecutive British champion and has really got his work cut out. Could this be the year that we see Ruben Boutens finally toppled as the champion? He's very popular champion, much loved across the world. Visor up and visor down by Ruben Boutens. He means business. There's only 2.5 minutes to go left in this race. It's really not long at all. An incredible fight, but Mats de Jong and Ruben Boutens fighting has now allowed a little bit of a lead to be pulled out by Selena Balnega. They were cancelling each other out on times, but I think the fight behind is opening up to the Dutch lady to take the win, and Boutens round the outside, getting increasingly scrappy, increasingly desperate. Kyle, they're going to come past you now.
Yep, I think that's it for the lead battle. Ruben's just tried to move around the outside. They've just now spread out. So we've been so excited with the lead battle, it's been hard to keep up on what's been happening behind.
Indeed so, and talking behind, we've got Max Barsh from Bjorn Vermeulen, Russell Ending, Bartosz Grosek, Robert Schechel, Adriano Medeiros and Arno Tine bringing up the rear. But look at this, Selena Balnega has the biggest gap that we've seen all race long as Mats de Jong and Ruben Boutens continue to fight it out. They're just losing time to her. They want second place. Really, it's over now from a win point of view for anyone except Selena Balnega. But the fight is on for second place, and what a fight it is. Two of the finest in the world. A Belgian and a Dutchman, de Jong versus Boutens, and Boutens up the inside. Have they touched? No. Oh my goodness, they're coming out of the snail section. They're heading around this sweeping bend down the back straight. Balnega has the lead. She's got a clear lead, but here comes Ruben Boutens. He's coming round the outside if he can, but no, he's not close enough. Not close enough. He's right on the tail as they come back past you, Carl. This is epic.
This is absolutely epic. I'm expecting a last lap lunge from Ruben Boutens. He's going to try anywhere. We know he's feisty. We know he's not afraid to actually throw one up the inside. The worst that can happen is he has to give the place back, so he may as well try.
And look at this. Sorry to cut in there, Carl, because Matt Barsh is now closing in. This second place battle is so intense that Balnega is pulling away in the lead, and Matt Barsh is closing in. There's less than a minute to go. They're going to be bringing the checker flag out any moment as they fight side by side down the backstretch, and Matt Barsh in fourth place could well come into this fight. There's going to be a lap to go at the end of this by the looks of it, so let's have a look. Selena Balnega, clear lead there, is going to win this race. Surely she's got to be on what's going to be the last lap, if not one remaining. We'll see how it is. But now it's a three-way fight for second place. Unbelievable. Mats de Jong with the lead, Ruben Boutens and Matt Barsh in fourth. Matt Barsh has come right the way through to throw himself into the fight. Carl Power, this is going to be something of a final lap. Here comes the checker flag, Selena Balnega. I'll just talk through the finish. We've got Selena Balnega who's going to come through and take the win, the Dutch former world champ, and it's going to be de Jong, is it? Boutens and Barsh. Yes, it is. So Balnega wins. De Jong, Boutens and Matt Barsh. My goodness me, what a fight. Bjorn Vermeulen comes through to fifth, Russell Ending sixth, Bartosz Grosek seventh, Robert Schechel eighth, and making his debut in the BRKC is going to be Adriano Medeiros, the Brazilian, in ninth place, with Arno Tine, everybody's favourite Frenchman, rounding him out in 10th. And Kyle Power. They're coming through now, and into the pits now is the race winner, Selena Balnega. Take it from here, Kyle.
Yep, brilliant. So I think Selena's indicated she wants an interview. I haven't managed to catch Ruben. Trying to get Matt de Jong as well. He looked a bit nonplussed. So that was. Am I allowed to start giving medals out again to everybody? I think they all deserve a medal for that. That was thoroughly entertaining. That was brilliant.
An epic performance there. That second place battle, incredibly fraught, so much so that Matt Barsh was able to close in and make it a three-way fight on that last lap. But we are seriously seeing Ruben Boutens tested. If you can get a word with Ruben, that's going to be very interesting, because I don't think he's going to be smiling like normal.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing him in this position. We're not used to seeing him being challenged this hard. We are in for a cracking championship. This championship, if that race is anything to go by, that was superb. So I'm going to stand at the exit here of the pit lane, and I'm going to try to intercept them as they come in and drag them over. Might have to get a bit rude. Brilliant. Hi, so I'm down here with third place finisher Ruben Boutens. That looked like an extremely intense battle there. You pitted a bit early to try and jump Selena there, but it didn't quite work out for you.
Yeah, it was a difficult race for me. My qualification was not good, so I brought myself in a difficult situation. Unfortunately, I could overtake Matt in the first round, but then Matt's a few laps later. So then it was not looking too bad. Then I pulled out a good move at the end of the straight to overtake Selena, but I just couldn't hold it at the exit of the corner. I think otherwise the win would be in the pocket, but now she started defending, so I had to do something to cover Mats, because I knew if I would stay behind Selena, then Mats would make a pit stop and I would lose to Mats for sure. So I took a risk and went for the pit stop. And it came out again behind Selena, and she went immediately very defensive. So then I thought now it will be hard to stay in front of Mats. And then I let her go a little bit, and then Mats came just in between us. So exciting race, but not the best result for me. But still a long weekend to go. So.
Well, it's all up from here. Well done. Thank you for an entertaining race. I'm just going to try and get Matt de Jong in here now. So, here with second place finisher Matt de Jong. That was an epic race. We really enjoyed watching it from the sidelines.
Were really intense. I was waiting for my pit stop, hoping those two would battle a bit further, but after Ruben's attempt, there was a little bit of a gap. I saw the difference, 9.6 seconds. I had to come in because Selena was slightly faster. I just couldn't be ahead of her, but I managed to stay in front of Ruben, but that were hard final laps.
What was going through your mind in those final laps? Defend, attack?
My mindsets, you mean? Or Selena had more speeds, so she was too far ahead actually to attack anyway, so full defending in the final stages. That was the goal.
Okay, brilliant. Well done. That was a very entertaining race. We all thoroughly enjoyed it here.
Thank you.
I'll just go and try and grab Selena Balnega now. So hi, Selena. Debut here at Formula Fast for the British Rental Kart Championship, and you put in a performance like that, and well, you're a 5 times world champion yourself, but to come here on your debut and win like that, it must feel good.
Yeah, I was very nervous before this race, because there were a lot of really good drivers like Mats and Ruben and Matt Barch, but and I didn't even have a really good qualifying, but I saw I was second, and during the first laps, I saw that Mats didn't really have the pace, so I tried to overtake him. That worked. Then I had a little gap, but unfortunately Ruben came by and he closed the gap on me, so I started defensive. And then he pitted, and I saw he was behind a backup driver, so I thought maybe a couple of laps. Then I came into the pit, and then my Kart stalled in the second pit, so I hoped that it was enough, but it was enough, and Mats came out of the pits and was really close, but luckily I'm first. I'm very happy.
Well, we thought it might have lost that stall in the pits, but your pace was electric on those 2 laps on your in lap. So you were strong enough to pace to defend it. So it was brilliant. And then obviously the second and third place started fighting in the last laps. I bet that made you happy.
Yeah, I saw Matt out of the pit, and I saw he was behind me, and I really knew he was going defensive the first corner out of the pit. So I knew from then on that I would be first.
Well done, and I have a medal for your amazing win.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll have to try and find her to give her a medal. She's run off, but back to you, James, for the next heat.
Excellent set of interviews there, Carl. Very, very amazing race, wasn't it? Absolutely stunning. Now, we've got an equally interesting race coming up. And in this race, well, the long-awaited debut race in the BRKC of the reigning world champion. It's Michael Schurtler, the German, who took the title over in the USA. The World Championship was held in the USA in 2019. Michael Schurtler was the one to depose the then world champion, Ruben Boutens, who we've just seen racing. So Michael Schurtler will be out in this one. Josh Nee and Ramon Pinheiro, Marco Brame, Dan Healy. Dan Healy was so fast yesterday, topped the testing. And Matthias Matisse, we've seen before. Michael Zerb, incredible driver from Poland. We saw his brother racing on Philip Szerzak, Lucas Sullivan and Andrew Duff, another BRKC regular. Jamie Henderson, just want to, we're getting the times in now, just talks through what we're seeing. We've got Michael Schurtler, who looks like he could be on pole.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Schurtler obviously has come over, and it's his first time at this circuit, already incredibly quick. Good lap from Sherber. Dan Healy in fourth will be a little bit disappointed with that after his pace yesterday. And Mites as well, P6, probably a little bit of work to do there, but again, it's another incredibly strong grid, and what a great race we've just had as well. So much fun to watch from the side of the circuit.
Absolutely, that was stunning, but this one's shining up too, because look at this. We've got Schurtler, who's going to start from the pole position. It's his British Rental Kart Championship debut. He's the reigning world champion, Michael Schurtler from Germany, and he's going to start in first place. Second place is Michael Zerb, and Zerb we've seen perform at the very top level. He's one of the favourites for the World Championship. He was second in the world in 2018. Ramon Pinheiro, the Spanish driver, he's won here at the BRKC before, former Formula 2 race winner in cars. And Dan Healy, so fast yesterday. Mum Joe will be watching this with pride, that's for sure. He's fourth, but fourth in this kind of environment. Yeah, he'll take that, but I'm sure he'll be looking beyond. Lucas Sullivan, we've not seen him before. Matisse, maybe a little bit out of place, possibly, but we'll see what happens. Shout out to Andrew Duff as well down there in ninth, but they're coming around to take the start. So here is Schurtler. He's going to be starting from the pole position. He's made a good start by the looks of it, but he has Michael Zerb already challenging. Zerb up the inside, and Zerb into the snail. Zerb's going to do it. He's past the world champion. The world champion's been pushed to second, to third. No, he's fighting back. The world champ comes through. That Schurtler we're looking at, who's into second place. He dropped momentarily back to third, but it is Michael Zerb, an epic move into the snail off the start line. As they run down, there's movement behind, but it is Zerb leading from Schurtler as across the line. Ramon Pinheiro momentarily took second place, but he's been bundled back to third by the world champ. And look at that going on behind. Oh, contact there with Andrew Duff, making up a position, shoved to the back. It looked like Philip Szerzak. Yes, it is. Philip Szerzak got shuffled back there, mostly by being clobbered by Andrew Duff, but it is still Zerb. But look at this, Schurtler is coming back at Zerb. They're entering the back straight. Jamie Henderson, how do you read this?
Oh, it was a brilliant move from Michael. I think we know he's quick. He needed to do that move straight away to try and stop Schurtler getting away. He did manage it, but already he's soaking up that pressure. Dan Healy looked a little bit frustrated coming out of the hairpin on lap one as well, I think, with the contact. Now that they've got a bit of clean track in front of him, he's got to try and work with Ramon. If he can get the top two, I'm sure they'll be able to do it.
Into the pits, Carl Power.
Yes, we have number 20, which is Josh Nye. Josh Nye come in, and it looked like a good solid pit stop. So he was in that battle, which is all getting rather fruity on the first lap, coming out of the hairpin there. So he's had enough of that. He's pitted out, and hopefully he's got some good pace. Oh, there's a move for the lead.
There is. It was a shot by Schurtler, but it's not come off. Michael Zerb continues in the lead there, and the gap has opened up because Schurtler had to come out of that. He's waved to the race organiser. I think there's been a bit of finger pointing there, but well, from what we've just seen, He's probably just saying, well, I saw it all go on before. But Michael Schuttler is now under increasing threat from, would you believe it, Dan Healy, who has now managed to move ahead of Ramon Pinero. Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver from down there, I believe he's from Barcelona. And but we have Scherb still leading, a bigger gap to Schuttler as we know, but it's Dan Healy up into third place. How do you rate Dan Healy's chances, Jamie?
I just feel like we're gearing up for another very, very good race here. Dan was so quick yesterday, and he will be looking at these front two, thinking that they're there. If they start fighting, it's going to become a four-way battle for the lead, because even though he has passed Ramon is keeping up with him as well. So four-way battle for the lead, definitely.
We've just had Matheus Mattis into the pits. He's come out, and he has come out behind Josh Nye.
Absolutely. So as picked up by Carl, we've had Matisse in the pits there, and we saw him lose some places earlier on. But it is still Michael Scherb in the lead there. Michael Schuttler, as you rightly say, Jamie Henson, who's going to be driving in this race. We'll see him in action later on. But this is a bit of a four-kart breakaway. It's not exactly nose to tail right now generally, but it could well be. This could easily be. Oh, into the pits there. Sorry, Kyle.
That is Philip Kurzak, and he is coming out just behind Kurzak as well. So yeah, I think he's going to come out in last place, but there's obviously people in front of them who haven't pitted yet.
It was, but it was a mighty close run there for last place. Now, although the leader, Scherb, is trying to break away, he's taking Schuttler with him. Michael Schuttler, the German, the world champion. In the pits, another one.
Yep, we've got Sullivan in the pits, the Bristol driver for Broken Neck team. Looked like a good first stop. He's having a good look. The marshal's on hand just in case we have any cart stalls. If we haven't, he's coming out straight behind number 14, which is Matheus Mattis, and between him and Josh Nye.
So, as we conclude another lap, it's Scherb with the lead now. It looks like Schuttler is closing in. We're going to have a look at times. Yes, Schuttler is currently the fastest on the track.
Yep, we have another pit stop. We've got Marco Brem in the pit stop. There was some questions whether it was an invalid stop or not, and he's fading straight into that battle at the back. That's looking extremely tight. I think he's come out in 10th place though.
It is a huge fight at the tail. Meantime, we're going back to the front. We've got Scherb, and we're looking at Dan Healy on screen. Now, Dan Healy there, sorry, that was Scherb in the lead there we're looking at. And but there's a titanic battle at the tail developing. Matisse, Sullivan, Brem and Scherjak. But up at the front, we've got Scherb, Schuttler, Healy and Pinero. Now, Jamie Henderson, in your experience, do you see that Scherb and Schuttler could actually be pulling away from Healy and Pinero, or is this a bit of a watch and brief and it's still a four-way fight?
Absolutely. I mean, the issue is for Michael is if he starts defending, which at some point in this race he might have to. We saw in the last heat how quickly that can bring other drivers into contention. Matt Bosch was a good 5 seconds off the fight with Ruben in the last race and ended up all over him by the end of it. So as soon as Michael starts defending, again, that might pull Dan Healy and Ramon into the mix. And we can't forget Matthias Meitz as well, who's already boxed, who could still be a factor. He's very, very quick as well.
Absolutely. Matisse seemed to be sort of a little out of sorts in the opening part of that race, but he's certainly got the bit between his teeth now. On track, we've got listed as Michael Schuttler, the world champion. A big battle running there at the tail. However, in the middle of it, we've got Andrew Duff, who's moved up to 5th place. Andrew Duff, one of the regulars, he's crossing the line now. Andrew Duff has been in almost every British Rental Kart Championship race in the last 10 years. This is the 10th edition, of course. We'll be picking up on that as the event goes on. And Andrew Duff is one of the most regular competitors. We're looking at him now. There he is in the grey suit and black helmet. Andrew Duff, he used to hold a karting blog, and that used to be the go-to for all racers at the end of a BRKC event. In fact, any event he was driving in, but particularly from our point of view, BRKC, he used to really capture the feel of it. Andrew Duff, and he's running in 5th place. He's certainly showing that, yes, he's 10 years older than he was when he first started in BRKC, but he is certainly no slower, running in 5th place there, and in front of him is the back of that leadership group, as we would really still can refer to it as. So there's Andrew Duff we're looking at on screen, but it still is Michael Scherb with the lead from Michael Schuttler, the world champion, Dan Healy and Ramon Pinero in 4th. Now there's a bit of a gap opening up. We've almost got like a 1-2 position fight and a gap and a 3 and 4. But Dan Healy is managing to stay quite enough ahead of Ramon Pinero that it's not slowing them down. If the leaders fight, Jamie Henderson, we could well be looking at them closing in, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Ramon, very experienced driver as well. He knows at this point if he's going to fight Dan, they're going to lose time. both those drivers are still thinking the win is on here. They don't want to be fighting each other at this point. They need to be helping each other. It's exactly what they're doing. It's after the pit stops it's going to get probably quite interesting, I suspect, with some wheel-to-wheel action, hopefully.
If I could just butt in there about Andrew Duff. Before all that flurry of pit stops, Andrew Duff was actually leading that train, and they've all pitted. Marco Brem, I believe, did have an invalid stop, so he will have to make another stop, but he hasn't come in yet, so he could have a disqualification coming his way. I may be wrong, but I'm expecting him to come back in again because he had a foul stop. But Andrew Duff is stayed out, so he's obviously very confident of his pace, so when he pits, it would be crucial to see where he comes out in that epic midfield battle.
Absolutely. Andrew Duff, although he's circulating on his own, for those who are new to this sort of particular brand of karting, we work very much to the international rules. Andrew Duff, he's on his own, but right now he's under huge pressure to set lap times, because what he needs is he needs to be in front of the opposition when he makes his pit stop and comes out. He can't afford to come out into the middle of that gigantic scrap. It's a three-way fight at the moment. He just isn't going to be interested in that. Now, talking of fights, they're closer than ever. Michael Schuttler to the lead. We're looking on screen at Scherb. Michael Scherb, the Polish driver, followed by the world champion, Michael Schuttler. Now, Schuttler really got the bit between his teeth. We saw him drop back a little bit, but closing on a Michael Scherb is no mean feat, but that's exactly what Schuttler's doing.
And we have Andrew Duff in the pits. Andrew Duff in the pits. Let's see how he feeds out into that midfield battle with Josh Nye. It looks like he's lost a bit of time. It was a clean pit stop, but I think he has been jumped by two karts.
He has been jumped by Nye and Matisse, but he stayed crucially ahead of Sullivan and Sherzak and Brem. Meantime, we're looking to fight, and in the pits, it's the world champion.
Yep, the world champion's in the pits. That was a good first stop. It's a bit longer, that first one, than it is the second one. Oh, we cut that fine, but it was clean. It was clean. His out. Now expect a reaction from the leader.
Scherb and the world champion Schuttler both need absolute epic. Separated by a pit stop, if you like, with Scherb yet to make a stop. Will he make it soon? He's got 11 minutes nearly to do it.
Well, he's coming towards me now, and I'll expect him to dive into the pits. No,
I think Sherb's going to go for the long haul. I think a lot depends on the pace of Schuttler. Now, we saw Schuttler close in. Jamie Henderson, do you think that Schuttler can actually leapfrog Scherb in this section? I mean, do you think Scherb should pit now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously both a lot more experienced than me. I'm sure Scherb may have him, but he will be conscious as well again of the guys battling behind, so he's got a very tough decision to make, and it looks like he has committed to a longer stint as well, because he's just jumped the pits again for a second time.
Well, Sherb's staying out now. For those, again, who may not be with Motorsport TV now, different set of viewers internationally, it has to be said, Scherb has to make a pit stop. Schuttler's made one. Now, we saw Schuttler close into Scherb and then pit behind Scherb. Now, Scherb is under pressure to manage that gap, because Scherb cannot afford Schuttler to be free to go faster than he was before.
We have number 13 in the pits.
Yep.
Carl Powell. Yep, we have number 13, Marco Brem, again to do his second, to do his stop, because he had a foul stop before. Sorry for butting in.
That's okay. You were expecting him to come in. He had a penalty for a foul stop, if you like. He's been brought back in by the organiser. Well, he's been told at some point he has to come back in. He's chosen now. That's Brem, who's resumed in 10th. Now, Sherb's lap times are crucial. He needs to be faster than he is. Yes, he is at the moment faster than Healy, yes, and he is faster than Ramon Pinheiro, but crucially, he's ever so slightly slower than Michael Schuttler. This is playing into the world champion's hands. Now, Michael Schuttler, he is fourth, but he's fourth because those ahead of him have yet to pit. That, of course, is race leader Scherb, second Healy, and third Pinheiro. Now, Schuttler, who is running in fourth place, the number 9, now he really needs to keep this pressure on and keep this pressure on tight. Scherb needs to maintain this gap, and even then he'll be under massive pressure to make a perfect pit stop. He has to stop twice in one pit visit, if you remember, folks. And into pits, we've got another one.
Scherb is in the pits, so he's thought now's the time. He was cautious up to the first light. He's got a green there. And here we go, he's exiting the pits. It looks like he might just to be able to keep the lead. It's going to be very tight. I think he's got it.
But Schuttler around the outside, the world champion is trying to take the lead around the outside. He's been forced wide. He's trying to the right hand, now the left hand again. He's on the inside, coming out the snail. Contact, but Schuttler, the world champion's done it. Surely they're coming onto the backstretch. There he is, Michael Schuttler, the number 9, the world champion. He's getting really defensive down the inside. He's covering the inside doors. He's not at all looking to be fast. He's looking to be in front. And there is Schuttler with the yellow on his helmet. The number 9 has taken the lead from Michael Scherb. Michael Scherb, maybe the only thing he could have done was pit as soon as Schuttler had, but really these two are running so fast. Sherb had to really fight. He's done it. Sherb up the inside in the snail. Jamie Henderson, what a fight.
Fantastic, but as I mentioned earlier, now the people to watch are Dan Healy and Ramon Pinheiro, because this little battle that has cost them probably between 2 or 3 seconds is going to bring them right back into play. That four-way battle for the lead that we spoke about is definitely going to materialise when all the pit stops are done. But now these two have a decision to make. Do they keep fighting and potentially let Dan and Ramon jump them, or do they work together for 5 minutes and then see how it's going to work out at the end? Really, they have to be thinking in a long game, I think, but Schottler looks like he might have other ideas heading into the snail.
Shirtley's intending to win this, we've seen that. Meantime, British hope Dan Healy leads the way with 23 laps in, 7 minutes to go. He leads the way from Ramon Pinheiro, the Spanish driver, again another one who's won at BRKC level and we know can contend for a win in any race. But side by side down the backstretch, that was again Schottler and Sherb. Sherb continues in the lead. There's Sherb with the red on his helmet, Schottler with the yellow on his. Both of them are pitted. There's going to be no pit stops. This is an absolute knuckle fight to the end. There's Dan Healy, the race leader. Britain's Dan Healy continues round. He's heading for the backstretch. Jamie Henderson.
Yeah, I'm just keeping one eye on that gap there. It's now 10 seconds. It's 10.4 for Schottler. It is right on the cusp of what you need to be in striking distance for a pit stop. So it's going to be really, really close when everybody's out of the pit now.
Now, Dan Healy, there are some that would suggest it could be worth him making a pit stop now, but we'll see what happens, what he has in mind. Now, there's Sherb, there's Schottler, they're fighting over third place at the moment, but they have made a pit stop. In reality, this is the potential fight for the lead. Healy's just gone out of shot there, so really he could probably do with either going fast or coming in now. We'll see what he has in mind. Pinheiro probably is going to judge his move on what happens to Healy if he's smart. He's staying out. Both Healy and Pinheiro stayed out. Schottler and Sherb at the end, the heat has gone out of the fight, but certainly Schottler is right on the tail of Sherb. We know there's no pit stops to be made. It's all a question of lap times for these two. They could do without fighting, really, I think, Jamie, if they want to be sure of it just being them in the fight for lead. Any fight now between Sherb and Schottler is just going to throw Healy and Pinheiro into the mix of the fight. Remember, Ruben Bootsons, of course, was signalling to Selena Balnega, saying, look, just cut it for a moment to try and keep away from Mats de Jong. Obviously, that didn't work out in the end, so that's not what happened. But we probably will be looking at a similar thought process maybe from Sherb and Schottler if they're that smart.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, and the gap has actually gone down to 9.8 seconds, so it does look like Schottler and Sherb have certainly started working together, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. I think we'll see Schottler go for it again personally after the pit stops are done, but right now they do just need to concentrate on the threat from behind or in front of the track behind it.
Obviously you're competing this event yourself, Jamie. Your feeling now, if you were Dan Healy, would you be into the pits sooner rather than later?
I'll be keeping an eye on that gap. I think unfortunately that opportunity might have gone with it being 9.8. It would have to be an absolutely perfect pit stop. We've just seen it go down to 9.7 again. I think I would hang on in there now as long as I could and hope that Schottler goes for it, but I think the opportunity may have gone. We'll see.
Well, Dan Healy, very much one of the fastest all day long yesterday in the official practices. He's been quick all week. We know he can win races around here. Meantime, it's Sherb there. We're still looking at the third place battle, which theoretically will be the lead, but a lot depends on what sort of pace Healy and therefore Pinheiro can manage. Pinheiro is probably just that fraction too far back to be a contender for the lead, but he'll certainly be like literally a couple of seconds. There's Pinheiro. So there's Dan Healy in the lead in the 17. Now where's Pinheiro? Yeah, he's just coming on the backstretch now. Maybe Sherb Schottler will fit in behind Healy or in front of Healy. 5 laps ago, behind. Now maybe in front is probably the thinking, Jamie. It's really now what's going to happen in this stop. Certainly Dan Healy, he's probably doing his formidable best, but that is very formidable indeed, but he's going to have to try and make inroads again. We consider 10 seconds, but we're looking at 9 seconds on the screen, which is to Sherber's advantage over Dan Healy.
Yeah, it looks that way now. I think Dan might have to settle for P3 here and Ramon P4. There shouldn't be any threats really behind that, but then as soon as we see that gap go, is Schottler now starting to think, well, maybe I should have a go, try and get the move done if Sherb isn't expecting it, because of course after the pit stops are gone, Sherb can basically just hug the inside line for the last 2 or 3 laps and hopefully take the win. So Schottler's got a lot of thinking to do here as well. It's by no means over.
Absolutely, and of course against the world champion Michael Schottler, we're going to see a whole new textbook written by Michael Sherb on racecraft defensive, and Meantime, Kyle down in the pit lane there. We've got just under 3 minutes to go, but we haven't seen Healy in the pits yet, nor for that matter Ramon Pinheiro. They're going to take it to both to the final lap. In fact, am I not right in thinking that we've seen Pinheiro overcook it before because they're not allowed to pit on the last lap, and he did either last year or the year before?
We have indeed. I do believe it was last year that he missed the board. It is quite easy to miss, but as a driver, you should start looking for it round about now, 5 minutes ago. You have this sense that I've been out here an awful long time, I'm going to start looking for the board. But yeah, just going back to what Jamie alluded to earlier, I think Healy had missed his moment, so he's pretty committed. He was hoping Schertler was going to go and have a move, but he's a world champion, he's got a wise head. And here we go, we have Ramon Pinheiro in now. He's not taking that chance this year. He's missing it. He's in now. It was a good first stop. Coming for the second. Yeah, good. It was a clean stop. He's going to come out on his own, so I expect to see Healy in this lap. It must be getting time for the last chance to pit.
Absolutely, a good clean stop there from Ramon Pinheiro. He is somebody we have seen in the past with various flavours of pit stop dramas, but he's made it clean, and it does count as well. Here's Healy. This is crucial.
Yep, he's in this smooth into the pits. That's the best entry I've seen to the pits all day. Very, very good. He's leaning forward to try and help that acceleration. Oh, he cut that very fine, and he's going to come out. He's closer to the leaders than he was before they pitted. But yeah, no, he missed his chance. Schertler wasn't playing ball. He wasn't going to go fighting because he recognises the situation that's unfolding around him. He needed to work. Now we can start seeing some fireworks.
And oh my goodness, how close for Dan Healy though. I mean, really, we thought that, maybe he missed it by 5 laps, but he came out right behind the world champion Schuttler. As we look at Scherb and Schuttler, they've got a few kart lengths out, mostly by momentum, but that was actually closer for Dan Healy than we even thought. In fact, we even could have hoped, because Dan Healy came out literally amongst those leaders, and it was purely momentum that's made the gap. There's Healy now on screen. So actually, Healy is closer than he was before, and yet we feel he left it late. He'll be ruining those, not pitting 5 laps earlier. I think that he was actually even more in front than we thought, Jamie. I mean, that really was, it's a hard thing to say, a race lost, but had he pitted 5 laps early, Dan Healy could well be winning this race.
Yeah, absolutely could have been, but then he would have to have, sort of 10 minutes of defending very, very hard against 2 very good drivers, so it's really tough to make the decision in that case. It's easy to say retrospectively, but I think 5 minutes earlier he probably would have inherited the lead. But then we talk about how important it was for Scherb and Schuttler to start working together, create that gap, and that's exactly what they've done. Now Schuttler is eyeing up a go, so I'll let you take it.
And Schuttler's eyeing up a go on the last lap. This is the last lap. Schuttler's trying around the outside, but it doesn't come off. Michael Scherb has defeated the reigning world champion Michael Schuttler. Schuttler making his BRKC debut, and Scherb wins it. Michael Scherb from Schuttler, and Dan Healy in incredible 3rd place. 4th place can be Ramon Pinheiro from Mateus Matisse. There's Pinheiro. Matisse comes through there, and then it's going to be Andrew Duff. Is it Duff? We'll have a look. A couple of carts. There's 1 lap down Bren there. We saw come through earlier, so that was Matisse. And here comes Duff. Yes, Duff manages to hold that position ahead of Josh Nee and Lucas Sullivan and Philippe Scherzak. Marco Brem at the tail there. We saw, of course, some dramas in the pits. Yet again, dramas in the pits all the way. But what an incredible race there. Michael Scherb took the fight to the world champion, managed to win. Dan Healy came in 3rd. It could have been a win, but still 3rd in this level is absolutely outstanding. But that is the kind of thing we'd expect for Dan. Certainly one of Britain's top hopes at world level really is Dan Healy. He does most of his racing here in the UK, but he is a world-class contender, no doubt about that. We're going to go down to the pit lane to Kyle Power. Kyle's always got some interviews and, well, all sorts of action there. That was a close one.
Yeah, that was an extremely close race. It was brilliant, and we like the tactical races, don't we? They're very good, and then you always get a little bit of fruitiness on the last lap. When all the pressure's off of the pit stops, they can then start to attack. So I'm just going to try and intercept. I'm going to try and get some drivers. I'm letting them get weighed first, and I'm going to try to grab the top 3. I kind of waved the microphone in front of Gerb's face, and he didn't look too happy about it, so we'll see if he comes over to me. Michael Schertler didn't look too happy. I'll try and grab Schertler. So there's just a bit of discussion going on at the moment with the officials, so we'll just wait, try and get his attention. there's a bit of discussion going on with the race officials here, so I think there might have been some contact warnings. Up to James, do you know if there's any penalties? Can you see on the screen?
I'm not aware of any penalties at the moment. We have the drive-through for Marco Brem, and we actually had a contact warning for Michael Schuttler, which I think that was really early on. There was quite a sort of bundling going on in the snail section on the opening
I've got
lap.
Jeb now. Hello there, Michael Jeb. Fantastic win. That was brilliant. Looked very tight, battling at the front, and you had to go and put a quite a hard move, it looked like, in the snail section. How did it look from where you was at?
Well, yeah, of course, it was so close, also in qualifying as in our race pace. I think with Michael, we made a really good battle. Sometimes we touched a little bit, but I think that's a nice race. That's what I came here to try with the best driver. And yeah, I think that was a good race.
And what was the discussion with the race officials there just about, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, they just say us to not contact a lot of drivers now, but I think it was clear also by my side as his was a little slice, but I think was good.
Okay, brilliant, well done, and I have a medal for you as well. There you go, here's a medal. So congratulations, well done. Hello. Michael Schottler, I'm here with the current world champion, Michael Schottler. So second place there. It looked like you had a chance to get the win. It looked extremely hard battling with a bit of contact. What have you got to say?
Difficult to say. Pole and fastest lap, and then P2. It's not my goal. Yeah, I think it was a very hard race with a little bit contacts. I don't know if all overtakes are fair. I don't know. For me, a little bit too hard, but yeah, I have to learn for the next race.
Okay, so you questioned it with the race officials just to see if it's fair or not. Any chance of a penalty? So you questioned it with the race officials, the fairness of the overtakes?
Yeah, in Germany, many overtakes were not fair, but international, it seems, yeah, other. But it's okay.
Okay, well, second place isn't so bad. It's a very strong start, so I'm expecting to see you in the final.
Yeah, SP2 is okay, and I think it was my second hardest heat at this weekend, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the next race.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you for the interview. Awesome, great. I'm just going to see if Dan Healy wants to come for an interview as well. I'll just try and grab his attention. Oh, but someone else has gone. We have Michael Duff here as a surprise interview. And Andrew Duff. How was that? You're obviously a stalwart of the BRKC, and it looks like you're involved in some pretty freaky battling on the first lap down there.
Yeah, to be honest, it's all a bit of a blur now. I mean, I qualified horribly, but the kart felt really good, and so I was reasonably confident of moving forward in the race. So, and lots of other people at the beginning just got tangled up with each other, and I took advantage and made a couple of moves stick. I mean, it's the most overtaking I've ever done in a race here on track, and also the fastest lap I've ever set here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever been happier with a 6th place, put it that way.
Oh, superb, you're looking extremely racy. I think we're all looking forward to reading the karting Odyssey and your summary of that.
Well, I am sorry to admit that there won't be one this year. I know.
No.
It's just I don't have the time in my life anymore to write it. But
I'm getting booed in my ear because of that. That's a very unpopular decision there, Andrew.
Well, everyone's got a whole weekend to change my mind, so, but...
We'll be badgering you about it.
Thanks, Carl.
Well done, mate. And now I'm going to try and get Dan Healy. It's always worth having a chat to Andrew. He said he's practically part of the furniture for BRKC. It is always a good interview. So, Dan. Yes, if you come a bit away. So, that looked like an extremely good drive. It looked like at one point during that race you had a chance to take the win. I guess you could see the leaders battling and hoping they were going to start fighting. Do you think you missed your window there?
I think I missed my window. I just don't think I had the pace, to be honest. I think I saw about a 10.5 second lead. I was like, oh, I can build on that. And then suddenly it just started dropping to 9 seconds. I was like, nah. One of them's a world champion. One got 3rd last year for a reason. And I'm just not on their pace at the moment.
Well, you're not far off. That's an extremely strong pace. You come out very, very close to them. you must have been praying for them to start taking chunks out of each other.
Oh yeah, because I saw at the start that Wojcik had, is it Mikko or Wojcik?
It was Mikko.
Yeah, Mikko. I saw him instantly go for Schottler at the start, and then apparently he had him again on track, so I was hoping Schottler would kind of go out for revenge so I could kind of build that gap while I had some free air, but fortunately it just didn't happen.
Brilliant, but great pace and some very strong showing for your first race. A great British hope. We really hope to see you in the final.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And back to you, James.
Well, a very interesting set of interviews there, Kyle, because, well, first thing to pick on is Michael Schottler, obviously talking about the contact. He's the only one who had a warning. And also you've got there Dan Healy saying about, he feels he lacks the pace. Actually, we believe it was his very good pace that actually put him in contention as close as he was. So Dan Healy probably doing himself a little bit of a disservice there. Certainly an epic result there by Michael Gerb. He had to resist pressure from Michael Schottler the whole way. Even when Schottler had been pushed back a little bit in the early stages, he knew he was going to be coming back in, which is exactly what Michael Schottler did. The world champion was on top form in there. He managed to, obviously he came in second place, but it certainly was a very, very strong showing, and he really took the fight to Gerb, and Gerb had to really race for the victory there. Dan Healy, as I say, we were talking and we felt that maybe he had left it potentially 5 laps too late to come into the pits from an ideal point of view. And even then he was closer than what the prediction was. So, I think Dan Healy definitely doing himself a little bit of disservice. His pace was certainly enough to win. Maybe just a little bit of an earlier pit stop would have put him out of the pits in front. And if he'd been in front, he had the pace to justify being fairly defensive against Michael Gerb for that victory. Jamie Henderson, how do you feel about, they always, when you're in kart, you see it slightly differently to us with our brilliant overview we get, Scruffy Bear Pictures putting this great view on for us, and all the viewers at home will have their own opinions. But certainly I think Dan may have done himself a bit of a disservice.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the first thing you have to say is obviously very well done to Michael. Fantastic race. And, of course, Michael Schottler as well. With regards to Dan, yes, with the benefit of all these fantastic screens we've got in front of us, when the gap was 10 seconds, he could have been there or thereabouts. With regards to what Dan said about his pace, yeah, his fastest lap was 2/10 off the pace of the front runner. So, yeah, he was probably right. I think the opportunity was there 5 minutes beforehand for him to come there alongside. If he'd been ahead, he probably could have stayed ahead. But I think even if he had come in at exactly the right time, it wouldn't have quite been enough. But it's a really, really good effort from Dan Healy, you still have to say. Well done to him.
Absolutely. I mean, it was outstanding. I mean, in third place, when you consider the first place is Michael Gerb and the second place is the world champion Michael Schottler, that's no problem at all. And certainly on that performance, any race he's in the rest of the weekend, we can consider him a potential winner of that race. Do you face him at all?
I'm not sure. I don't think so this time. I have faced him in the past. We actually used to be teammates back in the days of Elite Karting League, so I know how good he is, and he's only got better since those days as well. But we talk about British hopes. There's a few this year. I think Sean Brierley is going to be right up there. We've always got Ed White as well, Bradley Philpott and alike. So definitely we have a chance, and Dan Healy is up there as well. He was fantastic yesterday in practice.
And of course, multiple track champion Lewis Manley, who we've seen in action earlier on. He's always a force to be reckoned with around Formula Fast. Certainly, obviously what we're seeing on screen now, for those people watching at home, we're seeing the kart's just been attended to, having some fueling now. They've been that was the 5th heat race. There are 10 heat races per round, and there are 4 rounds, so obviously there's going to be 40 heat races. So the kart's getting a little bit of a once-over. It's certainly been checked for having their fuel put in, and then we'll be back on with the next set of heat races. Now, so far, we've seen 2 of the main contenders, but up in this next race, we've got a couple of interesting people we want to be keeping an eye on, particularly, as you talked about earlier on, Sean Brierley. Now, Sean Brierley always, he does race internationally, been generally a regular in the sport kart event in the USA over on the West Coast over there, the Sport Kart Grand National, and he's been like third is his highest result there. He was twice second in the championship with the British Rental Car Championship, but that one it was a multi-venue, including of course indoor, but still a force to be reckoned with. And of course Brad Philpott, series organiser and instigator, 10 years down the line, and I mean, when it got started, there's myself and Brad were talking. Alex Van Gien and Brad did a lot to put the series together. Philpott's still competitive in what could be argued his own event.
Yeah, absolutely. Brad has done an absolutely fantastic job of organising this event, along with everybody else involved as well. 10 years seems absolutely crazy that it's been going on that long as well. It's 4 years since I attended the first one, seems like yesterday. But the improvements going on every year are brilliant. Have we spoke about the addition of the lap timers on the steering wheel?
Yeah, for 2020, the karts are all loaded up with a screen on the dashboard. It gives out lap time. I mean, how are you finding it driving around?
It's very helpful as a driver to see where the gap is to the kart behind you and the one in front of it as well. In qualifying and practice, it's very, very useful to see how far you are off where you need to be as well. Can be a little bit distracting. It's definitely something you need to get used to, not looking down every couple of seconds to see what's kind of developed. There are lap timers and boards around the circuit as well to help give you similar kind of information, but little incremental improvements like that every year make it a unique experience every time.
Absolutely. It's certainly quite an innovative thing as well for this year, actually information direct to the driver. We have seen friends and teammates, if you like, sort of relaying information to each other as over the wall, the barrier there. It's possible for them to get down there, particularly some of the more established Europeans, teams like Blue Star Racing, things like this, will be signalling their drivers and giving a lot of information. As a driver with this on the steering wheel screen, would you be picking your place? I mean, is this something that you probably wouldn't be looking at in the Snell section, but would be looking at the backstretch?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And like I was saying about getting used to it, you need to realise you can't look at it in the snail section, which is something that I worked out yesterday in practice a couple of times, I think. And it can be a bit of a distraction. We can just see actually in shot there, just where we can see, I believe is... I'm not sure who's sat on the barrier there, but we can see next to the motorsport.tv sign. You can get a lot of signalling from your teammates through there as well, which is very, very useful. Sometimes some less than savoury signs probably shown at you as well, depending on who stood there. But there's plenty of ways to get that information. But yeah, there's certain times and places you can look at the lap time. The most helpful thing that it does is when you cross the line, your lap time will either go green or it won't make a movement at all. And if it goes green, you know you've set a personal best. Or I assume if you go fastest on track, it goes purple. But funny enough, I've never seen that one, James.
So when you're actually crossing the line there, the way in which it's most helpful is you're not really that fussed about what the number is. It's the colour that's flashing up in the corner of your eye is really what you're looking at, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. You're just looking for a colour. Anything more detailed than that, you've probably looked at it for a little bit too long and you've missed a braking zone or a turn-in point or something like that. So, yeah, just using it for the basics where you can, but it's definitely a big addition, very helpful.
And of course, on the previous pitch we were looking at when you were saying about, to the left of race control where we're looking, as we can see now on screen, to the left of race control, that would be a good signalling spot for various teams. It's also, of course, where it's sort of out of view of us and not really a view we're looking at. When we're watching during the races, we're looking at the cars coming across the line. But in that situation, in that area there to the left of where it says race control, is where the signals will come from race control about contact warnings, about, our old favourite, pit stop infringements.
Yeah, absolutely. And useful place to have that information. Again, you dread the botched pit stop sign that shows you need to go again. But yeah, it's where all the signs are. And then also just out of shot to the left there, that's where the timing zone is. So that's your first real chance, traditionally, after qualifying to see where you've come. Nowadays, you can just glance down at the steering wheel and see the full order, which is useful. Means you can be a little bit happier, a little bit more annoyed at yourself, a bit quicker after you cross the line.
That's it, of course. And the area we're talking about to the left of race control, that is actually, from a driving point of view, the exit of the Snell section, isn't it? And of course, so having exited the Snell section, yes, you're looking to the left, but it's sort of in your sight. And we can just on screen see the very, very edge of that big timing board, right? So if you haven't sort of picked it up on the timer in front of you, there is that to give a picture of where everybody is, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that means by the time you get round to the back straight where they line you up, you already know roughly where it is you're going to be starting the race, and also who's starting around you as well. It's so important to get your qualifying lap nailed. We've seen it a few times already today. If you make any errors, even if you've got a lot of race pace, it's very difficult to recover, mostly because the standard throughout the field is so strong. Any mistake is going to be gobbled up on essentially by the opposition.
Absolutely. We've seen that some people qualifying what may be considered high, some considered low. And what you were just saying about how it's going to make your race a whole lot harder, probably shown almost textbook by Ruben Boutens earlier on. You know, qualifying down in 4th place, straight away he gave himself a huge amount of work to do. Yes, he got beaten on, you know, he was. The win by Selena Balnega was on merit. Mats de Jong took the fight to Ruben Boutens again on merit. But had Boutens managed to start in pole, he would be much more likely to be able to have taken the win there, far more likely than he ever was having to fight through from 4th against such opposition.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. And how many times over the years have we seen Ruben go straight out, set a pole lap and then just run away with the race, even if during the course of that race there are other drivers on track lapping in roughly similar pace, but just because he can normally pull it out so quickly, that's how he wins races. You see that you lose that 5 or 10% in qualifying, and all of a sudden you give yourself a much more difficult job, and you open the door, like I say, to 4 or 5 drivers who are quite prepared to take that position off you if they can.
Absolutely, and crucially, especially for those who are not used to this format with the pit stop, which is the sort of international indoor standard, the pit stop does allow a variety of choice and strategy, but when you qualify a little bit lower down, like Ruben, he was almost forced into making a pit stop, possibly earlier than he'd like to have done. Had he been out front, he'd have had a lot more scope for maybe being able to go for a later stop, things like this. As it was, he opted to go relatively early because you know, he had a lot of work to do to get to the front. It didn't pay off for him. A lot of that still coming back down to the qualifying 4th.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And the thing is with the undercut as well, is it can be certainly used to good effect, but unless you are by quite a margin quicker than the guy that you were behind, chances are when they exit the pit you're going to end up alongside them. That's more time lost in the grand scheme of things as well that you wouldn't otherwise have had if you could box when you wanted to. So it's never ideal to be trying the undercut and trying to box early, but you can see it pulled off, but it's tricky.
And of course, in that situation, it just increases the pit stop pressure to get it right and to make it very quick. And already we've seen a number of pit stop violations. In fact, there's only been, 2 races so far out of the 5 where there hasn't been someone busted for a violation in the pit lane, you know, going too early, not stopping in time, that kind of thing. You know, because there's obviously got to make 2 stops, one at the beginning, one at the end, and there's a little box area which you've got to be in. And that kind of pressure has created the problems that people have then had to redo their pit stop.
So what we're saying in conclusion is get
very, very hard. While we've got a moment, just going to bring in Lewis Manley just for a second there. Lewis, we saw you second in your opening heat race. It's a very tough year. Obviously, we saw your result. You got the best result you could. Ruben Boutens, though, you will have an opinion on him better than most because you've fought with him over the years. Do you see this the greatest pressure he's been under at a BRKC?
Absolutely, yeah. Very exciting race to watch, to be honest. Him starting 4th to finish 3rd was a massive surprise to everyone because you don't normally see that. So it was an exciting race, and his passing is so nice. And there was one moment he had a deep braking, so he had to try again. And he massively screaming at Selena to go with her while Matt was trying the overcut on them. And it was very exciting to watch. And now the times are super rapid, so it's probably going to get faster and faster.
Yeah, this is probably the most pressure early on we've seen the multiple British champion Ruben Boutens under. Lewis, obviously you'll be one of the people who will be planning to add to that pressure and maybe even take the title from him. Is it too early to consider that Rubens might actually even be beaten this year? If so, by whom? We're seeing star turns across the board.
Of course it's too early. It's a long way to go yet. There's still a few more heats left, but as he's only come 3rd in that one, so 8 points he only got. He'll come back all guns blazing, so everything can still happen yet. It's a long way to go, as I got 9 in my heat, so 2nd was the max I could do, as 4 tech behind was too fast for me. They just had no answer to him, so I had to consolidate 2nd.
Absolutely, and of course Ruben Boutens we were talking about. If anyone can pull this off, it's him. We've seen him have to deal with things in the past, and I'm sure for him it's going to be business as usual in terms of having to try to win this championship. Yes, he was 3rd, but at least he wasn't 4th, and so on down the line. For the pair of you, moving forward? Obviously, Lewis, you've been out on track already this morning. Jamie Henderson, you have not. But Lewis, are we seeing the track's in good condition? Everything's running well?
Yeah, exactly. First 2 weeks normally take time to get up to temperature, but it's when normally the third or fourth comes in, it really gets up there. So always being out early is not ideal. So I didn't mind that, so I can get my first heat out of the way. Kart 15 did not feel brilliant, but at least it gets out of the way for my previous heats, for next heats I should say. So just hopefully draw a nice car for my next one and see what I can do.
Absolutely. And Jamie Henderson was talking about the fact that it's going to be quite tight, and the timing on the kart steering wheel, this little screen you've got, is a massive help, particularly with that kind of thing. How did you find out there? Were you looking at it much during the race, or just a bit of a corner of the eye?
No, I was just keep looking at the times. I was just looking to see how far or close I was to the other guys. I do like these lights because they're very bright and nice, but when you look behind, it kind of looks very dark. So, but I don't mind that because it looks very nice as it gets more and more exciting every time BRKC is here, and it gets even stronger.
Yeah, and one of the big additions, in fact, we just were seeing it on the steering wheel. You can see the back of the timing little screen there. Are you looking at it much during the races, or are you looking at, say, purely on like the backstretch, or are you not paying that much attention?
No, I don't have it on as well, to be honest. So, yeah, so I just have it off and then just focus on my race and just see what I'm doing in lap times. So that's why I don't want anything on my steering. So just want a nice clean run and just not look at anything really. Just look at the times when I'm going past. So that's why I get more comfortable with that.
Yeah, so going old school, basically, Lewis. Just keeping focus on what the driving rather than the technicalities being shown up on the screen. Jamie, obviously, in the testing, you were using that more. As you say, you'd be looking at it particularly from a qualifying point of view, and then how things are going in the race for that little timer.
Yeah, I'll maybe be looking at it less now, given what Lewis has just said. I suppose everyone's got their own driver preference. I think Lewis does enough laps around this circuit to know when he's on it and when he's not. He's on it more often than not, obviously. I find it useful just with a little flash when you cross the line. If you're going faster, you go green. It's very useful to see that. But yeah, I'm sure the guys at the top who do thousands of laps of this place know.
Yeah, obviously Lewis, slightly different case because multiple champion round here in the circuit's own championship. For those who, especially the foreign drivers who don't race here very much, except for BRKC and everyone else. I mean, there's lots of obviously UK drivers who haven't raced here, who don't race here much. They only race here once a year. For those, then it's probably more useful for like an instant report on how well you've done rather than having to try and just kind of guess it, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Yeah, don't have a lot to add, you're right.
Well, we're looking ahead now to the heat race 6. We're still on round 1. In this race, we've got George Massey, who's another Team Sport Championship competitor. He's won at Team Sport Liverpool. He's sort of from that area, Macclesfield, actually a little bit south of Liverpool, really, isn't it? But that's where he's from. Gary Jones, of course, we've seen many times, Matlock, Derbyshire driver. His best result actually has been 17th place here in the BRKC, which is in the semi-finals in 2017. He's been the champion with Kart Sport about a decade ago now for Gary Jones. Brad Philpott, of course, series organiser. We've been speaking about him quite a bit. He actually was the champion of the TRCK series, which was the indoor one at Corby. And they've actually been running to a fairly similar style to this event, the European style. So that will really have helped him with this year. Part of the Squadra Furio team, along with Johnny Elliott. Everyone knows Johnny Elliott. And then we've got Matthew Stark. Matthew Stark he was the champion of Absolutely Karting last year, and he's making his BRKC debut. Sean Briley, we talked about, needs no introduction, been around a long time. We've known him, he can win races day in, day out when it comes to BRKC. Joel Argul, he's another new one. He was a Team Sport Kart Champs finalist, and that's quite a high level to be at. So although he may not be necessarily a regular here at Formula Fast, he's certainly someone with a great deal of indoor pedigree, which again is a strange one in the UK because we rate outdoor karting a lot more, which is surprising when you consider how much it rains here in the UK, really, isn't it? Derek Jones. Now, Derek Jones we've seen around here a lot. Now, he's really moved up in position. So if I give an idea, in 2018, he was 91st in the BRKC. He'd moved up to 65th in 2019. So a similar improvement this year would actually see him knocking on the door, potentially, of a semi-final place. So we're going to have to keep a little eye on Derek Jones. Matthew Mandipira is not someone we've seen before, but Team Sport Kart Champs champion of 2018. That's quite a serious, peg to hang your hat on that one. He's also been racing in the Citroen C1 Championship. We've seen, he's been around a lot. Apparently, he's never finished lower than 5th in a kart race. That might change this weekend, but certainly that's going to be an interesting point, and we'll see how that works. Wish him the best of luck, of course. Chris Powell, not to be confused with the Hereford Raceway Chris Powell. This is Chris Powell from Cambridge, but racing the Club 100, he was 3rd in the lightweight championship last year. That's quite in 2016. That's a very high sort of level for him, and of course in the university championships he was Cambridge champion in 2012. And then finally on the list, Polish driver David Kart, suitably named David Kart. He was actually 2nd in the world in 2018, so that's very in one of the races, and so that's a very, very high level there for David Kart. I saw him in the Polish Championship I was commentating in last year. Now he's over here in Britain in the BRKC, so David Kart is definitely one to watch there as well. But to my money, guys, I'm talking to Lewis Manley and Jamie Henderson here. I'm struggling to look at the moment beyond Philpott or Brierley for the win. Maybe with Gary Jones in the mix there. I don't know. What do you think, Lewis Manley?
All depends what number they have with the kart draw, because in the previous races, the karts at the top, like 9, 21, 17 and number 10, look quite quick. So it all depends what they draw and see what they can do.
They do look quite quick, but they've managed to get him to within 0.2 of a second, so hopefully that won't be that much of an issue. But in terms of pure merit, is that Philpott and Brierley a right choice, or do you see anyone else in the mix?
I think that could be the smart choice, really. It depends how Gary Jones does and the others do. So, as you say, it would be smart money on Philpott and Brierley between them two, to be honest.
Yeah, and Jamie Henderson, you're also competing in this event. Who would, obviously Philpott, Brierley, we've looked at. Is there anyone else on there that you see could spring a surprise?
I think they're the main two, honestly, heading into this race, both very, very quick yesterday. Lewis, I'd be keen to know your thoughts if there's been any drivers so far that have stood out as a challenger who you maybe weren't thinking would be right up there. So we know Celine is very, very good, but as a race winner, someone who's just beaten Ruben, is she now more on the radar than she maybe was?
I think so. Fair play to her for winning that race, because being 2nd on the grid to Matt and passing him later in the race, she's really good contender for the finals, so for sure, as it's her debut here, and she's no mean feat contender, so she's trying to win it, like me, of course, and Ruben and a few others. So it's definitely going to be one to watch out for.
Absolutely, and of course, anyone beating Ruben Boutens at all, especially in a BRKC Championship race, is very much on the radar. In fact, they're pretty much well up in lights, aren't they? I think and Mats de Jong as well. Already we're seeing people, with that kind of performance that we saw there, and also Gerb, Schuttler, Healy. These are sort of performances that suggest not only that somebody has the potential to be in the final. Yes, it's going to be very difficult to get in the final this year. It's going to be very difficult to get in the semi-finals, to be fair. But that's already the sort of performance that if you were to start talking this early about who could be in the final, who has even got a chance of winning overall, these are names that you have to look at. Ruben Boutens, for so long now, has been the benchmark in indoor karting. So to beat him, it literally, you can't say fairer than that. It looks like they're getting ready with the various weigh-ins now, and people are sort of sorting stuff out. It looks like David Kart is there. That's Gary Jones there in the red suit, and is that Sean Brierley over there in the yellow black helmet? Well, he's obviously taken the weight check, and so he's down there with Kyle Power. Kyle, are you able to speak with Sean before the race? No, we've not quite got contact with Kyle, but he's certainly chatting with Sean Brierley as Sean's about to take his kart. Having a look down there in the Tony Kart suit. Yeah, but certainly there's Gary Jones. And we've seen stuff before from Gary Jones. Gary, this is probably one of the heat races he's got that he can really show well in. Yes, we've spoken about Brad Philpott. Yes, we've spoken about Sean Briley, but I think it'd be wrong to sort of rule Garrett. Certainly he's a contender for third, isn't he? Even if you said, well, on any given day, probably Briley and Philpott might have the edge over him, but it would be just an edge, and certainly he's got a chance.
Yeah, and we just never know. Like, when you're reading down the list of names there for the drivers, we've got so many who you wouldn't necessarily have thought would be a major contender, but have had so much experience with team sport, winning different indoor championships. We turn up on a Friday to practice, and there are some names on the board that you've never really heard of or not had that much experience with, and then all of a sudden they're contenders and they're somebody to think about. So there's no need to rule anybody out this race. Yes, Sean and Brad, you would have thought so, but Gary Jones, more or less hang on the list. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so as you can see here, we've got Jamie Henderson and Lewis Manley. I'm James Auld, commentator of the British Rental Kart Championship. Now, what we've been looking at so far is absolutely outstanding performances across the board. We've seen major battles in every race. It's an absolute epic BRKC for the 10th year of this championship. Many years ago, 2011, it was started out by Brad Philpott, Alex Van Gien, and it was a multi-round format. They're mostly outdoor, it has to be said, which was fairly normal for the UK. We like racing outdoor karting, but from an international point of view, the growing scene is the indoor scene. We've seen the KWC, all these national championships taking place over one weekend. The BRKC in 2014 moved to that format, and that's when we started seeing foreign aces like Ruben Boutins, who remains unbeaten. He's a 6-time BRKC finalist winner. Of course, that means he's £6,000 better off, which is a huge profit margin in this. So, but this year, we're seeing the greatest early challenge to Ruben Boutins. Lewis Manley and Jamie Henderson are here. They are both competing in the event. Lewis, possibly one of the British hopes. Jamie's obviously going to put his name on the board if he can. We're into the 10th year. It's tougher than ever before, but certainly it must be pretty rewarding out there when you do well. How are you feeling? Obviously, Jamie, you've got a couple of races time you're out. Lewis, you've been out already. Feeling good, boys?
Yeah, I feel really good. It's just a matter of enjoying it, going out there, doing the best that you can. You know roughly in qualifying where you are pace-wise. Anything can happen. Just got to enjoy it. I mean, there's probably a little bit more pressure on drivers, like they're homing in on first place. They really want to go. I'm sure to enjoy myself, and semi-final would be incredible. If I could get
well, any performance here is excellent, because the result, the standard with 45 foreign entries, multiple world champions, champion this, champion that, even guys that we've never really heard of before making their debut. You look at their stats. They're champion of this, they're champion of that. They've done it all before, and quite.
I mean, we are talking about drivers who you go to Arrive and Drive sessions or any other local championship throughout the country. They're probably going to be winning races. They're probably going to be up there, and then over at an event like this, they become midfield, even back marks in certain cases. It's insane how good the standard are, but I do think it makes you a better driver as well, coming up against drivers like this at a venue like this.
Absolutely. You go to an indoor kart track and you're up against, you see the best set by the tracks, and you're up against them. Talking of that guy, one of that guys for Formula Fast is Lewis Manley, multiple track champion here, and obviously one of Britain's hopes in this, the British Rental Kart Championship. Lewis, you've been competitive ever since you first appeared in 2014 in the BRKC. This year's no exception. How do you rate you?
To win this thing, because all places, they could not make the semi yet, so it could be such a mixture and stuff. So they have to see how much points they get in their heats and see if they can progress.
Wonderful. Well, that's exactly what we'll be doing. We've had the first 5 heats already of the first round. There are 4 rounds, as we've discussed. And so we are now looking at heat race 6. We've gone through the list of entries. We've ascertained really Brad Philpott and Sean Briley are the likely contenders here, but every year we get someone shooting through. Among the trophies, there's the Genevieve Reason Memorial Trophy, which we put forward to the most startling performance. Usually it goes to someone who's fairly new and maybe we haven't seen before, who we hadn't expected going in, puts in the start turn. We'll see how that pans out. There's a whole bunch of people who come up sort of in contention for that. However, we're getting ever closer now. The karts are being fueled. There's a couple of checks being done on some of them, and the drivers are pretty much ready. I think everybody's down there in the pit area ready to go. With the BRKC, of course, We've got the 10th year, and every year it's been getting better, and really this year is just outstanding. Now, with this race, it would have years ago been considered a heat of death. Now, of course, it's possibly one of the slightly more relaxed ones. And as we do go into it, it's potential now for some good points, because it's been said that people are trying to score points, of course, to get into the semi-final and final. But to get into the final, because of so many people scoring well, it might actually be the lowest amount of points ever before to get into the final. Lewis, you're usually good on the stats. You remember the kind of points you've had to score to get in the final, and how do you see that for this year? Could it well be lower again?
I think so, actually, to be honest. It was 42 last year. I predicted around about between 41, 38 for 10th place to be in the final. And as you were saying about the heat of deaths, but the round 2, heat 5 later on is the most heat of death I've ever seen, because it's such a star-studded lineup. So as Brad would say, it's going to be such an exciting race, because there's so many competitive drivers in that, and I can't wait for that to watch that race and see what happens.
Absolutely, and just alluding to the point system, just to explain to those who may be new to it, we do have a new audience with Motorsport TV. Those watching on that may not be used to this sort of format. Now, what happens is each driver is going to run in one heat of each round, of which there are 4 rounds. Now, they score points, and the points are 10 for first, 9 for second, 8 for third, and so on down, 1 for last. Now, therefore, that gives a possibility of 40 points if you were to win all of your heat races. Now, the top 30 scorers, they go into 3 semi-finals. Now, the semi-final isn't knockout either, which is what you would normally expect in a regular UK indoor kart event or karting event generally. What the semi-final is the right to continue scoring. So what happens is, if you then won all your heat races and your semi-final, which would just be a ridiculous an amazing thing to do, that would give you a total of 50 points. Again, the top 10 from that go into the final. Now, in the World Championship, the final itself, again, is the right to continue scoring. So in the World Championship itself, it may well be that the person who's first in the final of the actual World Championship isn't the world champion. It could be someone who's second because they've outpointed. This point system allows allows people to avoid a situation where, I had a bad kart, things like this. It evens itself out more. Now, Carl Power is down there with Sean Briley, so we're going over to Carl Power in the pit lane.
Thanks, James. I'm down here with Sean Briley, one of the hot favourites for this race. So, Sean, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about this race? You've got to think you've got a good chance of winning this.
Yeah, it's first race of the competition. Always a little bit nervous. After you do that, you settle down a bit. Try not to draw 19 in this one. 18 stalled, so they've been dragged it out for 19. But other than that, I'm just going to go out there, do what I can, try get a pole time, try pull away. If I can do that, great.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'm expecting a very tough battle between you and Bradley Philpott.
I'm looking forward to it. Cheers.
Brilliant. Back to you, James. Well, James is not there. We're still just getting some of the drivers in. The tyres now obviously have cooled down quite a lot, so this outlap will be extremely slippery. So you'll expect to see lots of weaving, lots and lots of weaving, maybe slamming the brakes on, accelerating hard to try and get a bit of warmth in the tyres. But no one's going to have an advantage or disadvantage. It's the same for everybody. But expect the lap times in this qualifying and throughout this next heat or two to be not quite as fast as they were before.
Absolutely, Carl. I mean, of course, the karts have been stood there. The temperatures will be down a bit. The track temperature, it is quite cold. I mean, it is January, and, we're dealing with a concrete track. So it's going to be a little bit cooler. The track does warm up a bit as the karts are pounding around it. There's very little gap between the heat races themselves, except for this one, of course, where we had a fuel stop, and the karts have been stationary, so the engines have been off, the tyres have not been turning, and they've not been, keeping the temperature in the track as well. Now, here we are having a look down there. There's David Kart there in the green helmet. Very highly rated Polish driver. Came over in the early new year purely to practice, and so we saw him out in practice, putting on a sterling performance. Now there's Brad Philpott in the red and blue and black helmet with on the far side there, as we're sort of focusing on these two drivers a little bit closer. But Brad Philpott was the originator is the originator of BRKC. He's still really the front man, the poster boy, if you like. And Brad Philpott, there's Sean Brierley in the background behind David Kart, and there's Philpott himself. And Brad Philpott, the one who started the whole BRKC thing, and it's really grown over these last 10 years. Brad's certainly very proud, but he is a very strong competitor in his own championship, so much so that he has got to be considered as a potential candidate for a final position. Whether or not to win overall, I'm not sure, but and there's Derek Jones just giving the thumbs up in the number 10 kart there. Derek Jones now a bit of a regular part of the establishment here at Formula Fast, the BRKC. Now, we're just getting ready, and there's Gary Jones leading them out. So Gary Jones can be the first one out. He's going to be on his warm-up lap. Carl Power's expecting the karts to be moving around a little bit more. Weaving around is... We all think it makes a difference, but it's not been proven to, has it? Jamie Henderson, would you be trying to weave around a bit, if nothing for your own brain, rather than for what it's actually doing to the kart?
Yeah, it's a psychological thing as well. If I was going out there, I'd be weaving like there's no tomorrow, to be honest with you. I'd be hard on the brakes as well, just trying to get as much temperature in the kart as possible. Best thing to do now would be focus on Sean Brierley and watch what he's doing, especially coming out the snail. Is he on it straight away? Is he taking it like a fast lap, or is he actually going for tie bomb? And the reason I've paused there is I've got somebody stopped at the snail, just got going again, so I think we should be able to go underway with qualifying. A bit of a scare there, but yes, I'll be getting a lot of temperature.
And it is going to be an issue because the person who was stopped in the pit lane was in the snail section, was one of the last out, and Gary Jones is close behind him on his qualifying lap. Now, will Gary Jones be affected? Gary Jones was the first one out to qualify. It looks like Gary Jones got enough of a gap. Yes, he has. He's not going to be affected. So, the final driver comes through to start the qualifying, but here's Gary Jones. Now, Gary Jones is going to set the initial pace, and what's going on behind him? He's been beaten already by Mandipiro. Matthew Mandipiro, and Powell is into third, but it's still Jones in second. Mandipiro on the provisional pole, and Brad Philpott's gone fastest. Brad Philpott takes the provisional pole. What about Sean Brierley? Has Sean Brierley got an answer? David Kart second, Brierley on the first place there. Sean Brierley into pole position. On screen we can see it's going to be Sean Brierley taking the initial lead at the start from Brad Philpott. David Kart has come through into third place, the highly rated Polish driver. Oh, Matthew Stark, he was the one who was stopped on the opening lap there. He's come through into fourth place. Now, Stark, of course, was the one who was the absolutely karting lightweight champion of last year. We've not seen him before, but certainly he's living up to expectation there with a fourth place start. Guys, this is Matthew Stark, is no one we've heard of before at the BRKC. He's making his debut, but he's making his debut from fourth place. Lewis Manley, how do you rate the qualifying there?
I expected the top two would be Brierley and Philpott, but Kart, however it's pronounced, it's only 1,000th of Philpott, so that's very close. So as Stark is fourth on the grid, that's the one that had that little moment at the snail, so as he's recovered to fourth, so I do expect the top two may break away, but it depends how number 20 is going to be on him, so they're about to start the race now.
Absolutely, and here comes Sean Brierley. He's pacing them to the line. He can't go too fast, he can't go too slow. He's got to judge this right, and he's also got to get on the gas the right time. He's got on the gas fairly early, and he's taking Philpott with him with David Kart. And Stark, who we mentioned, is continuing in fourth place. So Sean Brierley leads the snail section. Philpott's not close enough to mount a challenge, which is exactly what Sean Brierley will have wanted. David Kart is equally not able to challenge Philpott, so this is the cleanest getaway we've seen, certainly different to some of the earlier races. And it is Sean Brierley with the lead down the back stretch as they file through onto that back stretch there. Bringing up the rear is Argulas at the back, and through that final turn there, very, very tight indeed. Seen some action there. But leading across the line for the first lap is Sean Brierley, Brad Philpott, David Kart and Stark, and already maybe a little bit of a gap there to Gary Jones, who has passed Mandipiro. That gap has probably been created by the pass that Gary Jones made up. Do we think we're going to get a four-way breakaway here, or is Gary Jones just temporarily held back by that passing move? Jamie Henderson.
It's going to be very interesting to see. I think that they will probably break away the top four simply because they don't seem to be fighting. Sean's very quick, Brad's obviously very experienced at this point. He knows just to stick behind, not to do anything silly, try and stay in the slipstream, try and keep the pace up. It's going to be tricky for Gary Jones to stick with that.
Sorry, Joe. We're going to go with Carl Power in the pits. An early stopper.
Yep, we've got Christopher Powell in, extremely early stop. That is the earliest you can stop. It looks clean so far, so he obviously wanted to get himself out of the first lap chaos and get on his own and start lapping.
Well, that's going to be very interesting. Powell has taken that very early pit stop. He's now going to be looking to maximise his pace to see if he can leapfrog some of the others. But really, from his point of view, in the mid-pack, he's going to try and get himself out of the mire that could be Jones, Mandipira, Derek Jones and George Massey and Joel Argulas. Now, meantime, we've still got Sean Briley up at the front, but with arguably the biggest lead we've seen. Pulling away from Brad Philpott on an indoor kart track is not easy, but Briley's managing to do that. Lewis Manley, Sean Briley is we're used to seeing epic performances, but this is a very strong showing in these very early laps.
Indeed, he'll already be settling down. I don't know if he said in his interview he was a bit nervous because it's the first race, but like being put on pole position and pulling away a bit from Philpott will settle him down nicely. So he's going to try and continue to pull away and win his first heat. He's looking very good in testing yesterday. He could have made the final last year, but for the pit stop let down. But I can't see him doing that this time. But he is a very strong contender for the final for sure.
Yeah. Sean Briley, an excellent example of someone we've seen before, one of the top runners falling foul of pit stops. It's easy to make errors. Obviously, if he was feeling a little bit nervous earlier on, he's had good reason because he's in the same race as Philpott and David Kart, and already and into the pits. It's the fourth place, Stark.
Yep, so Stark is into the pits. He was hanging on to Kart and Philpott pretty good. It looks like he's got a slight problem. He's trying to adjust his seat as he's going through the pit stop. He still manages to pull off a good pit stop, but he's still fiddling around with his seat and the pedals. Clearly not comfortable.
Right, well, as with all the karts, and certainly at a decent level, the karts are adjustable for seat. Now, what may well have happened there is Stark has been actually unhappy with the seat position for the whole race so far. Coming into the pits, that was a nice kind of slow time with which he can do something about it. He would definitely have lost a lot more time. I mean, guys, you've been out there so far in the practice and during the races. Jamie, fiddling around with the seat on an actual flying lap is going to be a particularly difficult and slowing thing to do. He's obviously used the pit stop, maybe even pitted this early so that he could adjust the seat. The reason for pitting was actually, in his eye, to adjust the seat as much as anything else.
I think that must be the case because, to be honest, it didn't make that much sense to box at that point. You had Gary Jones behind him who was actually closing in. He's putting in some really good laps, actually, and Chart and Philpott were just starting to edge away from him a little bit as well, so it wasn't particularly advantageous for him to stop at that time. If he has got his seat sorted, then obviously it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, I'm not sure it's going to work out particularly well for him, but we'll see.
Yeah, so an adjustment of the seating position maybe, we'll find out at the end when if Kyle's able to grab hold of him, but Matthew Stark may well have made a stop there purely to adjust the seat rather than any strategic reason. He was running fourth. Obviously we don't really know because it's his first BRKC race and his first race against these guys of how he really rates in that position. But certainly we'll see what he can do from the rear because he's up into 8th place listing at the moment, so he's not looking too bad. We'll see how that relates to the lead group though. So in fact there is starting a battle behind Argules and Powell. By the looks of it, no, sorry, above from Powell, Massey and Argules there. George Massey trying to make a little bit of a move. Now, up at the front we've got Sean Briley. He's got 8 laps now into it and he's pulling away. He's over a second ahead of Brad Philpott. Now Brad Philpott is probably more concerned now with David Kart. Meantime, that battle continues on further back there. We've got the 14, which is George Massey. He's ahead of Joel Argules. And as they come around this now section with Sean Briley leading, there's Brad Philpott, and there is the Polish driver David Kart. David Kart running third. They are over a second behind the race leader. Sean Briley arguably running away, but in the pits.
With number 19, Joel Argules, who is into pits. He was battling with George Massey and also Christopher Powell as well. So, and he comes out just ahead of Sean Briley. Sean's not too happy with that, but he should get a blue flag. This shouldn't hold Sean up.
Yeah, this could be very tight indeed. Sean Briley down the inside. Oh, he's made it. Joel Argules there was actually, had the potential to help Philpott. As the event organiser, maybe that would have been the smart move, but he's letting everybody through. He's clearly a sportsman, and Joel moves out of the way. The top 3 go on unhindered, and then there's Gary Jones in 4th. Now, Gary Jones, been watching brief in 4th. Do we think that Gary might make up some ground?
Yeah, definitely. I think Brad did get a bit of an advantage there from that little incident at the Snail, and he's lapping very quickly. He did go purple lap before last. Sean has responded with a 31.8. This is still definitely a three-car battle for the lead. The man who's standing out for me at the minute is David Chart, who is still sticking with Bradley Philpott, no problem at all. And I actually think if he could get past Brad, he might even have the pace to take on Sean as well, but we'll have to see how things line up. He's going for it. He's gone for a move into the hairpin. Looked really good to me, looked clean. We'll have to see what the organisers say, but that could well be a move that puts him in contention for the win.
An amazing move there by David Kart. David Kart has passed Brad Philpott, series organiser and champion of the track in Corby, of course, Nürburgring regular, Brad Philpott. Brad Philpott spent many years racing now in the VLN series over at Nürburgring, but he has been passed in this indoor kart event. David Kart may find his entries turned down next year after a move like that, but David Kart certainly an epic move there on Brad Philpott, very clean in fact. He's now trying to make inroads to Sean Brierley. He's got 1.5 seconds now, so Brierley is going to have to maintain this epic pace. David Kart is now the one who has taken over second place. He's leading the charge toward last lap. He's coming round down the backstretch, sends to stay with Kart. Maybe even Philpott's going to strategize his way around the problem. He knows that the smartest move, if Kart is that much faster, is going to be to follow him if he can close in on Sean Brierley and make it a three-way contest. Lewis Manley, obviously a gutsy move there by David Kart, passing Philpott. Quite a serious scalp to take that.
Yeah, certainly, very gutsy move. Philpott would have been surprised with that, but I think if he pitted now, he would be in the clear air because he's well over 10 seconds ahead of Derek Jones. It depends how close he is to the number 20. They don't pit this lap, so they keep going. As Brierley's extending his lead a little bit, now 31.7. And now Philpott's a little bit faster, so 31.771 himself. So he's not going to give up for second, that's for sure. So he's going to hopefully get his revenge and pass him again.
Absolutely, and a really strong showing by Sean Brierley. He's increasing his lead. He's increasing his lead. He's got up to 1.8 seconds. Can it be 2 seconds on this lap? He's trying to pull himself clear of David Kart and Brad Philpott, their fight over second place. As you alluded to, Lewis Manley, if Philpott or Kart, for that matter, came into the pits now, they would theoretically come out ahead of Derek Jones, who is running in 6th place, and that obviously is what they'll want to see. They certainly wouldn't want to be in any kind of fight at all, because they will be considering where they will be versus Sean Brierley. They'll be hoping that Sean Brierley does get held up with the best will in the world. Ordinarily, it's the first man through the back markers. It's going to have the work to do. They'll be alive to what's going on. People are responding well to the blue flags, to be fair. And in fact, into the pits now, Kyle Power.
Yep, into the pits we have George Massey, and an honourable note to mention, his qualifying lap was the first laps he's ever done at this place. His turn up at the last minute, he's only been karting for a year, so considering that, he's doing an extremely good job. He has never driven at this place before, apart from the Super Bowl lap. Amazing.
At this level, that's absolutely tremendous, because this really is a high level. We have, drivers of world level, and in indoor karting it doesn't get higher apart from the World Championship itself than the individual national championships, whether that's the Dutch Championship, the Polish Championship, and in this case the British Rental Kart Championship. And so for George Massey to just randomly kind of rock up and put in this kind of performance, yes, he's listed as last at the moment, boys. He did put out of 9th, and anything above being 5 seconds off the pace really is exceptional. This is not a bunch of people who are out for a bit of a giggle on the weekend. This is people who take the karting very seriously indeed. When of course you consider normal outdoor karting these days, huge costs for seasons. So someone competing regularly is spending an enormous amount of money, which rules out most people straight away. With the indoor karting scene, it's normally short events, and it's also relatively cheap to do. So really it means a lot more people can do it, so a lot more talent in the mix, and that's what we're seeing obviously up at the front, and certainly we're seeing from George Massey. Don't think that 10th place and 1 lap down right now with a pit stop shows any lack of speed from him. He must be very fast indeed not to be a couple of laps down from Sean Brierley now, when you consider that George has been in the pits and Sean hasn't. So meantime, 20 laps into the books there, 9 minutes to go. Sean Brierley, David Kart, Brad Philpott, neither of them showing any intention of making the pit stop. And it has to be said that David Kart is managing to just close in on Sean Brierley now. If we look at the lap times, it's David Kart who's fastest, but Jamie Henderson, we're seeing David Kart potentially claw back some of Sean Brierley's lead here.
Yeah, definitely. It's very, very close for pace between the top 3. We've got someone in the pits.
Derek Jones into the pits, partner in crime to Dwayne Stoddart. Usually in their McLaren seats, he comes out and is going to come out, he's going to feed out right into the middle of this lead battle.
And Derek Jones, of course, was the one we were saying that 2 years ago was 91st. Last year was 65th overall in the out of 100 drivers in the BRKC. And if he was finishing mid-pack like this every time, I mean, I was talking to him in the paddock area yesterday, he was still talking like somebody who was running near the tail. But we're seeing a strong midfield showing from Derek Jones. I think he'll be surprising himself, Jamie.
He will be. He'll be loving it out there. Few things to mention. David Chart for 4 laps was quicker than Sean Briley, taking about a tenth of a second out of the lead. That entire advantage he clawed back has just gone because he was unfortunate with Jones coming out of the pits there. But he has got the pace, like I said. He can certainly be in the mix if he can just get his head down, start eating into that gap again. But Sean can breathe a huge sigh of relief after that.
Yes, that's a new best friend for Derek Jones in the form of Sean Briley, who's currently leading this race. Now, what's interesting, though, of course, David Kart did it before, he can do it again. He knows that, and it's going to take a pretty sharp pit stop. The question is, we have seen, you know, with the best will in the world, Sean Briley, if he has a weak link at all, the weaker area of his armoury would be the pit stop. We've seen him get penalties for pit stops before. There's no question over his speed, there's no question over his skill, there's no question over his ability to keep cool while leading a race, as we're seeing right now. That leaves purely the pit stop. So David Kart, if David Kart can put an exceptional pit stop together, the question will be, will Sean Briley actually try to be quite conservative on a pit stop? The fact that he's built up a 2-second lead, now 2.1, he's doing everything he needs to give himself room for manoeuvre in that pit stop, because the bigger lead Sean Briley can go into the pits with, the more scope he has. We say that, you know, just under 10 seconds is what the good pit stop should be. However, if Sean Briley can get into that pit with a 3 or 4 second lead, he doesn't have to do 10 seconds. He can do a 12-second pit stop and still win the race. And with Sean Briley's relatively hit and miss, we got one in the pits. Kyle?
Yep, we've got number 13 as Bradley Philpott is into the pit, so he's just tried to pit out. It's looked as a good opportunity to maybe try and catch David Kart unawares. He feeds out just behind number 9, who is Joe Aguilas.
Right, well, the number 9 we've actually got listed as Matthew Mandipira. Now, Mandipira has not pitted, Philpott has, so Philpott coming out of the pits into 5th place on the road, but he has got Mandipira, and I don't think Gary Jones or Kart or Briley, any of them have pitted. So of the top runners, Philpott the only one at the moment to have been in the pits, and Sean Briley, puts a lapping move there on what looked like Chris Powell, actually. So, the Cambridge-based driver. So that's right up to 7th place. Powell is in 7th place at the moment. So Sean Briley, a searing pace. Now, you can see Sean Briley there driving with the raised visor. Obviously, he's not running a clear visor by the looks of it. David Kart, there you can see his visor is down. Obviously, indoor rules allow a driver to run with the visor either cracked or even open. It's not quite as serious as that, not quite as fast. So, you know, they're not really going to get something in the eye every second corner like you would on an outdoor kart track. Now, 5 minutes left to go. Sean Briley 27 laps in, and he's got 1.96 down. So Sean has obviously lost some time. Yes, it is David Kart who has set the new record lap for this race. So David Kart the fastest. That's him in the green helmet. Lewis Manley, there's David Kart on screen. Do you think he can close in, although he's got a Kart 17 in front of him?
Yeah, he's just got out of the way now, so that's helped him a bit. It's up 2 seconds, the gap now. Sean Briley's now set a personal best of 31.6, and the gap's now over 2 seconds again. And there's not much to go. Those two haven't pitted yet. I don't know if there's it in the pits.
We've got number 9, and that is Matthew Mandipira. I got the number wrong before. So, yep, he's had a good first one, good second one. He is another one of the very late additions, so he hasn't had much practice at all, along with Yo Aguilas.
Yes, and he's making a heck of a run. I mean, of those who we weren't considering, you know, outside the Briley, Kart, Philpott and Jones group, Mandipira is the one who's been putting in the best showing. He's pitted out 5th place, and he's resumed in 5th place. He's in front of Stark, surely. We'll do a bit of a rain check on that, but I think Mandipira is coming out of this looking very good indeed. And David Kart trying to get past another driver. We'll just double check who that is. I think that might be Stark, but I'll double check. But anyway, so we'll see what's happening on the scoring bar. I think we've got Mandipira still listed in 5th place, and that's a heck of a showing there on the debutant. As you say, Kyle Powell, with very little practice indeed. We're looking at David Kart, the Polish driver. He's turned up as well. He's done quite a bit of practice here. In fact, he's even flown over for practice and then flown back to Poland again with the Zherb brothers in the new year. And Sean Briley continues to lead with 30 laps on the books. It's now up to 2.5 seconds to the aforementioned David Kart. Gary Jones up to third. Now, Gary Jones looking good, and surely Jones is going to be probably the next pit visitor. I reckon Briley's going to leave it right till the end, but we have seen Sean Briley, I think, miss the pit window. He can't pit on the last lap, he has to pit before, and we've seen people give away the lead and victory in a race by missing the pit stop window. Lewis Manley, do you find that's easy to do?
Absolutely, yeah, because we saw earlier that someone pitted on the very first lap, which you can't do, and then the second pit stop, it went yellow on the second box. There's only less than 3 minutes to go now, so they have to pit very soon, because it's so easy mistakes can happen when you forget to pit and stuff, and depends if Briley pits. No, he don't. Nope. So he carries on. 20 looks like, yep, number 20's in the pits.
Yep, David Kart is coming for the pit stop. He doesn't want to take somewhat of a bit of a dark horse in this one. It's jumping, and how is he going to come out in relation to Brad Philpott? Yeah, it's clearly in front of him. Gary Jones also in the number 21. It's a good stop. Let's see where he comes out. On his own again, I believe is going to be in 4th place.
Yeah, and Gary Jones crucially has come out ahead of Mandipira. That was really his rearguard action.
He knows he's got quite a big advantage.
Really, keeping the revs up, quite heavy punches on the throttle there. Obviously we saw earlier on with race leader and subsequently race winner Selena Balnega almost had a stall there. Sean Briley clearly keen to avoid that. Obviously if he held a little bit of throttle, the danger is of creeping forward, but those punches aren't really going to move the kart forward in the same way, are they?
No, yeah, and you see all the top guys doing it, just a quick punch on the throttle and then the kart stops, quick punch again. It just means that the revs don't die enough to get rid of the engine. That was a really good stop from Sean. It wasn't lightning quick, but it was just exactly what he needed to be quite comfortable in coming out. Well,
he built up the lead that allowed him to do that, and he's had to work his way past the back marker. That does give David Kart a little bit of help, but of course Kart now has to come past the same back marker. However, we've said it before that the first one through is always the one at the disadvantage, therefore the race leader, in this case Sean Briley, on the back end of the straight. Has Kart made it through? Yes, he has. David Kart has now got the leader in his sights. He's in contact with Sean Briley. There's just under a minute now, so potentially this is the final lap. There may be one more. It's done on time. Potentially one more lap to go, but I doubt it. This could well prove to be the last lap. Certainly Sean Briley has a 1.8 second lead, which is enough to win this race if he can just hang in there. No mistakes though, because it's David Kart who's at full speed behind him, and Bradley Philpott is about a second back from there as well, just over a second. But it looks like Sean Briley, who could be coming in to open his account with a win, but it may well be one more lap. We'll just see what the organisers have. They're not bringing out the flag yet. There's going to be one more lap, and David Kart surely is closer than ever before. There's Philpott as well. It looks very close visually. It's 1.8 seconds on the time. It's still 1.8, but a very slightly closer 1.8 if you like. 1.80. There is Kart. There is Philpott. Actually, when you can look at the times, it looks quite spaced, but when you look on screen, Jamie Henson, that looks very close.
Yeah, he's done a really good job, Chart, during this race. It's just not quite worked with him with the back marks that he's hit at the wrong points. Everyone has acknowledged the blue flags. Check flags coming out, James.
That's right, and Sean Briley is going to win the race, and that's the only reason why it's not second place David Kart winning the race, because he is putting the still in form. Brad Philpott is third. Sean Briley at his formidable best to win this one, and there goes Derek Jones. He's come through in 8th place, and it looks like we've got yes, Gary Jones is going to be listed in 4th place, and Mandy Pira with very little practice has come through in 5th place. An excellent result for him. Matthew Stark, we saw him running a little bit higher, but he has come into 6th place in the final reckoning there. Chris Powell has moved up into 7th. Derek Jones is in 8th. Joel Agu there is in 9th, and George Massey, with no practice at all, is rounding out the 10th. He's 2 laps down, but that is, even in this situation and this level standard here with the BRKC, is a truly epic performance. This is a world-class event. It is a world-class entry with multiple world champions over the years all taking part. Now, as they come in, we're going to go down to Kyle Power. And Kyle, there's going to be some stories coming out of this race, I'm sure.
Yes, indeed. I'd like to get the top 3, but David Kart has given me a bit of a non-plus look. We'll see how he feels. We'll just let Sean weigh up, and then we'll get an interview with Sean.
In the meantime, Mandipira might be a good one if you can grab him. He's 5th place.
5th place. What colour car suit did he have? Excuse me, because I already jumped out.
Yeah, he got out on the number 9.
Missed him. Somebody I might do and think, oh, Sean's ready, so we'll get Sean in once he's finished his minor celebrations.
Okay, well, we'll go over to you now in the pits then, Carl. We'll leave it to you.
Hi, so live from the pit lane, I'm just trying to beckon over Sean Brierley. He's still chatting away, so now the first laps he ever done of this place was going out for his Super Pole lap, so that's quite a scary sort of cauldron to throw yourself into. He's just getting his helmet off, and I'd just like a quick word to see what his thoughts are on it. So, George, well done. That was obviously a very difficult thing to do. You've never driven at this place before. How did you find it?
No, yeah, it's good fun. I mean, you're driving against some of the best people in the world here, so it's not easy at all. Especially, I've never been to the track before. Last minute, just sort of like they needed someone to jump in, so I helped out. But yeah, no, it's crazy. It's very difficult out there.
I think you did a sterling effort. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, so we'll just try to grab Sean now. I'll just go and tap him. Here he is. Right. So, can you come this way? Yes. So, Sean, drive like a bird, look like a bee. Sean Brierley. How did you find it? It looked rather serene, looked very calm. You managed to pull a gap. Looked a bit boring. Was it boring for you?
No, not at all. I'm glad I made it look that way. It wasn't. I was pushing every lap to try and get any gap I could. I got blocked by a back marker on one lap, and I thought I came off worse, but I think Dawid and Brad lost their reference point. So I started eking out a bit, and when I got to 2 seconds, I was like, good, I can now take a nice, comfortable pit stop, come out ahead, and then just go to the end of the race. But no, I'm really happy.
Well, it's a great way to start. So you must be confident of the final this year.
Sorry?
You must be confident of the final this year.
No one's confident for the final this year. The grid's way too strong to be confident for a final. You know, I'm good. That's what my goal is. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Brilliant. Well done. I've got a medal for you. Yes. There you go. Right. Okay. So that was Sean Brierley. I'm now going to try and get David Kart. He's over there. I might just need to go and disturb him a bit.
My English is not good. Really fast. Yeah.
So David, fantastic first race, very strong second place.
Yes.
Yes, are you happy?
Yes, I am happy. My start is the third position, yeah. Really hard race, two plays, really nice.
Good, well done, very strong performance. I'm just looking around for Bradley Philpott. I think I've run out of time there, so I'll have to throw back up to you, James.
Well, thank you very much there, Carl. That certainly was an epic race, and of course, Sean Brierley. You know, there's been a lot of talk really about how tough it's going to be to get to the final. Ordinarily, we would say, okay, there's 10 places in the final. We can mention about 20 drivers who really could realistically fill those places. Now, it's got to be 40 or 50 drivers. That's literally half the entry. Quite honestly, anything could happen. Next up, though, Heat Race 7. Well, this is really going to be a bit of a stormer as well. On the entry list, we've got the Scotsman Ryan Smith. Now, Ryan's been around for such a long time now, and you know, he's really been the top competitor. He was 5th overall in 2013 in the BRKC, again when it was a multi-round format. He's been switching more attention to cars in the last few years. He's been racing the Citroen C1s up there in the Scottish Championship, and a very serious competitor in that. Now returning to karting routes every year for the BRKC. Ben Churchill, well, Ben Churchill was the one who was bang in the middle of the scores last year with 50th place out of the 100. Sam Spinell, the dual Belgian and British national, well, he can win at world level in heat races in the Kart World Championship, so we're expecting results from him. Conor Marsh, well, Conor Marsh has been a BRKC regular and one of the front runners over the years. He really is very strong when it comes to karting. He's been the D-Max champion, the 24-hour champion in 2018. He was the National Karting League champion 2014 and 17, and he's also been out to California racing out there. He really is, you know, a little bit of international taste to him as well. So Conor Marsh is fairly local. He's one to watch. Regis Ghoslan. Now, Regis Ghoslan, formerly one of the top karters in the world for the indoor. However, in recent years, he's been focusing more on motocross out there in Belgium. But he has also, you know, in 2015, he was second in the 24-hour race at Zolder in cars. Now, I'm raced many times at Zolder in the Touring Cup there, so years ago. So I know that place well, and he's really one to watch. Regis Gosselin, he's making a move back towards karting this year. He's planning to race in the World Championships again, and he's starting off his year with the BRKC. Sam Slater, probably Britain's most prolific international driver. We've seen him get better by the year here, but now he's racing a lot more abroad. He's one of those who'll be doing this continental circus, if you like, with the Polish Championship, the Dutch, the Belgian National Championship as well. So Sam Slater, Harvey Bull, we saw Harvey Bull do well a couple of years ago. He's going to hopefully step up here. Joris Sturm, the Dutch driver, he's someone we can see. He's getting better every year, gradually. Callum Conway and Zach Venn, but the times are going to start coming in now. It's Sam Slater who got listed at the top, but the check is coming out. And we've got Ben Churchill who's fastest, so Ben Churchill's quickest. Ryan Smith takes the first place. Ryan Smith currently quicker. We're going to see him beaten. Yes, we are. It's Sam Slater. Sam Slater, one of Britain's top, has Joris Sturm there into third place there. Conor Marsh being pushed fourth. Ben Churchill fifth. Zach Fenn's come up to fifth place, not expecting that one. And Sam Spinell up in second. Regis Gosselin into third, but it's still Sam Slater. Sam Slater will start from the pole now. He'll be really pleased with that. He'll love to look over his shoulder there and see that he has outqualified Spinell, Gosselin and Sturm. These are people he knows well, racing internationally as he does. Lewis, now Sam, even though he's a regular abroad, he will be pleased to outqualify Spinell and Gosselin, yeah?
Absolutely, he'll be very pleased with that. And Kart 19 as well, which didn't go out in the first 5 heats, so it went out first time in the previous one, so 31.9, so cracking lap time. And he's only a couple of hundreds ahead of Spinell and Gosselin. Those two are teammates, so I expect them two are just going to go look after each other and try and battle with Sam Slater, but Sam's got to definitely work on his hands to keep them behind.
Can you see him doing this? Can he pull this off?
I probably couldn't have done before qualifying, but yeah, fantastic job, Sam. Very well done to him. It's going to be very, very tough. As Lewis rightly pointed out, there's two teammates behind him, both very, very fast. They will be working together. Really looking forward to watching this one, though.
Absolutely, because they're going to take the start, and Sam Slater is leading them round. He's going to have to make this a good one, and he's going to have to make it now, because here he is. There's the predominantly green helmeted Slater. He's got Sam Spinell, the dual Belgian and British national, and he is chasing down Sam Slater at the start. They're into the Snell section now. In the Snell section, is Spinell going to make a move? No, he's not. Now, the problem Slater's got, he's got two known very fiery drivers behind him. If anyone's going to make a move on you, it's going to be Spinell and it's going to be Gosselin. These two are not noted for hanging back. They're very, very combative competitors, these two. And Sam Slater, his big hope, Lewis Manley, is going to be that they actually fight each other, because, to be honest with you, when you talk about Sam Spinell, Regis Gosselin, they'll fight you whether you're first or 10th. They want to fight anybody out on the track, and the moment it's going to be each other.
Yeah, exactly. Second and third with Spinell and Gosselin, 2 and 3, expected to look after each other and not fight. It depends how close they are to Slater. It's pretty close at the moment, but it depends how much momentum they get down the back straight. I think Slater's got enough of a gap not to defend. Yep, doesn't need to defend really, because Spinell's not quite close enough. Unless you were Ruben Boutons, he'll just go for it. So Spinell wouldn't this time. So he's close to a little bit at the minute. So no point pitting yet, because it'll be too early. So I think there is a pit to Conor Marsh, I think.
Into the pits, pitting extremely early. Well, traditionally we've seen Conor being extremely fast here, so obviously he made a mistake on his qualifying lap, so he knows he has pace, so he just wants to get himself into some clear air and try to launch himself up the field.
Now, Conor Marsh is relying on the fact that he thinks that they'll be holding themselves up in front of him. That's why he's taken that pit stop there. He's taken the early pit stop to get away from those who are around him. He thinks he can be quicker on his own on the track. Now, we're going to find out the answer to that, but certainly doing everything he can to hold the lead now is Sam Slater. A pit stop now by Slater would be a mistake. It might be an interesting move by Spinell or Gosselin should they feel they are faster. So it may not be unthinkable that Slater and Gosselin may make an early pit stop. However, we can equally see a big lunge down the backstretch, which they're heading onto now. So here they come. Slater onto the backstretch. There's Spinell. There is Gosselin. Neither are close enough to make a move. They close up with the concertina effect going into that final corner. There's Sam Slater. A great view of the race leader there. One of Britain's top international drivers on the karting scene. An indoor specialist. Sam Slater has really grown into the sport in the last couple of years, but he's got Sam Spinell and Regis Gosselin. So if ever he's been driving well, now is a very good time. Ryan Smith is looking there, excellent in 4th place, and Joris Sturm, the Dutch driver, in 5th, ahead of Ben Churchill in 6th. But that really is a bit of a 5-car breakaway for the lead, being led by Slater and backed up by Joris Sturm, the Dutch driver. And Slater there with the lead, still no pit stops yet. Lewis Manley, do you think that Slater, or sorry, not Slater, but Spinell and Ghostland might be an interesting idea to pit stop very soon?
Not at the moment, because they'll be coming up in traffic for like 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th places. So top three are breaking away a bit from Ryan Smith because he's under pressure from Joris Stern. So Slater's got still enough of a gap down the straight to not defend. So I know Gosling's not going to attack Spinell at this moment. It depends who finishes ahead of who at the finish, because it depends if the undercut or overcut works. I expect they're going to stay out, yep. So there's no point pitting yet, because as I say, they're going to be completely in traffic and that will really hurt their race.
And of course, down in the pits, Carl Power.
Yeah, from where I'm sat in the pit lane, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Regis Gosling, the first one to pit out of this. He's got the least to lose out of the top three. As Lewis said, they're going to try and make a bit of a break so they can clear the midfield, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pit stop from Gosling soon.
Yeah, that's very interesting, you see, because if you look at it, the tail isn't very slow. I think when you consider 10 seconds, where would that? Yeah, it probably will put him at the back there of the number 10, which is Harvey Bull. And now Conor Marsh is going to be a pretty good measure as to how fast the tail really is, I think, because Conor Marsh, we saw him pit early. Obviously, he's a potential winner in any given heat race, as we see Sam Slater coming down the backstretch. There's Sam Slater. Now, Sam Slater will probably be actually, believe it or not, aware of what's happened with Conor Marsh, because when he looks across to get some kind of reference, he'll probably have a golden view of Conor Marsh on various parts of the track, the way the layout works. Now, he will know that Marsh is running last, but he will also know that Marsh is fast because he knows him from years of racing. Well, in the pits.
Yep, we've got Harvey Bull in the pits. That was a good first stop. Coming to the second stop. That's a very long second stop. He didn't quite get that one nailed, and he's come out all on his own. So Conor Marsh is well up the road ahead.
Yeah, Conor Marsh will be pleased with that because, of course, Harvey Bull has been showing well actually in pre-event testing, but was going to be the next driver he was going to get to in his comeback, and he's managed to leapfrog Harvey Bull. It's exactly what he planned to do with that cycling of pit stops. Now, it makes you wonder whether, as you say, Ghostland, Kyle, you were saying about Ghostland you thought was the most likely in. Will Ghostland be thinking of that? He's certainly not been making any aggressive moves to pass Spinell or, for that matter, Sam Slater, but he is very close behind them, and close enough to maybe feel that he's suffering for following them. But no, he's still not come in. They come past you, still three, and then we've got Ryan Smith fourth and Joris Stern fifth. Now, Stern may be tempted if he thinks that Smith's holding him. Stern down the inside. Stern has actually passed position. Smith's coming back at him, but it is Stern who's got it sorted. Smith's having another look, but Smith is forced back to fifth place there by Joris Stern. The Dutchman now, there's absolutely no point. I was about to say that Joris Stern might want to think about coming to pits. He's not going to, surely. He's clear of Smith, and he has clear air. He gained nothing by pitting now. There's nobody between him and the three-way fight for the lead. The first one he can see is Regis Ghostland. Maybe, if anything, he'll be mindful of whether Ghostland's going to pit. But here comes Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith is looking pretty racy into the Snell section. Ryan Smith could be looking at the inside, but he's not. He's not quite close enough in the Snell section to Joris Stern, as we see them on screen coming out the Snell section there. Lewis Manley, Ryan Smith is not done, is he?
Not at all. He would have been surprised with that move on Stern. I have to say, Conor Marsh's early pit stop is going to pay off, to be honest. It's very clever to pit early because he could easily undercut Ryan Smith and Ben Churchill. Or not Churchill, Joris Stern, I should say. He's pitted early because he's now only 12.8 beyond the leader, so he could be a net fourth at the moment. Depends how the top three do their pit stops and how quick they are.
With Conor Marsh, though, he's just coming up on number 15, which is Zach Venn, who hasn't pitted yet. So whether Zach Venn pits now or not, or whether he can pass him quickly, is going to be pivotal to Conor Marsh's race.
Well, that's going to be pretty, as you say, pretty pivotal, because what we were looking at was a situation where he was 12 seconds behind. If we count 10 seconds of pit stop on any given lap, that puts him actually closer than he was when he came into the pits. So looking at the times, Conor Marsh is actually the fastest on the track. Conor Marsh is the lap record holder for this race, and Conor Marsh is doing absolutely everything he needs to, but he's caught up to Zach Venn, as you say. Now, what's going to happen in the Snell section? Remember this, he's got him clean. Of course, Conor Marsh, having made the pit stop, couldn't rely on the blue flags for Venn to be getting out of the way. Conor Marsh had to pass him on merit, and he's lost almost no time at all. To be honest with you, that's probably the cleanest and most decisive overtaking we've seen. Carl, it would have been out of view for you, but that was a pretty good clean one going into the snail.
Oh, perfect. He needed to do that. As I said, it was absolutely pivotal, and he's the fastest on track. So do you think the top three could be under threat from Conor Marsh here? I think definitely Ryan Smith and Joris Sturm might be starting to feel a bit of pressure here.
I honestly, I'm going to ask Lewis Manley, one of Britain's main hosts, his opinion on this, but I think that Regis Ghoslan is the one most under threat from Conor Marsh right now, because when they pit, Conor Marsh is actually closing in on those leaders. If Ghoslan was to pit now, I actually believe Ghoslan could end up winning the race if Conor Marsh was making inroads like he is, which would suggest that it is possible to go faster than Sam Slater, who is actually running dead ahead of Spinell and Ghoslan. That would mean that Ghoslan, if he was running faster and he was actually being held up ultimately by race leader Sam Slater, should actually leapfrog those two, and Conor Marsh would come out in the mix with the race leaders, Ghoslan being well ahead. Complicated that sounds. What do you think, Lewis Manley?
Yeah, as I was saying, Conor Marsh gave the thumbs up to Zach Venn, so I think Zach didn't want to fight with him, so he just let him go. So because he knew he hasn't pitched yet, and Conor Marsh has, so there was no point fighting really. So, and I think Spinell and Ghoslan have taken Slater for the lead, so Slater's now down to third.
Enormous lunge, because we had Slater go from first to third. It's Spinell who made the move coming out of the snail area, and Ghoslan went with him. And Ghoslan, there is Spinell in the lead.
And Sam Slater pits. He pits immediately. I think he had lunged and then he got hung out to dry on the outside, which often happens here. So Sam, I think he was holding the leaders up. The second or third place, I think he was holding them up. So he's pitted out, and he's come out so close to Conor Marsh.
Conor Marsh round the outside into the snail section. He's got it. Conor Marsh round the outside, but no, Slater just holds him off. Slater had the inside line. That's the only thing that saved him there, because for sure it was Conor Marsh who actually arrived at the snail earliest, but now they're coming on the back straight. It's Sam Slater versus Conor Marsh down the back stretch. This is Conor Marsh's big chance. Can he make the move to the inside? We can't really see. We're not sure. We're going to see when they come back in view. It's still Sam Slater ahead. Obviously, they're down the order on actual listings because they've been in the pits, but this is potentially the race lead. Now, this is the whole reason why Conor Marsh came into the pits as early as he did, to be this close to Sam Slater. We said that given 10 seconds being the pit stop, he was actually 2 seconds away, and as you can see, he's right in the tail of Sam Slater. In fact, he may make a move down the back stretch. Is Sam Slater going to cover it? Conor Marsh is going to go for it, surely. Now we sort of lost the screen there. We'll see what happens. Yes, it's still Slater. But what's happening up ahead? Yes, on screen there, they're the race leaders. It's Sam Spinell from Regis Ghoslan. Now Ghoslan, is he going to follow Spinell? Is he going to pit?
This pressure from Conor Marsh on Sam Slater is just leaving an open goal for the two leaders, for Joris Sturm and Ghoslan, not Joris Sturm, sorry, for Sam Spinell and Ghoslan now, because the pin has been pulled. They've got really good pace, and Sam's having to go defensive now, so this is destroying Sam's hope of the win.
Yeah, what's interesting, it may well be hurting. Oh, we've got a pit visitor for you, Carl.
Yep, as Conor Marsh makes a move on Slater and goes through, we have number 8, which is Ben Churchill, into the pits. Let's see where he feeds out. He's going to come out very, very close to Zach Venn, just behind Zach Venn, but I'm not sure Venn has pitted yet.
Yeah, and in fact, Conor Marsh has got in front of Sam Slater in the snail area. Lewis Manley, you saw it. That was quite a move, wasn't it?
I didn't see it, but I just noticed he is ahead of him, so now he can get going again, and hopefully he'll be hoping to leapfrog Ghoslan and Spinell, but at the minute it's just under 13 seconds, so it's not quite going to happen in there, because normally pit stops can be about 10 and a half seconds-ish, maybe 11 if you want to keep it safe. So as he's now, I think, in a net third place, because he started 6th, so he's going to be in a net third at the moment.
I saw the Conor Marsh move, and it was rude but fair.
Well, that's Conor Marsh through and through. The interesting thing is we've been looking on screen a lot. Sam Spinell, the leader, Regis Ghoslan, they continue on their way. They have not pitted, which is why the leader Slater, who has, and Conor Marsh, who we've been talking about, is also out of picture. He's pitted. Now, Conor Marsh's whole race strategy was hinged on an early pit stop, allowing him to carry more speed to leapfrog the leader, who was then Slater. He came out when the pit stop cycled through. He was right with Slater. He's now currently fastest now that he's cleared Slater. The big question mark, having achieved his aim with Slater, is it enough? And in the pits, Ghoslan.
Yep, Goslin's in the pits now, so he's going to try and put the pressure on Spinell. We expect to see Spinell in this next lap. Oh, that was very tight on the second one, but it was a clean stop. And we've got number 14 in as well. That is Callum Conway. That's Callum Conway in. Good first line. Just did that. Good second one, and he's going to come out just behind Ben Churchill.
Excellent job there by Callum Conway, the young Scotsman. He's going to be moving up to cars this year. He's racing in the Scottish Citroen C1 Championship. And all into the pits, it's Sam Spinell, the race leader.
Right on cue, Sam Spinell in. That's exactly the thing to do, just cover off Gosselin at sea. So he does a good first stop, nice and calm. It's going to be tight, but I think he's going to do it.
Oh, it's Gosselin around the outside. What's going to happen in the snail? Gosselin's fighting around the outside, but Spinell's got it. Is Gosselin going to go inside? Spinell's covered it. And there's Conor Marsh right with the bow. This is now working its way to being a four-way fight for the lead as we come round onto the backstretch. We're looking at on screen. There's the backstretch, and here they come. There's the leader, Spinell. Regis Gosselin, the Belgian, is behind him. And where are they? They're going to come back into view across the line. We're looking at Joris Sturm there, running in a bit further down the order. But here's Spinell, he's got Regis Gosselin all over him, and Conor Marsh is trying to get himself in the mix, and there's Sam Slater in fourth on screen. Conor Marsh is fastest. Conor Marsh is the fastest on the track right now in his pursuit of the two ahead of him who are going to be the lead. Joris Sturm is technically the leader right now. He's yet to pit. Ryan Smith is up there in second place, the Scotsman, and Sam Spinell, who's probably going to come out the leader when the two ahead pit, is about 5 seconds behind them, but Regis Gosselin is all over him as they cross the line. There's Joris Sturm with the actual lead, and Ryan Smith behind. So we're looking at the backstretch, and we're looking at the backstretch, wait for those leads to come through. There's the snail area, and there is the race lead. Goodness, look at that. It's Sam Slater in fourth, but up at the front is Spinell, and he's got Gosselin and Marsh. Marsh is now right in the mix with that. So there they are, the three leaders. It's Sam Spinell, Belgian British national, Regis Gosselin, the Belgian motocross rider of recent years, but now back into karting. He has been competing at the very top, one of the front runners in the World Championship, and he's got Conor Marsh right with him. Conor Marsh, we've seen win British Rental Car Championship races before. He's going to try and win this one. He's well placed to offer a challenge here. There's still 5 minutes to go. Lewis Manley, Conor Marsh could still be on for this, but job on to do it.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's the star of the race at the moment because he started down in sixth and he's now going to be in the net third as he's right behind the leading two, which are the teammates. There's Gosselin tried to go for a move, Spinell cutted it off, defended. So I don't know what's going to happen at the moment because anything could happen still because he could go for a move and make a mistake and lose a couple of places. So it depends if he follows him home or not.
Absolutely, it was side by side down the back stretch there with Sam Spinell trying the inside to cover the next corner from Regis Gosselin. Well, Gosselin himself was trying to make a move around the outside. Spinell, Gosselin are definitely very combative drivers, potentially the most actual sort of combat orientated drivers in this whole championship, and while they were looking one side and the other, but Conor Marsh has thrown himself into the mix. Conor Marsh sent down the inside. Oh, we've got Smith in.
We've got Ryan Smith in the pits. He was in that tense battle with Joris Sturm, so like with the leaders, expect Sturm to try and retaliate and pit this lap, but Ryan's going to hope that Sturm hasn't noticed and stays out.
Slater, fastest lap by Sam Slater, and he is the one fourth, and he's right on the tail now. It's a four-way fight, another one in.
We've also got Zach Venn in the pits as well, and he's going to come out just ahead of Harvey Ball there, so I think they're fighting for 9th and 10th places.
And talking of a fight, it's a huge fight for victory here. We've got Sam Spinell with just under 4 minutes to go. There's Sam Spinell, the joint British-Belgian national, and Regis Gosselin and Conor Marsh and Sam Slater there. Joris Sturm is still technically the leader. He's yet to pit. He's going to go for the late stop strategy, but surely he's going to come out in this. 5th place can be the best he can hope for because he's only six, nearly 7 seconds up the road. So it's not going to be Joris Sturm's race. He's leading at the moment. And this is the real, actual fight for the lead. In reality, once Sturm pits. Oh, and it's down the backstretch. Gosselin looked like he was going to take the lunge there. Surely he's going to be... Well, they're all in contact, quite literally here, as they come across the line. Look at this four-way fight for the lead. Sam Spinell, Regis Gosselin, and Conor Marsh and Sam Slater. There's Slater in the green-coloured helmet at the back of that four-way fight. He was leading originally, and now he's back in the mix for the lead. He's running fourth at the moment, but my goodness, he's running fourth, but closer to the actual leader than most people have been when running second. But look at this as they come down the backstretch, side by side down the backstretch. It's still Sam Spinell. This could still go one of four ways, Lewis Manley, with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very exciting race to watch. The top four being very close. at the moment they're second, third, fourth and fifth, as Sturm hasn't pitted yet because there's only 2.5 minutes to go, so I expect him he'll be in this lap or the next lap because the pit will be closing, so it'll be the last chance to pit soon. So he's down the back stretch now, so he could still keep Ryan Smith at bay for 5th place, as he'll be rather 5th or 6th at the minute. Joris Sturm, he continues, so he must be pitting the next lap. It's all about Spinell, Gosling, a little bit of a gap to Conor Marsh. I can't see Spinell letting Gosling through, to be honest.
Absolutely not. And Regis Gosling is going to absolutely fight his way through. Now, look at the style of these drives up ahead. Very much the European lean-out style. What they're doing is trying to break the grip of that inside rear wheel to allow them to have a bit less understeer, because the solid rear axle causes that. You can see being quite tall, Sam Spinell and Regis Gosling shows it well, and it's into the pits comes the race leader Joris Sturm, Carl Power.
Yep, so Joris Sturm in now. So interestingly, in that battle with Ryan Smith, Joris stayed out. So as I said, Ryan was going to hope he stays out, so this is going to be very close with Ryan. Is now at the pit stop, and I think he's managed to maintain his lead over Ryan.
But Smith's got momentum. Smith's got momentum on him coming down into the snail area. He's going to go for the inside. Is he? Oh, he tried, but Sturm had it covered. They're resuming in their fight. We're really looking at Loris, at Sturm and Smith there for the sake of Smith. But up at the front, it's Spinell, and it's a big, big fight. Look at this. Sam Spinell on your screen there. He's in the orange and yellow helmet. There's a minute to go. There's Regis Gosling with the big 26 on the side of a predominantly white helmet. Sam Slater's sort of struggling to hang on the back of Conor Marsh, but he's still there in the mix. Now, as they go through the snail section, there's less than a minute to go. They know it. They can see on the little monitor on the steering wheel, you can just about see when the car's come into picture. And I also see it on around the side of the track, but it's still Sam Spinell now. This is the best chance for a passing move. Sam Spinell covers it. Gosling goes one side, Conor Marsh moving to the other. Sam Spinell holding off, great pressure there. Sam Spinell, it's the last lap now, one more lap to go. Spinell across the line from Gosling, Marsh and Slater as they round into the snail section there. There was a possibility to overtake there, it has not been taken. Spinell's got it covered. Really, it's very, very tight behind. Maybe Gosling under more pressure from Conor Marsh than he has been at any other point, because as they enter the back stretch, Gosling's going to want to try and pass, but Marsh is going to move to wherever Gosling isn't, but they can't make it work. He can't make it work. It looks like it's Spinell. It's the final couple of corners. Here comes the checkered flag. Sam Spinell takes the win, absorbing massive pressure from Regis Gosling. Conor Marsh, incredible performance, inspired early pit stop to push himself up to third. Early leader Sam Slater fourth. Joris Sturm, long-time leader, bundled down to fifth in his battle with Ryan Smith, who has come sixth. Ben Churchill there, we haven't spoken much about him in this race, but he's come through into 7th place with Callum Conway in 8th, Harvey Ball 9th, and Zach Fenn rounding out the field there in 10th place. Lewis Manley, just before we go over to Kyle Power, that was quite a race.
It certainly was. As you can see, from first to about 7th was only under 8.5 seconds. So it just shows how high level this BRKC keeps going and going throughout the years. So it's really high level standards. So it's really exciting.
Absolutely, and when you look at the gap there between the first and fourth, it was very, very close throughout that. Sam Slater, of course, will be a bit miffed maybe with having started pole coming out fourth, but gosh, he was closer to first place from fourth than most people were in the second. But Kyle, we're going to go down to you now, and for what you can get in the pit.
Yep, the drivers are just getting out. The top 3 are going to wait. I definitely want to speak to the top 3 because and in particular Conor Marsh, who's my man of the race for that race from 6th. And I want to know if he made a mistake on his qualifying lap. I presume he did because he had an unbelievable pace. So to jump from 6th to 3rd in a BRKC race is, that doesn't happen every day of the week. So that was a fantastic drive. So I just need to get in position and hopefully intercept some drivers. I think I got 3 nods out of all of them. Sam Slater, he must be quite unhappy with that. I think he got bundled out on the hairpin. They're all just getting their helmets off now, and we're getting Sam Spinell come straight over. Brilliant. So, Sam Spinell, fantastic race. It looked like you were under pressure the entire way there.
Yeah, I had my teammate behind me. I knew we were going to work together. And then once I knew we were in front, it was just about defending. I knew he wasn't going to try anything stupid, but it was just not taking any risks. So it was a bit of backing up. But yeah, it was fun. Good race.
Yeah, brilliant. It certainly kept us entertained. Particularly, what happened over there in the snow and the hairpin? Did you have a bit of a crazy lunge on Sam?
I saw that Sam he left a wide gap every time, So I just thought before the corner, I just knew I was going to go in and risk it, and it paid off.
Oh, brilliant, superb. Well, I have a medal for your efforts.
Thank you. Cheers.
There you go. Regis, superb race there. You were running around in third for quite a long time, for quite a bit of it. I thought you were going to pit out of it, but you stuck with it, managed to get up to second and secure it by the end. So good drive.
Yeah, I didn't drive for 3 years ago, and it was a very close race. And Sam, it's my friend, and it's my teammate, so I tried to put a strategy during the race because the pressure behind me was very, very, very strong. So it's a good race because we win the one places on the overall, so it's good. Good operation. Good operation, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So your team must be leading the team standings now. So have you got confidence of making the final?
I'm not confident because every driver can drive in the final, so the job is far away. So we will see.
Oh, brilliant. Well, if you keep putting performances like that, you'll be there in no time. Brilliant. Great drive. Okay, so I've just got Connor Marsh here. Connor, you're my man of the race for that one. 6th place up to 3rd. Brilliant pace. Did you make a mistake on your qualifying lap, or was it something wrong with the car?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I just sort of looked at the board like 6th, like, oh, that's a good start then, that's that sort of thing. So I thought, right, throw it in the pits first lap, see what happens. And I did that, I think, a couple of years ago, and it worked out similar. So I knew I had the car to do it, and then when I saw the qualifying, I was like, I've done well there. That's a great shout, sort of thing.
Yeah, brilliant. It was brilliant. Great shout to come in, gone your own. You put in some amazing laps, and I thought you could have won that at one point.
I was watching the leaders as they were sort of fighting it out and as they were going through it, and I was thinking, go on, keep fighting, stay out as long as you can, because I knew I was just slowly watching them, using the reference like over there. And I was sort of getting further back, I was like, come on, stay out, keep going, and then they all came in just about. I luckily got a move on Sam in down there, tried to be as clean as I could with it. But yeah, I'll more than take that, I'm quite happy with that.
Fantastic drive, well done.
Thank you.
Back to you, James.
Well, yeah, what an interesting race. Some great interviews there as well with the top 3. In this one, though, we've got the qualifying is well underway. Richard Jute, who's won races here before, and one of the track experts, Richard Jute, the South African driver, from James Martin, Bradley Shepherd, Remy Draska, and Rob Doomer's pushed. The American is up. Ross O'Mara's up into 6th place and pushed right down. He's pushed Draska down. Importantly, Jamie Henderson, who you've been hearing in the commentary for the past couple of races, he's been nudged into 8th place from Dominic Muir and Phil Pryor. Phil Pryor bringing him up at the tail there. So Richard Jute leads the way for this race with a 31.8. That's a very fast qualifier. He's the only one of that group to have actually gone at under 32 seconds, with 32.0 for James Martin. Doomer, look at that, 32.01, 32.02, 32.04, 32.08. That's unbelievably close. Interesting performance there, I think. Lewis Manley would be Jeff Lund, the American. We haven't seen him at all yet. He appeared in the World Championships last year over from Charlotte, North Carolina. This is his first appearance in the BRKC, the first race, and he's in 4th place. What a show.
Yep, first time here from America. Very long flight. 4th place is not too bad for him, so you want to go a little bit better in the race. But what a lap from Richard Jute, though, 31.8. Cracking lap time, as he's one of my teammates this year. So now he's done half the job, so he's got to concentrate hard to win this race, and hopefully he'll win this race, because I really hope he can make the semi-finals this year.
Excellent. That will be a lot of points for the team too. As we look on screen, that's James Martin that we're looking at there in the green, but leading the way is going to be Richard Jute, the South African. Now, he has won actually a number of BRKC heat races around here. We run to 2 tracks. There's this one and the alternate format. He's great on this track. We could see him win, but across the line it is Jute leading the way. The South African has got the start he wanted. In fact, that's about the biggest gap we've seen so far. But coming back at him is James Martin, followed by Rod Doomer, this speedway rider originally from Poland. But like Slavik Piskorz, we've seen him in action in the BRKC for about 5 years now. So down the back stretch, it's still Richard Jute, the South African, leading the way in the white helmet. And there's James Martin. James Martin is trying to close in on the leader, with Rob Doomer coming with him. And 4th place, of course, is Jeff Lamb, the American. We're talking about him from Charlotte, North Carolina for this particular event. Real international flavour, drivers from North America and Europe. As Richard and South Africa as well, in the form of Richard Jute, who's leading the way as we speak. So bringing up the rear there. That's Phil Pryor. Phil Pryor still in contention though with the main pack. And that's what's important, because there's been no breakaway in this race. He's going to complete another lap, and there behind him is James.
Last year is quite quick, so he knows he's got good pace. He just wants to get out of that midfield battle, and he's going to try and do what I'm going to
move that for this year. I mean, we see it every year it happens, but it's been put to great use there by Conor Marsh in the previous race, and I think we're going to try and see the same from Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, of course, is a very strong competitor. He won the BRKC O Plate, the summer championship down the South Coast Raceway, Bournemouth area. He won that in 2018, and he was 7th in the Dubai O Plate in the same year. So he's been a very strong competitor throughout, really. And Bradley Shepherd is certainly on the move. Now, let's have a look. Here comes the leader. It's Richard Duke. So Richard Duke with about the biggest lead he's had so far, and in fact James Martin's under massive pressure now from Rob Doomer. Now, is Rob Doomer going to do something into the snail section? No, he's been covered by the second place James Martin. Saw there on the screen James Martin taking the middle line to just kind of block Doomer from either side and certainly put him off any idea. But Jeff Lund is in a watching brief and fourth there. Jeff Lund's pretty clear behind to Remy Drazga. Remy Drazga, who of course organises the Polish Championship, which takes place at the end of April. So anyone interested in competing in the Polish Indoor Championship over there in Szczecin needs to be talking at some point to Remy Drazga. Remy Drazga currently 5th, so you won't be able to speak to him right now because he is right now holding down 5th place in a British Championship race. Lewis, a particularly good performance here from Jeff Lund and Remy Drazga, and of course Ross O'Mara, who we saw win a previous heat race. Jamie Henderson is up to 7th. It's going to be quite a strong mid-pack there.
I think so. Jeff Lund, I think he's closing on the other two, because Doomer's really pressuring James Ryan, because this has been music to Richard Duke's ears. Drazga will be a little bit disappointed to be that.
And we have Jamie Henderson.
The pit stop.
Yeah, we have our co-commentator Jamie Henderson into the pits. Does it nice and smooth, and he comes out just behind Bradley Shepherd. So let's hope Jamie can get his head down and nail some good laps now.
Yeah, and if Bradley Shepherd is planning a Conor Marsh approach, then I think that's the same thing for Jamie Henderson as well. Now, Jamie Henderson...
Rob Doomer's ahead of James Martin for second, because there's the change of positions for 2 and 3. So now Doomer's in second, so now he's targeting Richard Duke ahead.
Now, if Jeff Lund there in 4th place sees Rob Doomer pulling away from James Martin, but Lund himself can't get past Martin, it's going to definitely be time for pit stop, particularly as Remy Drazga will see these 3 changing position ahead of him. He's not far behind the Polish driver Remy Drazga, and Drazga is certainly potential to catch these guys and maybe even make a pass himself. But there's certainly some bashing going on. As Rob Doomer was definitely caught in the tail by James Martin. In the pits, James Martin.
Yep, so we've got James Martin in the pits. He's just been past, so now he's going to try and pit out. I would have stuck with it if I was him, but clearly he knows he's got good pace, so maybe it was just a slight mistake which allowed him to get past. And he's going to be so close with Shepherd. I think Shepherd's got him. Yes, he has.
And I think the one most relieved with that is going to be Jeff Lund, because I think Jeff Lund feels that he maybe has a little bit more pace, and now we're going to see exactly where that pace is, because Jeff Lund is in 3rd place behind Doomer. Now he's actually closer to Doomer than he was when he was following Martin, and Drazga's caught the pair, and Remy Drazga, the Polish Championship organiser, into the pits, another one.
Yep, we have number 9, that's number 8, that's Dominic Muir into the pits. So it was another strong midfield runner in that epic midfield battle. He comes out, where's he going to feed out? Behind Jamie Henderson. So Jamie's plan has worked along with Bradley Shepherd's.
Absolutely, and another one gunning the throttle to keep that engine running to prevent a stall in the pit there. We could see him on and off the throttle and covering it with the brake as well, so he doesn't go too early. Now look at this. This is the battle for second place. It's Rob Doomer. Are they staying out? Yes, they are. Because look, Jeff Lund, the American, and Remy Drazga behind him, the Polish driver, are absolutely contention with the second place. Rob Doomer. Rob Doomer has been in motorsport for many, many years, mostly on 2 wheels, but now, well, in the past 5 years, he switched to 4 wheels with karting. Teammate, of course, of Slavik Piskorski, we saw earlier on. Also, like Slavik Piskorski, has won a BRKC heat race himself. Jeff Lund is never in it, but Drazga down the inside. Remy Drazga makes the move. The Polish Indoor Championship organiser has made the move on Jeff Lund, the American, and he has taken the position. That puts Remy Drazga up to 3rd place. There he is on screen in the yellow suit there, and he's chasing down his compatriot Rob Doomer. Now, the big difference is, I believe, Rob Duma generally spends most of his time in England, but Remi Drazga absolutely is Polish and lives in Poland and spends all his time in Poland. So he's definitely one of the visiting drivers. Duma, albeit Polish and spent a lot of time racing in Poland, past couple of years he's been living in the UK. Now, behind there, still in contention, is the American Jeff Lund. Jeff Lund has been passed but not been left. So Jeff Lund still has the potential to be part of this race. So Richard Jute. Now, whenever we've seen Richard Jute win before, it tends to be this kind of win, a sort of qualify first and check out kind of result. He's looking in this situation to make up a big enough lead that he never actually relinquishes the lead, despite the 10 seconds he's going to have in hand to make a pit stop. Now, where is he at the moment? He is nearly 5 seconds ahead of Duma, so he's done half the job already. Lewis Manley, with 12 minutes to go, Richard Jute is absolutely clearing off to be 5 seconds ahead of second place. He's halfway to be able to come in the pits and come out without losing the spot.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be very happy at the minute. He's got an easy lead. He can really relax all the way, to be honest. He can no need to take risks in the pits. So I think at the moment, Bradley Shepherd, it could be in the next second place. I think Drazga's going for the move on Duma, and he's got him stick, so he's up another position. I was going back to Shepherd because he looks like favourite for second at the moment because the guys are fighting with Drazga, Duma and Lund. So with Bradley Shepherd pitting early like Conor Marsh did, he's going to pretty much be in the next second.
Incredible driving by Remi Drazga. He went from 5th to 4th. He went from 4th to 3rd. He went from 3rd to 2nd now, and he's leading the charge towards Richard Jute. He, of course, has yet to stop. He's 6 seconds back from Richard Jute, the flying South African, so he's got a lot of ground to make up. But he's now clear of his compatriot Rob Duma, and he's definitely clear of Jeff Lund, who is still in contention over that position. But look at Remi Drazga go. He's already a car length ahead in one lap. And is he bringing the time down? He's not really, because Richard Jute's absolutely flying, but Remi Drazga's doing what he can to keep this race alive from his point of view. Certainly he's looking good for second, if not possible to take that first place. 6 seconds is a big ask. Kyle, obviously when these guys start to come in, Drazga, Duma, Lund, it could definitely alter the complexion of this event.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be extremely close for Shepherd. As mentioned, they've been battling hard together, so I'm surprised not one of them has pitted yet, but Bradley Shepherd must be looking at this up ahead and rubbing his hands with glee. Quick note on the leader, Richard Jute. I see him keep having a sneaky look over his shoulder just before he comes into the last corner, and now he's starting to get sight of his chasers, and he can see them onto the back straight going into the hairpin, so he must be feeling very comfortable in the lead.
Absolutely, Carl. Now, what's very interesting, you mentioned about Bradley Shepherd. He was the one who pitted early in the style of Conor Marsh that we saw in the previous race. Now, what's happening mathematically from that? Basically, what it means is, at the moment, Bradley Shepherd is 14 seconds behind the leader, but crucially, only 8 seconds behind Remi Drazga, who's leading that battle for second place, which means if they all were to pit now and come out, Shepherd would somehow have elevated himself right the way up to second place. And that will be an incredible performance there, and it really will get him a lot of points, the sort of thing that can make the difference or not, because Remi Drazga is really on good form here. He's running some fast laps, but Shepherd is the fast one out there. I mean, obviously Jute, sorry, has just gone quicker, but Shepherd is very, very fast indeed, and I think Shepherd could find himself a lot further up the order than it looks at the moment. He may not be able to quite challenge Jute for the win, because Jute is fast and has got the strategy right, and of course is running away with the lead. But certainly, Shepherd, all he needs is these lot to come in, and he's in second place straight away. Kyle, when Shepherd made a stop, it was a pretty fast stop, right?
Yeah, it looked pretty good. It certainly wasn't on the side of caution, but it wasn't the fastest I've seen, but it was a pretty respectable stop. So I can't wait to see this coming. As Kart number 15 comes in, that is Ross O'Meara. Ross O'Meara comes in. It looks like he was in quite a ding-dong battle there in the midfield. But when Shepherd comes out, it's good. Oh no, I think Ross O'Meara's just got a foul light on his second stop, so I think Ross O'Meara will have to come in again and do a penalty stop.
Ross O'Meara, oh my goodness, we've seen him win, and they've given him the board. Oh, someone spun. We're not quite sure which one it is. It's not the race leader, is it, Richard Jute? No, it's not Jute, but it's one that's further back. We'll keep you informed on who that might be. Dominic Muir, we believe it might be Dominic Muir, but going back to Ross O'Meara, against the odds, he won a BRKC race. That was one of the key things. He's coming back in the pits for his penalty.
Straight back in, and he's furious. Oh, poor Ross. He won an amazing race last year from nowhere. in this heat, so he must have had quite a lot of confidence going. Yeah, he gets it right this time, but yeah, he's not. I feel for him. It's so easy to do.
Yeah, we've seen that already. I mean, we said it going in that there's going to be some infringements, and it seemed like a bit of a daft thing today. All you have to do is come in the pits, stop in one box at the beginning, move on down, stop in another box. The lights tell you when to start and stop, and yet in more than half the races so far, somebody has blown it. Now, what's very interesting with Ross O'Mara was his win last year came from absolutely nowhere. He was surprised, we were surprised, the internet was alive when he took that win, and you know, unfortunately he's kind of hurt his chance in this particular event with that. There's too many good people in it at the moment. Ross O'Mara has been listed last. He's had to take an extra stop. Those who are new to this sort of kind of ruling in the indoor karting, not used to pit stops, you know, it's the international way. What happens is they have to come in, they have to make 2 stops. There's a box at the beginning of the pit lane. The lights come on to tell them when to go and when to stop, and you have to stop at the beginning and you stop at the end of the pit lane again, and then you go out. Now, if you go too early, or you are on the brakes and you lock up the brakes and sail straight through that box, of course it's going to bring up a yellow light, and that of course lets the organiser know that you have actually made a pit stop infringement. You have to come back around and do it again. So effectively you're then making 2 pit stops in the same race when everyone's just making 1. Needless to say, it's going to be hard to come back from that. That's why we've got Ross O'Mara, who was running in the mid-pack, is now running last. Good news, of course, for the likes of Jamie Henderson, Dominic Muir, who are 8th and 9th respectively. But, Kyle, really, what we're looking for is Richard Jute to make his pit stop, because obviously you're in the pits doing the commentary down there. But crucially, it's Drasga, Duma and Lund. Now, Bradley Shepherd, who we've been trying to follow,
is now being held up by number 9, Phil Pryor. So this is crucial for so Shepherd's pace has now just come to a crashing halt and is behind Phil Pryor, number 9. Now, I believe, I'm not sure Phil Pryor's pitted, so yeah, so Shepherd is waving, but Pryor hasn't pitted, so it's 4th position. And Duke, the leader is in, so he should be able to take this safely here. The big old lead, so on Rich, nice and gentle, yep, he's out there and he's fit into it. It's going to come out just behind that battle for 2nd place, so we can see now 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and he's sitting just behind them and they haven't pitted. What a lovely feeling that must be.
Yeah, Richard Duke now must surely know he's got this in the bag, barring critical error. He's built up a good lead, and that's allowed him to be relatively safe in the pits, because what they don't want you to do, they don't know how slow you are, they just don't want you being too fast. You know, if you don't get going immediately that green light comes on, it's not the end of the world, but it is if you overshoot it and the yellow comes on instead. So by building up a big lead, Richard Duke gave himself the chance to be kind of taking it easy in the pits. But Bradley Shepherd, he's going to be the big loser here. He is stuck behind Phil Pryor. He's losing time. He's losing loads of time. He's got quite a bit in hand. Well, 2 seconds is quite a bit, but this is hurting him. And Drasga, this is Drasga's big opportunity to try and get up to 2nd place. He's leading at the moment because of Duke's pit stop. We can expect Remy Drasga and the like to be coming in any moment, really. It's still a big battle on for what's now 1st place.
Yeah, so Remy Drasga, Rob Duma and Jeff Lund, if one of them was thinking about pitting, they might have just looked over and noticed what's happening to Bradley Shepherd, who is now just past Phil Pryor now. So if they were thinking of pitting, they were not thinking of pitting when they saw that. Now they might be thinking of pitting again.
Yeah, so the interesting news there was Bradley Shepherd. I mean, he'll feel terrible. He'll feel like he's lost tons of time and he's blown the race. But Bradley Shepherd is now ahead of Phil Pryor. That's what he needed. Now, Phil Pryor didn't have to win. In the pits is Drasga, the race leader.
Drasga's come straight in, so I think he's seen that Shepherd's just been released, so he's come straight in. He's got lots of support down here. Looks good. Where's he going to come out? Oh, this is going to be tight, James.
It's very tight. He's lost the position to Shepherd. Shepherd has made it work. And James Martin all over the back of him as well is Lund, is it? Is it Lund? No, sorry, we'll wait for him to cycle through and see exactly who's where. But at the moment, we've got Rob Duma listed as the leader.
And Duma's in. Duma's reacted immediately, so Duma is in. So it's in. Looks good. Again, lots of support down here from the Polish contingent. He'll come out. Oh, where's Duma going to spread out? He's going to be very close to Martin.
He's just ahead of James Martin. Rob Duma's come out fractionally ahead of James Martin. He's just about got enough momentum to hold on. It's Duma, Martin and Drasga, and then they are followed by Phil Pryor. So it really is very close here. It's a four-way fight there. And there's come down the back stretch. There's Duma in the lead there. side by side. A contact warning with James Martin. He's the 21. He's in the black suit and the green helmet there. As Rob Duma has, well, what a kart advantage, and Pryor in.
Here we go, yep, so Pryor pits. It must be getting towards the end of the race now, so Pryor pits, and then we have only got Jeff Lund, who's going to try to stay out as long as he possibly can to try and jump all of that chaos.
Yeah, and there's an awful lot of chaos to jump there for Jeff Lund. Now, Jeff Lund is the leader. He's got 3 minutes left with which to make his pit stop. Lewis Manley, what do we think might end up being the situation for Lund?
I think he could overcut Duma because it's 10.3 the gaps, and the pit stops normally can take 10 seconds, so it depends how quick he is in the pit stop. He's hoping to be in the top 3 in this race because it's going to be very close, that's for sure, between Duma, Martin Drazga and Jeff Lund, of course.
Yeah, that's right, Liz. And basically, for those who are watching at home, if you look on the little timer there, you can see Jeff Lund is in the lead. But look further back. If we allow for 10 seconds in the pit stop, well, if you look, Rob Duma is 10.3 seconds behind him. There is Duma just gone outshot in the pit. Well, it's still kicking off behind him with Martin versus Drazga. Drazga will feel he's lost out a little bit in this because he got to the head of that group of Duma and Martin, and now he's sort of behind the pair of them. And of course he's also lost a position to the early pit stopper in Bradley Shepherd. So it's bad news there for Remy Drazga, and he's going to try and fight his way through. He's got 2 minutes left to go. Meantime, Richard Jute continues on his way, and so there's Richard Jute now. He's coming around the final corner. On the backstretch there's Remy Drazga chasing now onto the final corner, and there's Rob Duma and Martin and Drazga. So you can see Rob Duma's now got a bigger lead. So Shepherd, Duma, Martin and Drazga there. So Drazga is actually now down to 6th place, but Jeff Lund is yet to pit. Now, given that it's 10 seconds on the stop, that will put him right in front of Duma. Now, or right alongside Duma in reality. Now, the question there would be, would he get held out? No, we've still... And Jeff Lund is really holding out. Now, we think that Jeff Lund might come out alongside Rob Duma. If he does, on sheer momentum alone, he may end up losing 3 places, although a gap has now appeared between them, as you can see on screen as they cross the line. So that's the gap I'm talking about, in front of the green-helmeted James Martin there in the number 21. That is the gap that Jeff Lund may fill if he can't quite get ahead of the red-helmeted, ahead of them, Rob Duma. So it's going to be very tight.
Lund has just signalled, and he's in. Lund is in. So it's come up very aggressive pit entry there. But it all looks okay. It all looks okay. Shepherd out, he goes out. Shepherd falling through, and here comes Duma.
He's alongside Duma. They're in the snail section side by side, but Lund's got the inside, but Duma's got the lead. And well, Lund has come out in that exact gap we were talking about earlier, with ahead of Martin, but behind Duma. He almost managed to get ahead of Rob Duma. He just needed a little bit more speed and momentum to do it, but he's tucked in behind him. That could have been a lot worse. Lewis, that could have been so easy for him to lose time to Martin Drazga, but the checkered flag is going to be coming out any second. And we've got the race leader. Where is the race leader? He's around the back of the circuit somewhere. He's going to be coming into view very quickly. Yeah, he's just waiting to come through. There's Pryor. Yeah, there is the race leader. It's the South African Richard Jute who's leading the way. He's going to open up his BRKC 2020 with a race win. Here he comes, the South African Richard Jute takes the flag and wins. And there's a lap driver behind him. And here comes Bradley Shepherd. Early inspired pit stop. I think we're going to see a raft of them now. There's Duma, and there is Remy Drazga, the Polish driver, followed by Jamie Henderson, who you were listening to earlier in 7th. Phil Pryor's 8th, Dominic Muir 9th, and Ross O'Mara, who had to take a second pit stop as a penalty for a botched earlier one. Well, he lost big time in that one, running down in 10th place. But what a result there by Richard Jute, the most commanding victory we've seen so far in this, the 10th British Rental Kart Championship. What a result there. Lewis Manley, your thoughts just quickly before we go to Kyle Power?
Yeah, absolutely perfect drive from Richard Jute. He'd be over the moon for sure. Perfect start to his campaign. And as I said, he won his last heat last year, and he's won very first this year, and he's really looking good. And hopefully he can get used to the alternate layout, because that's one thing he needs to really get comfortable at.
We've seen him run at the front on the standard layout. We switched to an alternate layout just to shake it up a little bit for 2 of the rounds. And now we're going to go down to Kyle Power, because that was quite a race. Bradley Shepherd doing a Connemage.
Yep, that was quite a race. And can I just give a quick shout out to the Formula Fast staff? That is heat number 8. That is the 8th different kart that has won. that just goes to show the kart parity that they work so tirelessly and so hard on here to achieve. So 8 races, 8 different karts have actually got the win. That's incredible. That's incredible kart parity. It could be the best that we've ever had, but a shout out to the Formula Fast mechanics and staff for putting on extremely equal machinery. So I am just, Richard Duke is here, he's weighed up, so I'm just going to go and I'm going to get Richard. Richard, awesome, brilliant. You're obviously a local boy, but you've been in quite a lot. That was a very dominant display, very dominant. I saw you keep looking over your shoulder here, so it must have been lovely to keep seeing the second, third place falling behind.
I kept looking back to see the gap, and I could see the gap opening. I was watching the times, and I could see eventually 8 seconds. I thought I was safe here. And then Belinda showed me to pit, and I thought, this might be a bit early, you know. And then I was lying second for a while, second. I thought, well, you know, should be all right. And then, yeah, the guy pitted, and I was happy.
Brilliant. Were you nice and calm out the front, or were you starting to get a bit stressed towards the end when you realised you had the win on your plate?
Yeah, the beginning was a bit stressful, but once I calmed down, it was all right. Just concentrate on your lap times. So, yeah, it worked out well. So,
superb, well done. Epic drive, and have a medal. Awesome, well done, Richard. I've just got second place, Bradley Shepherd. Yep, Bradley, brilliant race. That's the second race in a row where we've seen an early pit stop really pay dividends. We know you've got good pace. Have you here last year? But so brilliant. Just talk us through. Did you know you had to pit out of that group? Did you know you had the pace to make that jump up to second?
Yeah, well, I feel like I underqualified my kart. I put it in 5th, and I felt it was capable of more than that. So yeah, pitted early and paid off in the end. So really happy with that.
Yeah, brilliant. You must have been really happy when you kept coming past and seeing the helmets go past in the pit lane here. It must be a very nice feeling.
Yeah, well, I could see them defending as I was coming out of the snail section. So I sort of knew that I'd done the right thing. But yeah, paid off in the end, so I'm really happy.
Awesome. Congratulations. Well done. And I've just got third place man here, Rob Doomer. Extremely strong drive. Some really hard battling there. Rob, how did that race go for you? You feel happy about it, or a bit gutted you could have had second?
Well, it could go really either way because it was so tight. I could come like 5th or 7th maybe, you know. But yeah, I'm happy with third to start for starters. It's really hard competition. It might be, you know, third might be not so bad towards the other results. So we'll see. Just try to enjoy the event, get some experience from the best, and that's it.
And do you have a bet on with your mate Slavik as to who's going to win?
Not really. We support each other, obviously. We try and make out of everything of the strategy and see where we go.
Okay, that's absolutely brilliant. Well done, Rob. See you later. Brilliant. Yeah, I'll go back up to you, James. Qualifying is just about to start.
Thank you. Okay, so we're getting ever closer to the end of the first round of heats. We're on to heat 9 of 10 for this first round. Again, these are all the first races for each of the drivers we're seeing. So obviously it's still the first round. In this one, well, we've got some interesting characters coming up here. We've got Fabian Siegmann for the German driver, one of the Eco Racing 2 competitors. And he, of course, in the Team Kart Cup in Germany, he was second last year. European Indoor Championship, he was second last year as well. So Siegmann, very much one to watch. Philippe Deneuve, we've seen him out in Europe a lot. The times are coming in. It's Neroda, Lucas Neroda, brother of Patrick. Fabian Siegmann, who I've just been talking about, is now into first place. And Gavin Williams there. Gavin Williams, one of the regulars. Philippe Deneuve, who we've seen lots on. Johnny Elliott's up into second place behind Siegmann. Adam Preston comes in 6th. Up into second, Robin Kassam. He's been beat by Baccelleri. Baccelleri, former junior world champion. Giovanni Baccelleri is up into second place behind Fabian Siegmann. And that pushes Kassam and Elliott down to 3rd and 4th respectively. Michael Seaborn is in 5th place. Gavin Williams 6th. Armandio Paz, Portuguese driver, one of the regulars in the World Championship. He's been forced down to 7th. Philippe Deneuve is in 8th. Lucas Neroda 9th, and Adam Preston rounds him out with 10th place. That's quite a qualifying. Fabian Siegmann, we've not seen him here before, the German driver, but he was second in the European Indoor title event last year, so certainly someone with quite a pedigree there. Giovanni Baccelleri, former junior world champion there in second place. Baccelleri is actually racing as a Belgian this weekend, but he has dual Belgian-Italian nationality. And so Robin Kassam third, Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott is in fourth now. What are we going to see from Johnny Elliott in this? So let's have a look. There's Johnny Elliott on screen now. As we look further ahead, they're going to organise them into the right order and then send them on the way. They've been organised and now they're being sent. So as they come around, hopefully we'll get a good start there. They're all nice and close. It's looking good. They've been given the green. They've been given the green and the start is good. And there's away they go. It is Siegmann who's in the lead there. Siegmann in the white helmet, followed by the Agostini-style helmet of Baccelleri, the Italian, as they run around out of the snail section there. They're coming down towards the loop down to the back stretch there. Very fast bar, but it looks like Siegmann is going to be comfortable going down the back stretch. As they head down the back stretch there, it's still Siegmann from Baccelleri with Robin Kassam and then Johnny Elliott. Now, what can we say about Johnny Elliott? Part of the Squadra Furio team, that's with Brad Philpott, the series organiser. And, of course, Johnny has had a cracking year himself. He's running fourth here. He has got high hopes. He's hoping to definitely make the final here. And he's got the potential to do it. Over the years, we've seen varied performances from Johnny, but he's really settled down. Apparently, he was saying yesterday that he's really been working on the mental aspect of his game, and he is a champion this year already. Is Johnny Elliott, and of course that was in the one of the absolute karting championships in the pits.
Yep, we've got Philippe Deneuve, number 14, in the pits, pitting up the mid-pack, obviously inspired from what we've just seen in the last two races.
Yes, it's worked the last two occasions for Shepard and Conor Marsh, and we'll see if it works for Philippe Deneuve in this one as he accelerates back out onto the track. Now, the big question is that has he actually got the speed to justify that? Because the real benefit of the early pit stop is if you feel you're being held up. And so Deneuve obviously feels he has been, and another one in.
Yep, that is number 15, which is Lucas Niroda. Lucas Niroda, I think, is pitting to cover off Deneuve, and it's going to be very tight between the two of them. We're getting tight pit battles ready, and Deneuve has just got him, so Niroda comes back out in 10th.
Yeah, Deneuve would have been seeing Niroda coming out of the pit exit there and really keen to get ahead. Obviously, Deneuve had momentum on his side. Niroda building up. We've not seen a pit stop from the lead drivers though. No. And to be honest, there's not any reason to, by the looks of it. No one's being held up. Even Baccelleri, I don't feel, he's not really going to think he's got any advantage by coming in now. He just leaves himself open to struggling with people. We saw Bradley Shepard almost came unstuck. If you remember how close it was for Bradley Shepard when the others came out of the pits, and yet he was caught behind Phil Pryor for a while, so it nearly didn't work for him. So I think if Baccelleri was to come in now, he would be opening himself to that same risk. Probably too big a risk to take. Okay, so they put another lap in there.
And we have number 13. That is Gavin Williams, number 13 in. So let's see how he feeds in with the previous two pitters. It's another early pit stop. I think he's going to come out comfortably ahead of both of them. So that's into 7th place.
Absolutely, that's Gavin Williams. He's under pressure from Philippe Deneuve. Deneuve is going to try and pass him. He's looking in the snail area, but Gavin Williams has got it covered. Gavin Williams, who was third in the O plate, the BRKC O plate, effectively the summer championship, if you like. And Gavin Williams is now under massive pressure as they enter the backstretch from Philippe Deneuve. But meantime, up in the front, that's Fabian Siegmann. And there we are looking at Deneuve and Gavin Williams down the bottom there. A bit sideways going into the final turn. There they are, Gavin Williams holding up ahead of Deneuve. Crossing the line now, Williams, Deneuve, and there's Niroda. These are the fast stop really you would think will be to be away from each other, feeling that they will be holding each other up. They're on the section, they're coming off that now. There we are, there's Gavin Williams. He was third in the BRKC O plate last year, and he's been followed by Philippe Deneuve and Lucas Niroda. Patrick Niroda, of course, we saw earlier on. Seeing Siegmann, there's Siegmann coming down. Baccelleri now is up at the front. Now the big question is, can he pull away? He's obviously got the lead, getting in fourth, because it stops them pulling away. Any overtaking move always costs a little bit of time. Johnny Elliott there in fourth place, going to be keeping a good eye. As I said, he has been working on the mental aspect of it, trying to stay cool and calm, because to be fair, when we've seen tactical errors in the past and just random things going wrong. But Johnny Elliott into the pits. Here he comes.
Yep. So Johnny Elliott comes in. It's a nice first stop. But here's been a surprise for this first section of the race. We know how fast Johnny is, so I wonder if he's struggling with the handling of the kart. Maybe it just doesn't quite suit him. We know how close the karts are, but it only makes the most minuscule difference to make a large difference in the race result.
Doesn't it just? And Johnny Elliott's got away with it, though. He's looking good there now. That was an interesting pit stop. It does keep him clear of Gavin Williams, Philippe Deneuve and Lucas Neroda. So Johnny Elliott pitted out of 4th place there, and he's ended up ahead of those earlier pit stoppers, which is pretty crucial. Now, Bachelari continues in the lead with Siegmund coming under increasing pressure from Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam, we've seen him many times. Bachelari and Siegmund are new to us here at the BRKC, but they're the ones leading the way. There he is, Giovanni Bachelari in front from Fabian Siegmund, and there is Robin Kassam. Well known at the circuit, here is Robin Kassam, and he's surely going to be trying to make a move soon. Now, there is Bachelari, there's Siegmund, and here comes Kassam. Neither of them pitting, the 3 leaders. Kyle, I can't see any of those 3 coming in anytime soon, can you?
No, and actually, again, another surprise is Robin Kassam. Like, his previous results in BRKC have been 55th and 54th, and he's made a massive jump up in his pace. He was really fast yesterday, and now he's absolutely breathing down the neck of the leaders. If anyone's going to pit again, you would expect it to be Kassam in 3rd, because he's got the least to lose out of this top 3, but it's going to be interesting to see who pulls up in first.
Absolutely, he was having a look there at Siegmund, the German in front of him, but there was nothing really going, so he's obviously got some intention, and he obviously feels like he's got some speed. If he felt that he was barely hanging on, he probably wouldn't be trying to make any sort of moves, but he certainly did have a look at the end of the backstretch on the German Siegmund in front of him, and in fact they're heading that direction now. So here they come on screen down the backstretch. That's back there from Siegmund for Kassam.
Another good thing to note here, well, a good thing for us viewers, is Johnny Elliott is in clear air, so it'd be interesting to keep a close eye on his lap times, because it's in complete clear air, especially if these leaders start battling, he could jump them all.
Absolutely. Now, Johnny Elliott has just crossed the line. He's into the snail section. He's the one, the lead. Kassam would want nothing more than to benefit from some kind of failed move from these 2 ahead. They are very close. They are very competitive, these 2. As Siegmund continues round, Bachelari is just staying with him. Don't expect any stops on this lap from these 3 leaders. As Bachelari continues to chase Siegmund down. He's lost the lead to Siegmund. Bachelari is the kind of driver who's going to want to take it back. Bachelari is not known here, but he is pretty well known out in Europe. He actually is a double world champion. Back in 2012, 2013, when he was still in the junior ranks, he was the world champion. Won it in 2 consecutive years. That was in Essen and in Denmark after that. I was actually racing in the World Championship back in Essen in Germany back in 2012. That seems an awful long time ago that Giovanni Bachelari, very much then one of the junior drivers, now competing in the sort of regular adult class, if you like, in the World Championship. Certainly a competitive driver is Bachelari, and definitely the sort of person who can take the fight to Siegmund. Siegmund, though, very good. I mean, he was the European indoor champion last year, so this is kind of his speciality, up to and including being the European title holder.
Behind them, behind that lead group, there's Amandio Costa Paz and Michael Seaborn are having a right ding-dong battle, and it was actually Seaborn signaling to Costa Paz saying, "Don't defend, let's go and work together." They're really close with each other, so we've got two distinct races here. We have the lead battle with Johnny Elliott slightly detached from it, but they haven't pitted yet, so that's going to be really interesting. Then we've got this battle for 4th and 5th place, well, 5th and 6th place behind, which is also looking quite spicy.
Yeah, well, we've got time. Just a little bit of inside information there. Now, you were mentioning Seaborn, Michael Seaborn. Now, the interesting thing with Seaborn is he's a regular at the Castle Combe karting circuit, of which, of course, he's a double champion, 2018 and 2019. Of course, he'll be out there defending that title this year down in Castle Combe. His season again starts off here at the British Rental Kart Championship. No previous form here, but he does come as a double title winner at Castle Combe. He's a double champion there, so he's got a lot of reason to put his name forward as very competitive. Now, of course, Amandio Costa Paz is Portuguese. He's very much looking forward to the fact that the World Championship is going to be held in Portugal this year. But he's actually a bit of a specialist at the long distance racing. The various 24-hour kart races in the past 2 years, he's been the winner at Spa-Francorchamps in the 24-hour kart, White River, the 24-hour kart, and in Agadir, the 24-hour kart as well last year. So he really has the long distance speciality. He's showing himself good at the short distance too. In the relative short distance he has in the BRKC heat race, he's currently running in 4th place. He's 7 seconds behind the leader, which he's less than a pit stop. If Sigmund comes in now out to the lead, he will be definitely behind Amandio Paz. Anyhow,
one thing I'm just noticing down here is Robin Kassam has just started to drop off from the front 2 people and is putting himself under real danger of being jumped by Johnny Elliott. And yet, right on cue again, he's straight in. So he's recognised that and is coming in. Yep, it's clean. The first stop is clean. This is going to be tight with Johnny. This is going to be very tight with Johnny. Comes out, it's clean. I think he's managed to stay ahead of Johnny. Wow.
He has, but Johnny Elliott's got momentum. Johnny Elliott's closing in as they enter the Snell section. He's gaining, and it's not quite close enough. He's right on the tail net, though, of the aforementioned Robin Kassam, and I think that's probably what Kassam was worried about. It is possible, as you know, Carl, you can almost like look across the track and see where you are, reference another driver. He will have seen Johnny getting closer and closer to that reference point. And to be honest with you, I think if Kassam had left it any later, he would have failed. But we've got 2 karts coming in the pits now. This could be disaster for the second one. He's too close. He's too close.
Number 8, a Seaborn and 21, which is Adam Preston. So Adam Preston is being held up quite a bit. Seaborn made a bit of a hash of the second stop, but it was good, it was clean. But yeah, that held up Preston behind him, unfortunately.
Yeah, Adam Preston maybe came in just a little bit too close. Possibly a bit too late for him to abort. Maybe he just wasn't quite looking far enough ahead to see that, he needed to bail out of that. We've seen it before, but it's a very difficult one. Once a driver's committed to coming in the pit, they tend to do it, error or not. But look at this, Johnny Elliott now, still all over the back of Robin Kassam. Very similar looking suits, but very different helmets. The white helmet of Robin Kassam is being hunted down by Johnny Elliott with the pink and green on his helmet. They are in a fight for 4th place on position, but maybe a little bit higher in the race. They are, theoretically going to leapfrog certainly Amandio Paz. Whether or not they'll be on terms with Siegmund and Baccelleri will depend on a number of factors, including the quality of pit stop that those 2 leaders actually managed to put together. So on track, we have, we're looking at Elliott. There's Kassam leading Elliott. That, of course, at the moment is the battle for 4th. In reality, it's potentially 3rd, potentially part of a leadership battle with Siegmund and Baccelleri. Bacceleri's and Siegmund's pit stops are now the crucial ones, but neither of them have come in on this one. Kyle, I think we're going to see some late stops by those 2 front runners, and maybe even Amandio Paz. It's going to be interesting when he comes in, where he actually does end up.
Oh, indeed. And the problem for Baccelleri is he doesn't want to leave it too late, because if he leave it too late and get the last chance to pit board, he's going to have to follow Siegmund in, and that's going to drop him straight into the hands of the Kassam and Johnny Elliott battle. So for the leaders' sake, they really want Kassam and Elliott to start fighting now, and knowing Johnny Elliott's previous form, we have a yellow flag.
Yeah,
we have a yellow flag.
Obviously some kind of trouble. We'll see where it is. Now what will happen is that they're continuing on. We've got Kart stopped. Yeah, somebody had spun, and
it's out of my view, I think.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of confusion about people getting going. Of course, it is vital that as soon as anything comes on,
and now it's a green flag. Now
yeah,
it's a green flag
that's
again.
been a bit.
That's a bit messy.
Longer green for some people, because as soon as that flags go out,
that's going to be interesting, because some people have really lost out. I think the leaders could have really lost out in that, or they've really gained. It's hard to tell at the moment, but definitely there has been a big swing in this race.
Into the pits is Siegmund, the leader.
So Siegmund taking that chance to come straight into the pits. And let's see. I can see Kassam and Elliott. Oh, this is going to be close. This is going to be really close, actually. I think that yellow flag has penalised the leaders. Siegmund does still retain the lead, though. The net lead.
Siegmund only just retains it. He's got Kassam all over the back of him in the Snell section, and Johnny Elliott's trying to close in on those 2 as well. But Siegmund has the lead. It's probably going to hurt Baccelleri more than anyone else. That's the second person in.
Yeah.
He couldn't stop. He's coming in now. He's coming in now.
He got stuck in a train there, so this could hurt him. He comes in. He's fine on the first one. The lead battle's coming round now. And here we go. It's going to come up. It's Kassam. I think Kassam, number 18, has actually... No, he hasn't. No, ignore me.
Unbelievably, it looks like Baccelleri has come out with the lead. because he was boxed in more ways than one, because when he came into he couldn't pit because the then leader, which of course was Siegmund, had actually pit in front of him. He couldn't make a stop. He was too close. He had to pit second. But Siegmund and Kassam changed position in such a way that it held them up, and that has given the advantage to Bacheleri. So Bacheleri, far from coming out of this in trouble, has actually got into the lead. In all of the confusion, this has benefited Bacheleri. So probably having felt that he'd been a bit stitched up and stuffed up in all the confusion, he's actually managed to profit from it because of a move by Kassam onto Siegmund. Now, that's held those two up, which gave Bacheleri that second or two. You've got another one in the pits there,
Costa Paz is in the pits, number 9. Costa Paz is in the pits. Now he's going to feed out just behind Johnny Elliott, it looks like. So I think he's actually, I think that's worked out quite well for him.
And that was the Portuguese driver, Armando Costa Paz. He pitched out to first place. He cycled kind of back into it in 5th place, but it has to be said that's a closer 5th place than what he was before. So it's worked, the pit stop rotation and the confusion's worked out for him. We've got two distinct groups. We've got a big battle for the lead and a big battle for 6th place, being headed by Michael Seaborn. So across the line now, we've got the battle for the lead, which is headed by Bacheleri, with Kassam, Siegmund, Elliott and Paz. And then on the other side of the track, we've got Seaborn versus Deneuve, Preston, Neroda and Williams. We're looking at the lead battle going through there. And now this is the 6th place battle. So that is Michael Seaborn in the lead. And but Deneuve may have passed him. Let's make a quick double check on that. No, I think it's still Seaborn. Yes, it is. Michael Seaborn maintains that 6th place with Philippe Deneuve behind him, Adam Preston, Lucas Neroda and Gavin Williams following him. Now we're looking at the lead group. There's Bacheleri, there's Robin Kassam. An incredible shine by Robin Kassam, a regular here, but this is really a little bit beyond what we'd expect him to do so far. He's looking good here. He's got Bacheleri in his sights. Bacheleri's not getting away, the former double junior world champion, the dual Belgian-Italian national, is not able to pull away. And in 3rd place there is Fabian Siegmund, who was probably the one who lost out most now as a result of the confusion. Johnny Elliott's 4th, and falling away a little bit in 5th place is Armando Costa Paz, the Portuguese racer. So with 2 minutes to go, Carl Power, we're looking at Johnny Elliott in 4th place. He's kind of falling away a little bit for that three-way fight for the lead.
Yeah, rather uncharacteristically for Johnny. It looks like he's been struggling. I picked up on it on the first couple of laps. He looks like he's been struggling all race. So whether he's holding some sort of issue, we don't know. But he hasn't been in a position to fight. But what a battle for 6th place this is. There's 2 distinct races. So the race has been turned on its head, just like in Formula 1. He's going to have to give that place back, surely. That didn't look on in my eyes.
Absolutely. There's, I think Siegmund feels he owes Kassam a bit of one, and he took a desperate lunge. The thing is, with that final hairpin, we've seen it over the years, it's so tempting all the time, but somehow never really seems to work out. So we'll see what happens now. We've got Siegmund, who is still running in front, and he's trying to give the place back, but he mustn't lose one to Johnny Elliott. This is fair game if Johnny Elliott gets through. So Siegmund's been held out, but he's trying to fight. He's trying to fight Johnny Elliott. He's just managed to hold on. But that brings Armando Costa Paz back into the mix. And once again, it's Bacheleri who's the beneficiary of all this. So Bacheleri has now got a pretty big lead. And well, with the best intention in the world, he's done very little for it, to be fair, except be fast. He benefited from the confusion with the yellow flag. He's benefited from the collision with Siegmund and Kassam. And now, with less than a minute to go, he's looking good for the win. Here he is across the line there. And now we're looking at Kassam versus Siegmund. Now Siegmund still has a chance to get back at Kassam. There's surely a lap to go. Maybe even more, but possibly only 1 lap. It's done on time. Depends when they bring the checker out. But they've certainly got half a minute now with which to do anything. So as they come down the back stretch, I'm sure Siegmund fully knows that he's got to do something, and he's got to do it very quickly. Could this be a big lunge? We're looking on the screen. There it is. No, Siegmund can't do anything. Johnny Elliott's managing to hold on. Armando Costa Paz. Here comes the checker. It's gonna be Giovanni Bacheleri taking the win there from Kassam. Yes, and Siegmund 3rd, Johnny Elliott 4th, and Armando Paz in 5th place. Michael Seaborn surely is going to come out of this battle in the lead. He's been heading that tail battle for so long now. They're down the backstretch, all 5 of them. 1, 2, well, 5, 6, 7, 8. The checker flag is out, but they're nowhere near it. Here it is, they're coming round now. It's Michael Seaborn, the Castle Coombe champion. He's going to take it. He's got 6th place ahead of Philippe Deneuve, Adam Preston, Lucas Naroda and Gavin Williams. So, Kyle, there's going to be some talk down here, and it's going to be very interesting, the Kassam and Siegmund body language. Bachelleri bring the kart back to the right place, his first BRKC race, and he wins. So, Kyle Power, down to you in the pit lane.
Yep, just letting the drivers come in and got weighed. I wanted to try and catch a word with Johnny Elliott, but I'm not quite sure he's in the mood after struggling in that race. He's got very high hopes for the final here, and that's done it a massive dent, so bad luck for Johnny Elliott there. But what a race from Robin Kassam. He's my man of the race there. Again, no offence to Robin, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying this, but I don't think any of us expected a performance quite like that. He was very quick yesterday. I said to him yesterday, you must be pretty confident, and he wasn't particularly too confident, but wow, what a race. Top job. So I'm just going to let them get weighed, and then I will try to intercept them. I'll try and bring it. So yeah, I've got Bachelleri coming over to me now. Okay, I'm just going to try and grab. Yep, it's just talking to the marshals now. I was going to try and grab. Okay, he's just going to calm down for a minute. I was going to try and grab an interview with Gavin Williams, but he's a bit upset about something, so we'll let him calm down and grab him afterwards. So I've got quite a discussion going on between the 1st and 3rd place drivers here, discussing their moves, but it all looks friendly and jovial, so it looks really good. So yeah, I have Giovanni Bachelleri. Very good, strong win for you there, Giovanni. It looked like the race was turned on its head a little bit with the yellow flag, and you pitted and took full advantage.
Yeah, I tried to be very careful about the pit stops. I thought it was the best I can do, and yeah, with the yellow flag that was very, very strong, and I tried to do my best and to do the best pit stop as possible. Then I come out of the pit first, and I tried to make a gap, and that's it. I tried to do my best, but the championship is not over. It's already the first heat, and there are 3 remaining, and semi-final and final if I had the chance, because there are a few drivers that are very strong here. It's like a world championship.
Yes, the level is ridiculously high, but you've just started it in the best possible way, so congratulations, and I have a medal for you for winning.
Thank you.
Let me just grab that. There you go. Congratulations. Brilliant. I'm just going to grab. This is 3rd place, Fabian Siegmund here. So Fabian, that looked like it was a bit of rough and tumble. You tried a really hard, good move into the final corner here. You happy with 3rd?
I think it was okay that I had to give the possession back. So it was a really, really late move, and I was not really next to him. It was more from behind, so it was okay. Kind of disappointing for me, the yellow flag. Kind of brought some trouble to the race, and now I ended in P3. I thought I kind of can save my P1 to the finish, but it did not work. Maybe next time.
Very unlucky with that. Sometimes it happens. It's racing, but so you pitted out at first, but ended up coming up 3rd. So you and Giovanni, they were having a very good battle for the lead, and you just exchanged some words there. Was it all friendly?
It was really friendly. It's always difficult to know, should I defend or should I not defend, because of course you're very slow when you always defend your position. And then for the pit stop, I thought it's clever to pit because there were so many back markers in front of me because of the yellow flag, and it really brought trouble. And but obviously it was the wrong decision, but it's still okay.
Hard luck, better luck next time. And Robin, I'm here with it's a 2nd place finisher, Robin Kassam. Robin, what performance! Stunning pace, stunning race pace, and it looked like you put some good moves on someone there to snatch 2nd.
Yeah, I'm amazed about the position I got. Seeing looking at the people on the grid today, like I thought at best I at least get 5th, and then when I did my qualifying, I messed up going into the hairpin. So I was surprised going to get 3rd, and when that happened, I thought I'd just try and keep 3rd the entire race, and then there's just one opportunity to just overtake 2nd place, and then I got that, and I just
held up for the rest of the race. Like also trying to hold up Johnny Elliott as well. It was tough.
Well, it looked like you had some stunning race, and what we were talking about yesterday obviously was true. You were looking very fast yesterday, and it's transferred over today. So let's carry that through, yeah?
Yeah, I'm really surprised with that. I did not expect to do as good as I did in this race, like even with practice yesterday, because I thought I got a good kart in the practice, and I was following Conor Marshy the entire time, just learning what he did on the track. But it's obviously paid off for today.
Okay. Amazing, Robin. Fantastic result, and I hope you can keep this form up for the rest of the title championship.
Thanks.
Brilliant. Yeah, so it is the final heat of round one now. The drivers are ready to go out for qualifying. It looks like we have Logan Sune and one of the Blue Star drivers in this one. So, as usual with every heat in BRKC, it's going to be tough. There is no such thing as an easy race here.
Okay then, so well, we're looking ahead now to round one, heat 10, which is the final heat race of this opening round. So now after this, everybody will have seen every driver in action. So this can be a very tough one indeed. Heat 10, obviously, we had Carl Power down there alluding to the fact that some of the Blue Star team drivers are out now. Blue Star Racing is a very, very strong, usually endurance-based team out of Belgium, and also some Dutch drivers as well. But they've got, would you believe, 4 representatives in this particular heat race. First of all is Logan Sune. Now, Logan Sune is definitely an absolute specialist at the long distance, but also excels indoor as well, and the shorter. He's been a finalist in the World Championships 2016, 2017 and 2018. So Logan Sune, absolutely spectacular. 24 hours of Erpen, he was on the winning team, which of course was Blue Star entry in 2017, 2018, and he was 7th here in the BRKC last year. So Logan Sune, definitely one of the favourites for this. Matthias Grooten, double world champion. He was the world champion in 2015 and way back as far as 2008 as well. The Belgian star, one of the top drivers in the world and one of the benchmarks over the years, Matthias Grooten. And also from the Blue Star Racing team, we've got a new driver to us, Mehdi El Gissa. And Mehdi El Gissa is a Belgian driver, and but he did well in the Agadir 24-hour race last year as part of that team, fairly new man on the scene. And the final Blue Star Racing one is one that I was commentating on when he won the Polish Junior Championship last year. Eliana de Vos. Eliana de Vos, a Dutch driver. He's the 4th member of the Blue Star Racing team. Blue Star Racing 1, Blue Star Racing 2 are the entries, and one of those, Logan Sune, is representing the Team 1 and the others are Team 2. Also in this race we've got Dan Truman, who we've seen so many times in the BRKC. He's been winning races in BRKC and Club 100. Also Anwar Barul Smith and Joe Hamlet, Mitch Powell and Jana Verbreken, a Belgian driver, and Andy Hewitt as well. Now the times are coming in. It's Eliana de Vos who's fastest from Logan Sune. Mehdi El Gissa is in third. Grooten's come through to 3rd place. Dan Truman in 4th. That's great showing. Verbreken, unknown to us so far, but he was the 2012 Belgian champion and also in kart champion out in Europe last year. So former Belgian champion Verbreken has come into 4th place, but it is Anwar Barul Smith, one of the British hopes. Anwar Barul Smith is into pole position, beating out Eliana de Vos. Now Anwar, we haven't seen him for some time in the BRKC. It's been about 3 years since he's in, and he comes back into pole position. One of my teammates when I was racing with Team GB in the World Championship in 2011 and 2012, Anwar Barul Smith, and he always is a force to be reckoned with. But even then, after some time out, he will be quite surprised, I think, to find himself on the pole position ahead of Eliana de Vos and Logan Sune in 3rd place, with Jana Verbreken in 4th, Matthias Grooten, the former double world champion, down in 5th place, Dan Truman in 6th, Hamlet 7th, El Gissa in 8th, Andy Hewitt and Mitch Powell rounding them out in 9th and 10th. Now, just bringing them into line, and Anwar Barul Smith, what a performance to put himself into 1st, especially when you consider that's ahead of De Vos and Sune. Now they're just organising those positions, I'll be getting this race underway. Now, Anwar Barul-Smith is quite a combative driver. He's really going to fight for that lead, I think, and it may well be that De Vos and Sune, certainly De Vos and Sune, would probably never even met Anwar before, and now they're going to meet him on track, but he will be well known to the likes of more experienced competitors like Matthias Grooten, the former world champion, double world champion. Okay, so Barul-Smith has taken the flag, and he's running away in the lead now. He's got Eliana De Vos going with him, and Logan Sune is about a kart length behind that. In fourth place, of course, Verbreken, the former Belgian champion, as they come down the backstretch. But they round that sweeping bend. Here they are. Anwar Barul-Smith turns in the lead. He's got Eliana De Vos right behind him, with Logan Sune behind him. And here they come round the final turn. The hairpin, it's across the line, and it's Anwar Barul-Smith in the lead, followed by Eliana De Vos and Logan Sune. No real breakaway going on here. It's pretty much even Steams. There's certainly 5 karts, 6, 7. Well, they're all pretty much in contention. Just the concertina effect as they're braking and accelerating for the corners, seeming to pull them apart. But certainly it is Anwar Barul-Smith looking good in the lead there from Eliana De Vos. Eliana De Vos, the Polish junior champion from last year. And he's chasing down Barul-Smith for the lead. Logan Sune is going with him. They're starting to pile on the pressure to Anwar Barul-Smith. They're really not letting him get away now. Anwar Barul-Smith in one of the more dangerous areas, the snail section, where it's possible for people to make moves. When people make moves, if it comes off, it's normally decisive. If it doesn't come off, it costs everybody involved a whole load of time, and we see lots of position changes. Now, as they come down the backstretch, we're still looking at Anwar Barul-Smith, but look at this, Eliana De Vos is right with him. Logan Sune behind him, maybe a little bit of a gap there to Jan Verbreken with Matthias Grooten. Grooten can never be discounted. The former double world champion is there in 5th place, but only a fool would discount Matthias Grooten from any kind of result here. In the pits though, Kyle, with you, we've got an early pit visitor.
Yes, with number 9, that's Andy Hewitt into the pits. It's all looking very tight there, so another early stop, and let's see if he manages to master it.
Now, Andy Hewitt was running near the tail when he came in, so we'll see whether he was running near the tail because he thinks he's quicker and it was just out of position, or whether he's going to stay pretty much down there. Meantime, of the leaders, nobody's coming in at all, and that's right the way down to 5th place. Still not coming in, no one in at all. Maybe they all feel they're holding a decent pace. Anwar Barul-Smith, we know he's fast. Eliana De Vos, we know he's fast. And Logan Sune, the fact that he's with Blue Star Racing Team 1, says he's quick right on the title there alone. So here comes Anwar Barul-Smith. Eliana De Vos is who we're looking at. There's Barul-Smith with the lead down the backstretch, turning in. All following the normal racing line, which suggests no one's really getting racy. As soon as anyone starts getting racy, as soon as anyone feels threatened, you see them get defensive to the inside. And that really is a bit of an indicator of the feel of what's going on.
We have number 8, Joe Hamlet, into the pit as well, so let's see where he feeds out. Just against Andy Hewitt comes in. I think he's going to be well ahead, so he feeds back into 9th.
Surprisingly well ahead, actually, Carl. Yeah. You know, he wasn't that far ahead in terms of position, but it does seem in terms of track distance that he's quite far ahead of Hewitt there. They're running 9th and 10th, of course. The leaders are coming through. It's still Anwar Barul-Smith looking, well, I would never say comfortable in this situation, but he's certainly looking believable against Eliana De Vos, Logan Sune. Eliana De Vos, Logan Sune is certainly, knew enough to not really know anything about Anwar Barul-Smith. This is not a racer they've competed with before, but certainly those behind, maybe Verbreken, definitely Grooten, will have certainly tackled Anwar Barul-Smith and will know the quality of the British driver who's leading the way. Anwar Barul-Smith has been a multiple champion. He's a former world champion with the Formula Blue and a number of other categories over the years. Anwar is, again, as I say, making a real sort of comeback. He was the BRKC Oak Plate champion when it was first invented in 2012. He was a champion with Club 100 as well in 2015, and then kind of pulled away. He was on his sort of comeback to racing. He did actually manage to pull off a 2nd place overall in the Oak Plate, the Summer Championship, if you like. So Anwar Barul-Smith, plenty of credentials behind him to justify that lead. And in fact, what's now looking like an ever-increasing lead from Eliana De Vos. Anwar Barul-Smith, not only that, has just set the new fastest lap of this race and is really on a bit of a mission here. You can see Eliana De Vos is falling away in 2nd place, and it's not often we say that. There's a gap increasing there for 4th place as well, which is now Matthias Grooten, who's got past Jan Verbreken. Now, Kyle, further down the order there, down in the pit lane. If you look a bit further down the order, we've got Mehdi El Jisa, who's running around. There he is now in the 19 Kart. Quite surprised that he's not a little bit further up the order.
Yeah, no, he's got some. Oh Jesus, he's done some 24-hour racing, but yeah, it's part of Blue Star Racing team too. So we expected an awful lot more from him. But again, this is his first time here, and it just goes to show how tough this is. It really is hard to get your head around being an expert at this place, which makes some of the debutants that we've had winning on debut even more impressive.
Absolutely, because you were mentioning about the Blue Star Racing team earlier on, and he's obviously a member of that elite team. That really is an elite team. You do have to be invited for that one. It's not something you sort of rock up to and bundle your way in. They're known as arguably the best in Europe. He is racing with their second team, if you like.
I wouldn't get invited, put it that way.
There's an awful lot who would be off that list. But Mehdi El Jisa, maybe he's he's in the position he's at the moment. We'll see how it improves as it goes along. Certainly, a lot of his results have come from the endurance races. So El Jisa, well, we'll see what he has to offer as the progresses. Meantime, offering us a lot up at the front is Anwar Brule-Smith, increasing his lead. Now, we all know Anwar Brule-Smith from years ago, but I think quite a few, Kyle, will be surprised to see holding a lead like this, especially ahead of the likes of Polish junior champion De Vos and Logan Sune. It really is an epic performance. Even Mateusz Grooten is not able to make inroads on the leader there.
Yeah, indeed, and in fact Grooten is actually falling back from the lead group a little bit, but Anwar, it's not really a surprise. He's done a fair amount of practice, and every practice session I've seen, he has looked extremely fast. He was very fast yesterday, he was fast here last Sunday, so if people were not considering him as a serious top contender, then they were wrong. So personally, I'm not surprised, but maybe he's just flown in a bit under the radar. Like I said, he hasn't been here in recent years, so he's making a comeback with a bang.
Well, it's certainly the comeback of the gods, because Anwar Brule-Smith in his opening BRKC heat race of 2020 is leading the way, and he's leading it pretty convincingly. As we said, even former double world champion Mateusz Grooten cannot make inroads. Anwar is the only one of that group to have run 31.4 on the lap timer. They're all running sort of 31.5. In fact, the third and fourth have dropped to 31.6 in the last lap, so they're all running a pretty similar pace. But Anwar is the only one to run a 31.4. They're all running 31.5s on that lap, so they're pretty much cancelling each other out. But Anwar is actually the fastest of that lot. Of course, we've got Verbreken, the former Belgian champion, who's there in 5th place, and he's sort of keeping the watching brief. He's managing to keep the same gap to Mateusz Grooten, albeit not actually challenged for position. Interesting, Kyle. We saw early pit visitors from those nearer the back, but they were people who were nearer the back probably anyway. We've not really got a Conor Marsh in this race, or a Shepherd, have we?
No, we haven't. They've tried, and they've come out in their own battle, and they've actually come out quite spread out. So the best battles looking like
in the pits.
Oh, yep, we've got number 10. That is, I can't see my notes, Mitch Powell. That is Mitch Powell out of number 10. So let's going to see if he joins in and see where he comes out from those aforementioned earlier pitters. So he comes out just ahead of Andy Hewitt, actually. So yeah, that's not worked out too badly for them, but I think this race is going to be a bit of a slow burner. It's incredibly tense at the front. Sune and De Vos are not letting Anwar Brule-Smith escape with this. They're keeping him under that annoying sort of 1 second pressure. So he's under pressure, so anything can happen yet.
And those people who've been following the championship so far through Motorsport TV and obviously on the BRKC live stream, we've seen quite tense race time, of course. We've got a fairly even gap between all the competitors. It's not like anyone's entirely on the tail. Yes, they're close, but they're not kind of pushing each other. I think that really is why we're not seeing any pit visitors. Nobody's sort of felt that they'd be better off running on their own. No one's actually, feeling restricted in any sense, and that's probably why we're not seeing any pit stops from the front. They're all sort of fairly even, and a bit of an even gap between them. Interestingly, all the pit stops have come from the tail, and those people have stayed at the tail. The blue flag's been out, they've had to wave a few people through. A little bit of a look further down the order, just worthy of mention. Yes, someone doing a great job of staying out of the way.
And here we go, we've got Sune in the pits.
Oh, yes.
Sune in the pits. He's seen the back markers, and he thinks this is his time to try and capitalise on that, hoping that the two in front of him Burrell Smith and DeVos are going to get held up in the back markers. That's quite a clever move from Sune there.
Yeah, that could be inspired, and that, of course, is partly why he's an endurance expert and partly why he's part of the Blue Star Racing team. It's thinking like that Sune needs to put into place to get the results that we know he does get, and it's going to be interesting when the others do come to the pits, whether that will have gained him anything. Of course, Elmar Burrell-Smith is out in the front now.
Yeah, we've got 14.
There was a bit of a wave there as well.
Yeah, Matthias Gruten is straight in. So Matthias Gruten, former world champion, is in. And he comes out. Oh, it's going to be very close to Sune. Oh, he's almost jumped Sune.
He has, and expect DeVos in, because I saw a wave from DeVos, so it wouldn't be a surprise if Eliana DeVos comes in this time around. But as you said, Matthias Gruten, he almost leapfrogged Sune. He's lost between Sune, but crucially, he's a lot closer to Sune than he was. Now, is DeVos in this time?
No, he's not. He's gone past.
There was a wave. I was wondering if they were going to bring him in right after.
Fabreken is in. Fabreken is in.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. So we've seen some unusual gains in the pits. There's been quite a lot of disparity in the pit stops. This is going to be quite close. I think he's going to come out behind these two.
Yeah, and what would have been interesting there, Fabreken would have seen that wave from DeVos to his team on the previous lap, and theoretically has thought, okay, well, if he doesn't come in, I will, and therefore he has. Now there's Elmar Burrell-Smith with the lead. Eliana DeVos has dropped further and further back. Look at that, that's the biggest lead Burrell-Smith has had so far.
DeVos could be jumped
behind. Here comes Dan Truman, I think. Yes, that's right, that's Dan Truman. Mehdi El Ghisa. Now, Mehdi El Ghisa, one of the Blue Star drivers, is all over the back of Truman, but so far has been unable to make any impact on him, if you like. And they are running third and fourth at the moment. So that's Dan Truman versus Mehdi El Ghisa, is probably the toughest individual combat at the moment in this race, as Elmar Burrell-Smith puts another lap in. He's got a fairly comfortable lead, as comfortable as possible, from Eliana DeVos. And then, of course, it's Truman, Ghisa. Here they come now. Ghisa's coming in the pits.
Yep.
Or is it Truman? No, it's Truman.
No, it's Truman. It's number 15. It is Dan Truman's in the pits. Good first light. Very good. It was going to come out. That is number 8. That's Joe Hamlet coming round. I think Truman's going to come out just ahead of him. That's going to be tight by the time they get to the hairpin.
Yes, it is, and Truman is definitely fighting the rear guard. Actually, he took the wide line, but he's okay. He's made it. Now, there's it looked like Logan Sune waving. He's been passed by Matthias Gruten. It looks like Gruten, I think. Yes, it is. Gruten has passed Logan Sune. So I think that's Sune was sort of acknowledging we'll not fight each other.
No.
They're going to try and pull up, because that's really the only hope they've got to tackle Burrell-Smith. Let's have a look at Eliana DeVos. He, of course, is part of that same team as them, but there's a pecking order in these organisations, yeah?
Absolutely.
And if anyone's going to be up near the front of any sort of pecking order in any organisation, it's going to be the likes of Gruten and Sune. Maybe Sune and Gruten are going to be holding station at the moment. DeVos is arguably second them on after pit stops, but it's Burrell-Smith that they want. He's the race leader. He's the one they're really after, and their only hope is not to fight each other, and they know it. Now, meantime, we saw Dan Truman come into the pits. He had been passed, actually, by Mehdi El Ghisa, who we were thinking might need to get a bit of a tickle on. He has got a tickle on. Mehdi El Ghisa has moved up to third place. He's the one following Eliana DeVos, although it is by the length of the pit stop. So DeVos did pit out of second place. They would come out front.
And we've got number 19. We've got El Ghisa is in the pits now. So Ghisa's in the pits now. It looks like he's doing very well. Yeah, that's a very tidy stop, and he's going to come out just ahead of number 15, which is
Truman.
Yes, Truman, of course.
Yeah, and Mehdi El Ghisa needed to do that because, of course, he'd been fighting with Dan Truman. They're really pushing and shoving there, but Mehdi El Ghisa is the one who's actually made it work. He passed Truman on merit, but needed to not lose the place back when they came out of the pits, because Truman was coming in fast. He was coming in fast with Joe Hamlet by the looks of it. And of course that would have meant he'd have lost 2 places, not just 1. So Mehdi El Ghisa has done exactly what he needed to do to go tumbling down the order. But it is close. They cross the line. We're on screen now. There's El Ghisa, there's Truman, and there is Hamlet. So very, very tight with those lot. They're quite safely ahead of Mitch Powell and Andy Hewitt. But really the race of the actual combat race, if you like, is El Ghisa. And combat it is, because Dan Truman has given him a bit of a nudge a couple of times already on the previous lap. And he's got Joe Hamlet behind him, so Truman isn't really doing it to be nasty. He's actually kind of under pressure not to lose any time himself, because Hamlet is on his case too. So It's still Burrell Smith. Now, Burrell Smith isn't going to come in. We've been watching them. There they are. There's El Gisa. This is the actual combat race. I'll keep you up to speed with what's happening, viewers, as well, with the other part. It is still Burrell Smith from the second half ahead of Elian Vos as we watch Mehdi El Gisa, part of the Blue Star Racing team there from Dan Truman and Joe Hamlet. They're coming onto the backstretch. There they are down the backstretch. Now, are there going to be any moves? No, they're cancelling each other out for speed, really, as they turn in. There is, at that time, Burrell Smith, the race leader. There's Elian Vos in second place. Down the backstretch there, it's Burrell Smith coming around.
De Vos is keeping Burrell Smith honest here.
Very honest. 1.5 seconds is what he's held him to. And to be fair, Carl, there's just no way that Burrell Smith can really extend that, is there?
No, he's clearly trying as hard as he can, and he just cannot shake him off. It's like one of those annoying colds you just cannot shake off. No matter how hard you try, he is not going away. So Burrell Smith, even though he looks very calm in there, still must be feeling a tiny bit of pressure.
Now, those who enjoy their stats, who are watching on TV, need to keep an eye on that little caption with the positions in the race, because we've got Matthias Bruton, who is 14.2 seconds behind first place Anwar Burrell Smith, with Logan Sinner, who's obviously right on his tail. Now, the interesting is, because we're sort of anticipating 10 seconds to be lost in a pit stop that Burrell Smith and Elian Vos have yet to make, that still would put them first and second, ahead of double world champion Matthias Bruton and Logan Sune. So Bruton and Sune, remember again, Carl, we were saying how Sune had been indicating to Bruton that, you know, he's not going to race him, let's go for it. They've got to bring that time down if they're going to be in contention for the win.
Yeah. I think Sune may have even let Bruton pass. I think Bruton turned round and gave, let's go forward, and Sune nodded and gave him the thumbs up. But they're not making the inroads that they need to, and now they're coming up on two back markers that haven't pitted. Well, they are coming on up. They are a lap down, so they should get them, but this is going to really stifle their process.
That's Mitch Powell leading Andy Hewitt there, isn't it? And they're getting the blue flag. In fact, Hewitt does get out of the way. He does get out of the way. He's allowed Bruton through, and Sune's through as well.
The boss is in. The boss is in. He's come in. He was quite cautious on that first one. That wasn't the fastest I've seen. Second one, that was pretty good. Where's he going to come out? He's going to come out comfortably ahead of the Bruton battle.
And that was crucial, because Bruton still has a back marker. I think he's still got Mitch Powell in front of him. And now Bruton moves ahead of Powell. He can see Elian Vos, and Sune's gone through as well. Again, it's a problem for Jan van Breken, who is the one in fifth place. He's kind of coming out the worst end of this stick, but certainly it is good for Matthias Bruton, but he's just not close enough. Elian Vos was comfortably away. Anwar Burrell Smith has actually got a bit of a 2-second advantage now, so somewhere De Vos did lose a bit of time, half a second, but it does make Anwar Burrell Smith's pit stops a lot easier and a lot more relaxed, and still come out of the win. There he is in picture. He's going around that turn at the end of the main straight. Will he pit this time?
He's in. Coming in now, so he left it one extra lap, has decided to pit. Maybe he hadn't noticed that the boss had pitted, so he's got plenty of time. He's taking it nice and calmly. No need to push your luck here. And yeah, he's going to come out comfortably in lead. In fact, it looks like he's actually extended his lead quite a lot in that.
Yes, that's looking really comfortable there. That was Anwar Burrell Smith you saw pitting there. He's got the lead and he's kept the lead, and there's about a minute and a half to go. He's still being followed by Elian Vos, who in turn is still being followed by Matthias Bruton and Logan Sune, the two Blue Star drivers. Jan van Breken, the Belgian champion, is fifth. Mehdi El Gisa is in sixth place in his battle with Dan Truman and Joe Hamlet. And there, of course, Mitch Powell and Andy Hewitt are the ones who are a lap down now on the leaders. And through across the finish line, we're looking at Anwar Burrell Smith, followed by Elian Vos. And there is the Bruton and Sune third place. I would say fight, but I think they're actually going to stay in position there by the looks of it. Logan Sune is just content to sit there behind Matthias Bruton, the double world champion. There's less than a minute to go, so probably about 2 laps now for Anwar Burrell Smith. He's probably going to run through one more time after this. And there is Dan Truman. Let's have a look at this, because there's a bit of a gap opening there. Mehdi El Gisa has moved not only away from Dan Truman, but opening up a bit of a gap, and Truman is under serious pressure from Joe Hamlet. Look at Joe Hamlet there, he's all over the back of Truman. And as they're down the backstretch, whoa, look at Truman there, trying to block him out. Really lent on Hamlet there. Hamlet going to love watching that one back on YouTube. So as they come through, surely this is going to be the final lap now. We've got Anwar Burrell Smith with less than 20 seconds to go. Anwar Burrell Smith is down the backstretch. He's round the finish They bring out the checker flag. It's going to be a return to victory for Anwar Barul-Smith. Anwar Barul-Smith wins from Eliana de Vos, Matthias Grooten and Logan Sine. Jan van Brecken there comes through in 5th place. And across the line there it's Powell and Hewitt. And here comes Mehdi El Ghisa. Mehdi El Ghisa is going to come through and take that 6th place now from Dan Truman and Joe Hamlet to round out the finishes there. The other two, of course, a lap down, they've already finished and completed. So a good win there for Anwar Barul-Smith. His return to the BRKC has been very successful. He's done 1 race and 1 win, and that's exactly what he's been hoping for against some serious opposition. Carl Powell, we're over to you in the pit lane.
Yep, I'm just trying to get some of the drivers coming in there. There's 3rd place Matthias Grooten. Yep, I've got a nod from the top 3 there, so I'll try and get the top 3 when they get out and get weighed. I believe that was heat number 10, wasn't it? So it is now into we're now into the alternate track layout. So there'll be a bit of a there's not a big queue of drivers waiting to get in, so it's a bit quieter than usual down here. It's quite nice. Yep, so Anwar's just going to get weighed up, and I'm going to try and get him to come and have a word. It's compulsory for all the drivers. As soon as they get out, they weigh the top 3 every time. Oh, wow. Well, I've had Bradley Philpott just informed me that Matthias Grooten is here now. I will grab him. That his last lap was a BRKC lap record. Hey, so I'm just down here with Matthias Grooten. A strong 3rd place there and a BRKC lap record on the last lap.
Yeah, I always knew that the ultimate pace was there, but frankly I'm struggling a bit in qualifying, and I knew that would be the case. I also didn't do any practice when it was really grippy like now, so a little mistake and 5th. And I knew in the race I could sort of keep up pace with the guys in front, but if you start from a couple of seconds back, it's really hard. And defending against my teammate for a lot of the race. And the last lap I had like a 2-meter gap and I went for it, and yeah.
Nice. Did he let you through? I saw there was some hand signalling and waving there. Did he let you through, or was it a move you put on him? I missed it personally.
No, he didn't let me through. I came out of the pits like sort of 50% behind, and then through the 3 right corners I think we touched in every single one. But then obviously at the inside for the braking zone. And yeah, that's it.
Good. Well done, and look forward to you racing later on in the championship.
Yeah, thank you.
Just got Anwar Barul-Smith coming in now. So, congratulations, Anwar, the comeback king. Yeah, how was that? It looked all a bit boring for you out the front there. Was it boring from where you were sat?
You know what it's like, Carl. You know, it's never boring, is it, when you're out there, especially when you're winning. But it was a tough race because. Obviously sticking on pole was great, and I had a bit of an advantage, but I think that was mainly just nailing the lap as opposed to everyone else, because the first couple of laps it was really difficult to get away. So I just sort of tried to concentrate on just being consistent, try not to panic, and just keep doing my lines, hitting my apexes, and the gap started to eke out. And I think the turning point actually was overtaking one of the back markers at the right time, and he sort of got in the way of everyone else, and that got me my comfortable gap at the end. So after that, it was plain sailing, but one race at a time. That's the main thing. Take one race at a time.
It's superb. All that great pace we've been seeing recently has just translated to a race win. You must be very happy, but it must be quite frustrating if you're pushing so hard and he could not shake De Vos. He's constantly like 1.5, 2 seconds back, where you're like, come on, man. Yeah.
It was more frustrating actually, because every lap on the dashboard I could see I was doing a really good lap, and it was flashing up like best, like personal best, fastest lap. And I was looking behind, and he was still there, and I was like, I don't know, he must be only 100th off me or something. But it was a good race, and I think, as you say, a lot of testing's paid off, in that sense. But there's a long way to go, and anything could happen. So as I say, one race at a time.
Awesome, and for your amazing efforts, you have a medal.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
No problem. Well done, mate. So I'm just going to get second place finishing here, Eliana de Vos.
I'm very happy with my second place.
Eliana de Vos, brilliant second place there, very strong, great start. How did you feel about that?
I feel very, very good about it. It's my first year here, and the pace was very good. So I'm very happy with this result.
There's been a lot of strong debutants here. It's incredible so fast immediately. Do you have a setting that you run through to learn a new track?
No, not really. I look the whole time to the track to see the other people, what they do, and I can try the things, and that make me very fast on the track then also.
Oh, brilliant. So you've got a really strong confidence to get into the semi-finals.
Yes, I hope so.
Brilliant. Well done. Very, very well done. Cheers. So that concludes our heats for the first round. The marshals and the track workers are going to go and change the track. Going to go and change the track configuration now. And then the first time any of the drivers will see it is when they hit their Super Pole laps.
Okay, then, well, after an absolutely incredible opening round of heat races in the British Rental Kart Championship, we're going to take a little break and we'll be back very soon. What they're doing is they're moving to the alternate track layouts. Little change just to spice things up for the second round of heat races. Stay with us. We'll be back as soon as possible. Thank you.